right. If you have an upcoming roof replacement, they need to be your first call. Again, big thank you and congratulations to Riverside Roofing. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust. That's Riverside Roofing, LLC.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
Brought to you by Simply Seattle.
We're going to excuse you on the interview.
It doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Saul.
All right, let's do this. It's the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, and the Seattle Sports app as well, plus all the podcast platforms. If you're catching us a little bit later, that sounds good. You don't need to hear us right at 6 a.m. We sound much better later in the day, and so if you want to find us, that's fine. Yeah, Apple Podcasts. Spotify, YouTube, whatever your favorite way of watching is. We're good with all of it, especially coming off a weekend with not too many happy sports fans in the Seattle area. Coug fans, and that's probably about it. Kraken didn't play particularly well. Huskies went out to Indiana and got whooped. And obviously the Seahawks yesterday, that was a sad one, man. Not mad today. Kind of sad. Not mad. Sad.
That was a tough watch.
It's sad. It's sad to watch. You know, there are games that do make you mad more, and you come in and you say, I can't believe the team did A, B, and C, and if they had just done this, I'm so mad because this could have gone this way and that could have gone this way. If only they hadn't done this stupid thing or something like that. And it's easy to get mad at games like that. This didn't feel that way. I know there were a couple of, bad plays down near the red zone that certainly could have changed the way this game, ended.
I mean, it did feel like those sent them on a different trajectory. Because
Maybe.
the Bills were making a lot of mistakes at that point, too. They were still in it.
Yeah, but the problem was the Bills looked better.
Eventually,
they looked tougher. They looked more physical. They looked more violent. You're right, were sloppy. It was a rain game. Both teams had some sloppy plays. But I mean, look, maybe you watch that game and you come away from it saying the Seahawks beat themselves because of two bad plays in the red zone, and that did okay. If that's the way you saw the game, I guess I can understand it. I disagree with it, but I totally understand it. I didn't see it that way. And if I thought that was what the game came down to, I'd probably be mad today too. I'd come in and say, oh, my God, I'm so mad. If only they had done this. If only the center just snapped the ball to the quarterback, you'd be fine. Yeah, I would have been able to come in here and ranted and raved, gotten mad, that whole deal. The problem is I don't feel like that's what happened. I feel like they just weren't as good. And not even just were they not as...
Before the center snapped the ball, you didn't feel like that offense was looking like an offense that could take out the... Really?
Nope, not even a little bit.
That drive looked so fluid and so well planned for that opponent.
Yeah, I didn't feel that way at all. Because you can't run, you can't stop the run. And at the end of the day, if you can't run and you can't stop the run, you're not going to beat good teams. You're just not. So, I didn't see it that way. I get it more. If you did, I'm, as I said, not mad at you. Totally understand it. But you can't run and you can't stop the run. And if you can't do those two things, you're not a physical football team. And if you're not a physical football team, you're probably going to get beat by teams that are like the Bills, like the Lions, like the Niners, like the teams that have beaten you this year. And I get a sense that if you're not able to fix that problem, it's going to keep happening. I am a little sad.
When was the last time the Seahawks were a really physical football team?
Been a while.
2016?
Yeah, probably. It's probably been that long. Since they were truly like a powerhouse physical football team, yeah. I'd have to go back. Yeah, 2017, I think. What year did they lose to the Jaguars? If you can figure that out, that would be the first year they were not a real physical football team. It's been a while. Bills are physical. You've seen what it looks like now. Detroit was physical. You just run down your throat. Heck, you beat the Patriots. You weren't even really the more physical team in that game. Giants out-physicaled you, that's for sure. Now, you made mistakes. I can kind of live with some of the mistakes they've made and chalk it up to, well, new regime. And we all knew this was going to take some time and that there would be some fits and starts and ups and downs and all that stuff at the beginning. So, I don't know. Like, I guess while the mistakes make you mad, I'm not necessarily that surprised by it coming into the season. Seeing the team just get run over, the tackling problems, the issues running the ball, just a complete inability to move the other team onto places on the field that you want them to be. That to me is why you have a problem on a day like yesterday. Why you're back to 500.
See, I saw it more as once you made those big mistakes early on, that to me it felt like they mentally checked out and just let mistakes keep piling up. But I don't know which is worse. They're both not good.
Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah, exactly. Neither of those things speak particularly well of your program and where you're at. God, I mean, that'd be really sad if, two mistakes caused you to check out for the rest of the day.
Well, it was those two mistakes and then immediately an interception from Gino in the second half.
Yeah, it didn't help. Didn't help. Yeah, I mean, there was certainly just that period. Yeah, more in some ways I get that point. The other side of it is you lost the time of possession by 16 minutes in this game.
Wow.
I mean, like that's not a, hey, we made two mistakes and that killed us kind of a game. You didn't have the ball for a full quarter less than the other team. Like you're just not doing the things that winning teams do. And, for years, I have railed against the sentiment, when a good team loses late in the season, you always hear people say, well, good teams don't do that. Playoff teams don't do that. Super Bowl teams don't do that. And I always say, yeah, they do. Of course they do. Good teams lose games all the time in the NFL. Happens all the time. Baltimore's a really good team. They lost to Cleveland yesterday. Happens. Right? I mean, like every week almost, we see a good team, maybe even a, championship kind of a team, contender, lose games in the NFL. Happens all the time. Pretty rare to see them get physically dominated over the course of a game. It's pretty rare. I'm not saying it's never happened, but it's pretty rare. They'll lose games. They'll be outplayed in games. But physically dominated over the course of 60 minutes? You don't see that very often from championship caliber teams, right? The top 5, 6, 7 teams in the league, teams that have a real shot at winning a Super Bowl. And so that's what I saw yesterday. Mora saw a team that checked out, okay. I know that there are those out there because I saw your texts and tweets and people mentioning me who saw this as the game that proves that DK Metcalf is the difference. Hey, if you think DK Metcalf is worth 21 points a game, God love you. If that's the world you're living in, okay. And if that's true, you're right. They should re-sign him because he's not just the best wide receiver in the league, he's the best wide receiver in history. I didn't see it that way. I saw a team that even if it had had its best wide receiver, would it have helped? Sure. Of course it would have helped. Doesn't it's better than the fact that they don't have anybody to try to replace him right now, which is sad. Bunch of possession receivers and DK Metcalf. Well, yeah, when DK goes down, you're missing a specific style of receiver that for whatever reason you haven't tried to draft at all. Like, okay. But that's a side note. That wasn't the difference in this game. DK was going to stop them from dominating your defense, from running all over you, from bringing in an extra lineman and just knocking you off the ball. I don't think DK plays defense. DK was going to help you run the ball. Maybe a little. Maybe he's a little bit of a threat. Maybe he takes, a safety's eye. But you didn't run at all. You couldn't run it at all. Your leading rusher was Geno Smith with like 16 yards on the day. I mean, DK Metcalf's not going to fix that. No wide receiver is. Jerry Rice in his prime, he's not going to fix a team that where your starting running back ran the ball 9 times for 12 yards. That's not a wide receiver issue. Quite frankly, if I really wanted to be a jerk about this, I'd say, really? This made the argument of why you do trade DK Metcalf, because you have bigger problems elsewhere. So, I do come away pretty disappointed watching that game. I am a little bit sad. Sad to see the Kraken come crashing back to earth. Sad for the Husky fans, see their team go out and just, again, get kind of whooped on the road in a Big Ten matchup like that against Indiana. And sad for the Seahawks because they just don't have enough physicality to play with the best teams in the NFL. Sorry. It stinks. I watched my daughter's team play two basketball games this weekend. In the first one, 5th graders on 5th graders. They look great. They won. Cecily played great, by the way. Kudos to her. Next day, they played a bunch of older kids. Every kid on the team was taller than the tallest kid on Cecily's team. Guess what? They got smoked. They tried hard. They were coached the same way. They worked really well. They just weren't as good. They weren't as physical. They got boxed out. The other team would miss a shot, get the rebound, miss the shot, get the rebound, miss the shot, get the rebound, put it in. It wasn't a lack of effort. It wasn't a, mistake here and there. They made those. The problem is the other team was better. They were more physical. They were taller. They were older in that case. And as I watched the Seahawks miss tackles, turn 5-yard runs into 15-yard runs on defense, get smoked on run over on offense, don't give their quarterback any time. Yeah, it's hard to look at that and say that that's a team that is physically up to the challenge of where it needs to be. And I don't think that gets fixed by a little scheme change. I don't think that gets fixed by the communication, getting cleaned up. You're not as physical as the other team. They're better at tackling. They're better at blocking. Hard to win football games when that's who you are. Let's come back, give you guys everything you need to know. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
I'm a big sudden change guy. There were so many times in 1992 especially, that's when you could never finish an entire Gatorade.
Yeah.
You'd because the offense was so bad, but going out there and taking a shot.
And you always talk about, I think anybody that watches the game, especially when your team is at home and you force a turnover, that electricity that builds in the building and that feeling of momentum. I mean, that's such a massive play.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Traffic backups are inconvenient, but if your pipes are backing up at home, that's bad. There's only one cure for this pesky problem: the experts at Beacon Plumbing, Heating, Septic, and Mechanical. Trust them to clear your clogs. Stop freaking and call Beacon. 1-800-FREAKIN.
Paid political announcement. A Bob for Bob update. In 2021, Bob pushed decriminalizing fentanyl just like Oregon. In 2023, more than 1,000 citizens in King County died from fentanyl overdose in a single year. While other states enforce and arrest fentanyl dealers, Washington, under 12 years of Bob, has become a leader in fentanyl deaths and last in law enforcement officers per citizen. It's simple. Vote Bob if you want more crime and less safety. Paid for by the Bob for Bob Committee, 1283 Puyallup, Washington, 98371. Top 4 donors: Steve Gordon, Fremont Dock Company, Brian Haywood, and Susie Burke.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
When a product is made better, it lasts longer. Sounds simple, but Toyota of Kirkland wants you to know it's actually savvy. With Toyota's certified program at Toyota of Kirkland, you can score a high-quality, low-mileage Toyota at a great price. Talk about savvy. The tremendous team at Toyota of Kirkland has plenty of certified inventory for you to come see, test drive, and take home all in the same day. Now that's truly savvy. Visit the Savvy showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or toyotaofkirkland.com.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising! After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
You'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BREAK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BREAK to 321-321. That's BREAK to 321-321.
You want to talk about this, Park? You really want to do this?
I do.
You really want to get into this?
Yeah, I got some questions.
All right. Well, I got answers.
The Brock and Salk Show is brought to you every day by Simply Seattle.
At Shane Company, we make finding your perfect engagement ring fun and easy. Because let's be honest, you might feel a little stressed out. We get it. That's why we do all the hard stuff. It's our job to bring you the biggest selection of beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones, so many amazing settings, and all the customization your heart desires. We've got your style and your price range covered, and we're here to guide you every step of the way. Come in for a warm welcome and leave with your dream ring and an experience you'll never forget. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
This week's First Mark Challenge victory, well, it goes to Mike. Hey, Mike, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I moved here from New York City and found this great guy. It got pricey, but because he was good to us over the years, we stayed loyal to him. But then one day I got an increase that was quite unacceptable. So I made one phone call. I didn't do any shopping. My wife told me to call First Mark.
Mike, were they able to save you and your family money?
Oh, yes. It was over $100 a month.
What would you tell others they can expect when they call First Mark?
The most competitive pricing that you can find. And they had terrific customer service. Even if you're on the phone with them, you can tell they have a smile on their face, so you can tell they love what they're doing.
Do you wish you would have made that call earlier?
I was just kicking myself as you were speaking because I didn't do it sooner.
Well, you just heard. Mike did it. My family did it. You got to do it too. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. That's firstmarkinsurance.com. This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto Family.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, the Seahawks are now 4-4. Maybe 500 makes sense, too, after considering the ups and the downs, the inconsistent nature of what we've seen thus far from this team, because when they've looked good, they've looked good. And when they've looked bad, they've looked awful. Coming off a much-needed, confidence-inspiring win in Atlanta last Sunday, they laid what you could only describe as a giant wet egg in front of their home crowd, dominated in nearly every way. The offense, largely anemic. They made crucial mistakes in huge situations. The defense, quite simply, was run over, and they just kind of generally looked like the weaker team on the field. Mike McDonald asked if this is just kind of where they're at.
I mean, we talk about stacking wins around here, and when you're going on and off, back and forth, it's it's frustrating. You want to be able to build on the good things that we're doing, so we can get our program to where we want it to go. And then when you take steps back like today, it's very sobering. It's frustrating, and but this is the NFL, and if you don't bring it and have your best against good teams, you're not going to win those games. So our guys know that, and us as coaches, we got to prepare our guys the best we can. We got to call great games. I mean, this whole thing has to keep coming together. So, but time is ticking, as we say. I mean, we're about halfway through the season now, and that you take a step back. I mean, we're right in the thick of it in the division, and this game coming up is going to be a big one.
He's right about all those things in terms of where they're at in the season versus in the game. The game is rough, 164-32 on the ground. Yikes. Lost the time of possession battle, as I said, by 16 minutes. Committed 11 penalties for 82 yards. Turned it over twice. You know how many third downs they converted in the game? One third down conversion in the game. That's not going to get it done nearly ever. He mentioned the word frustration, and Geno Smith certainly backed it up.
I mean, we talk about stacking wins around here.
Oop.
Yeah, I mean, extremely frustrating. You know, I thought we prepared really well this week. You know, I thought the guys were dialed in. I thought we had great energy, and obviously it didn't show up on game day today. Like you said, man, we had too many self-inflicted wounds. That's kind of been our story this season. You know, we got down there in the red zone, you know, twice, had a shot at points, and came away with nothing. So, well, we got 3 points, but, you know, we want to score touchdowns. So those are things that, again, we got to be better at. And, you know, like I said, I'm going to look at myself first and see what I got to do better and take it from there.
Well, yeah, elsewhere in the division, everybody else won. Rams had won Thursday night. Cardinals and Niners both win yesterday. So, yeah, the division is completely up for grabs with everyone basically clustered together. It was a tremendous ending in Washington. Jaden Daniels connected on a Hail Mary to win it. You'll hear that coming up in a few minutes. And how about Detroit dropping 50 on Tennessee? They look like the best team in football right now.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
That was quite the dramatic start to the World Series. This is what Fox and baseball executives always wanted. It started with Aaron Boone giving the Dodgers life when he decided to remove Garrett Cole in Game 1. And then Freddie Freeman came up down to 2 outs, bottom of the 10th, and did this.
Swing and a drive. Right field. On its way. Gone. Ball game. A walk-off grand slam. Freddie Freeman. And the Dodgers take Game 1. Holy cow.
Holy cow is right. What an unbelievable finish to a fantastic baseball game, back and forth. And then the similarities to the Kirk Gibson home run are just insane. Lyle, I know you're not old enough to remember that, and weren't nearly alive yet. But I could tell you, watching that was amazing when it happened, and what we saw Friday was just... I mean, maybe he wasn't quite as injured as Kirk Gibson was, but other than that, the comps are crazy. The exact same time of night, same building, same everything. And, oh, man, I was just sad to see the Yankee pen give it up. Very sad. Saturday, a little more of a decisive win for the Dodgers. They got home runs from Freeman and Tommy Edman and Teoscar Hernandez. Survived a late rally from the Yankees in the 9th, so they go up 2-0. Shohei Ohtani, though, removed from the game with a shoulder injury. It sounds, though, like he's going to be able to play tonight. Here is Dave Roberts on his injury.
He had a little left shoulder subluxation, but everything. So we're going to get some tests at some point tonight, tomorrow, and then we'll know more in the next couple of days. But the strength was great, the range of motion good, so we're encouraged. But obviously, I can't speculate because we don't get the scans yet. So once we get the scans, we'll know more. But again, with the strength and range of motion good, that's certainly a positive.
Well, certainly it would be. Could you imagine if we had to watch the rest of this series without Ohtani or Judge? Oh, Judge is in the series. Sorry, that's my bad. I keep thinking he's not actually in it because he's not contributing in any way. Walker Buehler, Clark Schmidt will go tonight at Yankee Stadium.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We also got a little preview of the Seahawks beatdown on Saturday as the Huskies went to Indiana and suffered a similar fate. They at least were able to keep it within striking distance, but you give up 188 yards on the ground. Probably not going to win you too many games, especially with a couple of turnovers and a pick six going the other way. So 4-4, Huskies have the same record as the Seahawks, but they also kind of get to pad that with wins over Weber State and Eastern Michigan. So kind of take that for what it is. Cougs get a late comeback with John Mateer throwing for 2 touchdowns, running for 2 more. And guess what? They're ranked. They find themselves number 22 with a bye week, before hosting Utah State next week. Ugly weekend for the Kraken. They've now dropped 3 straight. They got pretty well worked by Carolina on Saturday, 4-1. Not the better team in that game, though it did mark the first time the goalie has started 2 straight games this season. DeCord started and lost both. So, take it all with a grain of salt. It is what it is. It's everything you need to know, quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah. Not a lot of positive stuff in that
so
need to know, huh?
Yeah.
Cougs.
The Yankees are down too.
That's nice. Although I know poor Lyle and Brock are crying into their Cheerios this morning about the whole thing.
No, again, I don't care anymore.
Nah, you do. You started rooting for the Yankees, and now you're just kind of into it. I get it. It's fine. It's got to be hard though, right? Watching your Yankees lose. You're gonna be stapled to the Yankees now for the rest of your career, Lyle.
All right.
I hope you're proud of yourself.
I hope you're proud of yourself. You're just starting your career in this business, and for the rest of time, you're going to be, attached to the Yankees. I hope that makes you feel good. We'll come back here. It was a busy weekend around the NFL. Moore's got some details of some incredible games, some really good teams, some big-time surprises. It's all next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The NFC West is a weird place right now.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
I love that the NFC West is so even right now. Obviously appreciate that the Seahawks are in first place, but it is not even because these teams are bad. It's even because all these teams are dealing with some major injuries.
Yeah, everybody's banged up in this division, except maybe Arizona. I can't remember if they have any major injuries. I'm sure there are guys that need to report.
No, they're just bad.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. How about the rain this weekend? Oh, my gosh, it was freaking pouring yesterday. And when it rains like that, yeah, you can end up with water in your crawl space or attic. Certainly flooding can be an issue. It's why you want to call Crawl Pros. It also means that animals, rats, rodents, etc., are trying to get out of the cold and wet weather and into your home. And if they do, they can start destroying the insulation, and that is the leading cause of high heating bills in the winter. So you want to know what's going on back there, and that's why Crawl Pros goes where you don't want to. It's also why they're partnering with Puget Sound Energy to provide special rebates on insulation work. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you might qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Take advantage of that rebate today. Let somebody else pay for this. How nice is that? Call Crawl Pros right now and find out what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you
you like free money? Download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is Stacey Rost. Is that leaky faucet driving you crazy? Don't wait until it becomes a flood. Call Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At Ben's Plumbing, they pride themselves on 5-star service, where your satisfaction is their priority. Whether it's a stubborn clog or a complete plumbing overhaul, their team of dedicated professionals is here to help with no commission sales tactics. Just honest, reliable service you can count on. Call today at 206-789-5353 or visit Ben's.plumbing. That's Ben's.plumbing.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Jake was suffering from osteoarthritis when his doctors asked him to consider surgery.
However, there's a 9-month recovery period where essentially you're not walking and you're not putting much in the way of weight on.
That wasn't going to work for him, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
I heard the ads, and that caused me to do due diligence.
And how are you doing now?
There's not really any pain now at all. I have no limitations in what I want to do.
Wow, so you're able to do anything you want to do?
I recently played golf at Cycle House down in Pebble Beach, walked 18 holes, which I hadn't been able to do for a number of years, and then went for about a 2-mile walk with my friend.
I take it you'd recommend stem cell therapy to others then?
Absolutely. Had I known then what I know now, I would have done this several years ago and saved myself a lot of pain and suffering and agony and limitation to activity.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hanging up your lights can be a tangly mess. Leave it up to us and save yourself the stress. We'll install our lights, they're custom fit to you. We do residential and commercial too. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Do you wrestle with your CPAP machine every night? Tired of lugging it through the airport and on vacation? Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We specialize in treating sleep apnea with CPAP alternatives. My patients have ditched the CPAP and get restful, healthy sleep every night. If you're tired of wearing a mask to bed, let us help you. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Fascinating text machine today, man. All over the map. 253, Salk, I'm having a physical tomorrow. How do I get out of the weigh-in? Just say, no thanks. I'm good. It's just that easy. Just say I'm good. But if you're really worried about the weigh-in and it's because you've gained too much weight, I'm not joking. I'm telling you, call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. They can help. Honestly, it will help you lose the weight. So the next time you go in for the physical, you won't feel that way. I got a question or a text here. I normally spend a great deal of time giving Salk a hard time over Gino, but today I will do no such thing. That incident on the sideline, throwing the football towards the helmet, getting a penalty, immature, lack of emotional control. Honestly, that one didn't bother me that much, but okay. And then our friend Andrew in Elma says, rooting for the Yankees, Lyle, it's like kissing a skunk. It doesn't matter if it was only once. You still stink forever. And I couldn't agree more. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for letting Lyle know the mistake that he and Brock have made. Maura, what did we miss this weekend?
Oh, so much. Did you get to see any of Tua Tagovailoa's return?
Just a teeny bit. I saw him run for a first down. That was about all I saw.
Okay. Well, so they were playing the Cardinals, so a little division game here to start. It was Tua Tagovailoa's first game back since suffering a concussion in Week 3 against the Bills, and the Dolphins' offense immediately looked better. He led them on a 10-play, 64-yard drive that culminated in a Raheem Mostert 4-yard rushing touchdown to start the game. They added 2 field goals to take a 13-7 lead into halftime. A Tua to Devon Achane 12-yard touchdown on their first drive of the second half made it 20-10 Dolphins, but Tua fumbled a snap that went over his head and out of the back of the end zone for a safety that pulled the Cardinals within 8. And then Kyler Murray hit Marvin Harrison for a 22-yard touchdown on their next drive to cut the lead to just 2 points.
Murray to throw. Kyler Murray lets it rip. End zone. Harrison. What a catch. Man, oh man.
The two teams then exchanged touchdowns after that, but it was the Cardinals that ended up with the ball last, still down by 2. Kyler Murray led them on a 13-play, 73-yard drive that ate up 5 minutes of clock and set kicker Chad Ryland up for the game-winning 34-yard field goal. So they win 28-27. Murray was 26 for 36 for 307 yards and 2 touchdowns, and rookie wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. and tight end Trey McBride each had over 100 receiving yards.
Am I going to have to take the Cardinals seriously?
They definitely can give you some trouble any given week, that's for sure.
They're
not consistent yet.
Seriously. Their coach is weird. Their quarterback is not what I would ever want from my quarterback. I mean, I guess I haven't really watched a full Cardinals game this year, so I don't know yet how seriously to take them. We'll see them a couple of times later in the season. But I got to tell you, I'm not enjoying the fact that I might have to take them seriously. I mean, they're a 500 team like the Seahawks. They're essentially tied atop the division, haven't played each other yet. Here's the thing that I think is concerning to me about the Cardinals. It's not so much Kyler Murray. It's James Conner and just the physical style he runs with and how they try to set him up. And just based on what we've seen from the Seahawks this year, and certainly yesterday, how do you feel about the Seahawks going up against a big-time physical runner for 60 minutes twice? Not great, right? No. I mean, we've seen what that looks like, and unfortunately, it's not good. So I'm holding judgment a little bit here. And by the way, Connor didn't do a whole lot yesterday. Ran the ball 20 times for 53 yards. So maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. But I don't know.
Well, you do have that threat of Kyler running too. So the Dolphins had no sacks yesterday.
Yeah, they only ran the ball. Arizona only ran the ball for 82 yards yesterday. They got outrushed by Miami. What I did see of that game, it looked like Miami was the better team for the most part in that game. But yeah, it didn't turn out that way.
Safety just kind of opened a window for them.
Yeah. Sometimes those mistakes will end up killing you. That seems like one of those games for the Dolphins.
And Tua did do pretty well in his return. He was 28 for 38 for 234 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, don't you think they just move a lot better with Tua? I mean, he's just a capable quarterback, yes. and especially with that system, he just seems to know it so well.
But that's why it's wild to me that they went into the season with a quarterback that has had a history of these concussion issues without a solid backup.
100%.
They would probably still be in that division race if they had someone that could capably fill in. I mean, look at what Joe Flacco was able to do for the Colts, even someone like that.
Totally agree.
It's weird. All right, we'll move on to one you mentioned earlier. The Browns upset the Ravens at home with Jameis Winston in at quarterback for the injured Deshaun Watson. This game started out slow with the Ravens scoring the only touchdown of the first half and taking a 10-6 lead into halftime. But about halfway through the third quarter, the Ravens held a 17-13 lead. They allowed the Browns 10 unanswered points, missing a field goal on one of those drives, and having their next drive end in a punt after Rashad Bateman lost a wide open deep ball that Lamar Jackson sent his way in the sun. It bounced off his face mask.
Yeah.
It was rough. Jameis Winston ended up leading the Browns on a game-winning 9-play, 69-yard drive. Ravens safety Kyle Hamilton also dropped an interception that would have sealed the Ravens' win. Basically, Jameis Winston hit wide receiver Cedric Tillman for a 38-yard touchdown on the very next play.
Winston going for it all for the end zone for Tillman. He's got it!
I don't even know who Cedric Tillman is, but...
You don't?
No.
He must really be random if you don't know who he is.
He played at Tennessee. Yeah. He was like a third rounder, I think.
99 yards yesterday.
So the Browns win 29-24. Jameis Winston went 27 for 41 for 334 yards and 2 touchdowns. Kind of a typical Jameis game. He didn't blow us up, he didn't throw any picks, but 27 for 41. He accomplished something that Deshaun Watson never has as a Brown, though, which was throwing for 300 yards.
That's crazy, by the way, that Deshaun's never done that as a Brown. What a complete joke everything about that situation is. I'm pretty surprised by this outcome. I'm sure I'm not alone, partially because I think Baltimore's good. I think they're better than a 5-3 kind of team. Lamar, again, has a good game. What's weird about this loss for them is they lose to an inferior opponent without turning the ball over. In fact, they win the turnover battle 1-0.
Yeah. There was another game like that yesterday, too. I think I'll get to it here in a minute. But
strange.
They did go 2 for 10 on third down, while the Browns were 8 for 15.
That's definitely the difference. I mean, you're right. There's the stat. It's got to be something, right? I mean,
there were drops on both sides of the ball, other than the ones I mentioned.
You look at Baltimore, no interceptions, no fumbles. They get a fumble back from Jameis, and they outrush Cleveland 124-80. If you gave me those numbers, even knowing that, Jameis ends up, throwing for 334 compared to 289 from Lamar, I'll tell you, Baltimore wins that game by 7 points. Not even close. Shocking. Shocking that it goes down that way. And, the only good part of that is that it's completely adding fuel to the fire for the embarrassing nature of everything that, involving Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, because I'm not really here for the storyline of like, oh, good, we got the bad guy out of there, and now Jameis can shine. It's
right.
Like, Jameis has a pretty sketchy history, too.
Man,
like,
even
look up
Brady
the
was
Uber
on
driver
Jameis.
groping and
How about Brady yesterday being like, oh, Jameis is a good guy. And this and like, oh.
Yeah, everyone. He's a hilarious, I've seen videos with him, and I think I watched a documentary back before he got into more. He's a funny guy, and people just seem to, forget that he has a sketchy past.
Mm-hmm.
But, good for the Browns, I guess. The Browns fans, at least, deserve.
They deserve a little something.
Yeah.
You got to be nice to the Browns fans.
We'll move on to one that I know you probably have been excited to talk about because it's your guy, Jaden Daniels, in Washington, Chicago. The battle of the 2 rookie quarterbacks who were taken at the top of the draft class was mostly a defensive one until the end of the game. The only scoring in the first half was 3 Commanders field goals. The Bears had 4 punts and a turnover on downs in the first half. But with under a minute left in the third, running back DeAndre Swift got the Bears in the end zone with this 56-yard run.
To Swift. Look at Swift. Take it to the Washington side of the 50. Down the sideline he goes, and he's galloping home for the game's first touchdown.
With 4 minutes left in the fourth, Caleb Williams led a 10-play, 62-yard drive, culminating in a 1-yard Roschon Johnson touchdown. With just 25 seconds left to take a 3-point lead. So a few plays into the Commanders' next drive, Jaden Daniels found himself at the Washington 48 with one last shot to get something done, and he did it.
Comes down to one last play, and it's going to be getting longer by the second. You're all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you can step into it. Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line, and the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh my goodness! This town is going crazy! It's a madhouse in Landover, Maryland! He did it!
Great
and
call.
it was definitely, there was some luck involved there. What did it? There was probably like 6 Bears that jumped up and high pointed it, and it just helped it bounce into the end zone, into the Commanders players' hands. But I mean, I don't know. Jaden Daniels just seems to have some magic to him.
Well, all right. So first of all, yes, of course there's luck. Any Hail Mary that gets completed involves at least some level of luck. But let's not take away full credit. I mean,
well, he ran around for 13 seconds before he threw that ball.
His ability to run around helped. His ability to throw the ball, 60, 65 yards with a broken rib is insane. They had a guy on purpose behind the scrum waiting for that exact thing to happen. That's the best way to set up a Hail Mary like that. And the Bear defender was, clowning around with the crowd right before the play. In fact, during the play. So, yes, there's clearly some luck involved. That goes without saying. But also, They set it up well. They did the play right. The play beforehand with 6 seconds left allowed them to do that with the quick out that he got out of bounds. And so, I think you got to give a lot of credit to Washington and to their quarterback. I, on the other hand, remember I was asking a couple weeks ago if you think you have good luck or bad luck in your life?
Yeah.
I don't know what's wrong with me. I think I have some sort of disease. Let me briefly explain to you my sports viewing weekend, okay? Friday night, I wanted to watch the game, didn't get to see 1 minute of the baseball game because I was doing kid stuff all day. Miss one of the all-time classics. I just start getting texts from you and Brock and Lyle and other people in my life like, wow, oh my God, that was incredible. Yeah, missed it. Saturday, I'm like, all right, I am going to watch this game, even though I know the fact that I'm going to watch it is going to make it boring. We go out to dinner. We make sure to go to a sports bar where I can watch the game. I'm watching it. Nothing happens. We take a 3-minute drive home. During that drive home, Shohei Ohtani gets injured. Totally miss it. The only relevant part of that game. Next morning, Sunday, I'm watching or I guess this is now Sunday afternoon after the Seahawks game. I turn on the Guardians or the Commanders rather, and the Bears. And with 6 seconds left, I'm like, all right, I'm going to start working now. I'll just turn this off. I turned it off. I missed it. I don't know what's wrong with me. And then I start getting texts from people like, oh, my God. 'Cause I got a friend who's a Washington fan. Oh, my God. I turned it back. You got to be freaking kidding me. I think I have a disease. I have a disease. I have some sort of a, FOMO disease. But instead of fear of missing out, I just miss out. It's just Mo.
To be fair, the 9th inning of Game 2 in the World Series was pretty good.
It was good, and I did get to see that. That was exciting. All right, so I got to see one little minute of entertainment. In the meantime, I watched the Seahawks get destroyed. I watched the rest of Game 2, which was not particularly interesting. I missed the Hail Mary. I just feel like I got MO, some sort of an MO shortage.
One other thing about this Bears game before we move on. The Hail Mary is the Hail Mary, and that's the headline of this game. But the Bears also had a chance to take the lead before the drive in which they took the lead, in which they decided to hand the ball off to an offensive lineman at the 1-yard line, and he fumbled. What are they doing?
That's a good point. I did see that. Yeah. I did get to see that, which was nice.
Shane Waldron. They've been doing probably better than the Seahawks offensively, so I guess I can't say that.
Salk, maybe you should stop watching the Seahawks and Mariners games. I might. Oh.
All right, we'll move on. But yeah, you're right. There was some luck involved, but there were a lot of things there. The running around for 13 seconds was insane with no flag, but they're not really bringing pressure because they have everyone downfield. So I kept waiting for a holding flag. All right, the Packers got a win in Jacksonville barely. Jordan Love hurt his groin on the opening drive, but stayed in until the third quarter and struggled a bit. The Packers' first 3 drives ended in 2 punts and an interception, but Trevor Lawrence threw a pick of his own on the next drive to Xavier McKinney, setting the Packers up at the Jacksonville 4, and running back Josh Jacobs punched it in to get Green Bay on the board. They took a 13-10 lead into halftime. The Packers punted on their first possession of the second half and watched Trevor Lawrence hit Brian Thomas for a 14-yard touchdown. But the next drive, Malik Willis came in for the injured Jordan Love and led an 8-play, 80-yard scoring drive with a little help from running back Josh Jacobs, who broke a 38-yard touchdown run.
Now hands it off. Jacobs comes to the outside. Josh Jacobs inside the 20, the 10, to the end zone, touchdown.
He gave the Packers a 20-17 lead. On the next drive, Trevor Lawrence fumbles on a strip sack by linebacker Edgerrin Cooper, which set the Packers up at the goal line for another touchdown to tie the game. The Jaguars fought back, scoring 10 unanswered points to tie it. That gave them the lead. The Jaguars scored 10 unanswered points to tie it with just under 2 minutes left. But Malik Willis again marched the Packers down the field to set up a 24-yard Brandon McManus field goal for the 30-27 win. His turnaround has been really impressive. Sometimes you, I guess, learn that maybe it really is the franchise that you're with. And also, Matt LaFleur has done some pretty impressive things in Green Bay with how he has handled everything from the Aaron Rodgers drama to developing Jordan Love to, what they've done with Malik Willis.
So a couple of things. One, you're right. LaFleur clearly is one of the better coaches in the league, certainly offensively. Two, I was thinking about the Malik Willis thing. Yes, some of it's got to be organizational and coaching and scheme and talent around you. And all those things obviously matter and factor into a quarterback's success rate. The other part of it, though, is, look, wasn't Malik Willis coming out of Liberty? Like, it's not like he was playing in the SEC or the Big Ten. He's coming out of Liberty.
But it was a draft when everyone was just pretty much like, yeah, I guess we'll draft these guys because they're the quarterbacks, but they didn't really like any of them.
They didn't really like any of them, but they took him because he was sort of the best of a bad bunch. But, like, is it that surprising that he's needed a few years to start to come into his own? It probably shouldn't be, right? He wasn't a fully developed product. The idea behind him was dynamic athlete, great guy, great leader. Everybody loves him. And if you could really kind of get him to understand the NFL game, maybe over time he turns into something really good. I don't know whether he'll ever do that. Maybe there's just a couple of flashes in the pan. But I don't think it should be that surprising that it's taken Malik Willis a few years to come into his own.
It's just we've seen before when the guys don't get that time and they have to play right away and it doesn't go well. Sometimes it's hard to redeem yourself.
But especially somebody like him, it never should have gone well at the beginning.
No. Well, I think that's the boat the Anthony Richardson's in right now, where they got a guy that they knew probably needed more experience, hadn't played that much in college, and it's going pretty poorly.
He tapped out of that game because he was tired?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a quarterback doing that ever.
Said he
I've
had
never
run,
heard
he
of
had
that.
run a lot on the plays before that, and Pat McAfee went off on him.
I've never heard of it. In my entire life, I've never heard of that happening.
Especially when you've got Joe Flacco coming in and making the team look a lot better when he's not in there.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
That is honestly, I was a fan of Anthony Richardson's because I think he's a big bull moose and I love watching him play, and I think his running ability is awesome, and the size and his arm strength and all of it. That's unconscionable.
Yeah, I don't have that game in here, but
no, because it's a terrible game. Nobody cares.
I do have the cut of him saying why he took himself out for.
It's terrible.
Was it like a play or two?
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there, what I did, and I don't think I was gonna be able to go that next play. So I just, just told Sam I just needed a break right there.
Like you're not a running. You've seen like a running back after a long play maybe be like, okay, I need a play off or something. But you never see a quarterback do that. That's not a thing.
You know what he said there that was the biggest problem? Not gonna lie. Just lie.
That's what I saw someone say. He should have lied.
Just lie.
He should have considered lying.
Yes. Just lie. I know it's not necessarily the best advice in all situations, but in this one, just lie. Be like, yeah, I had a little something going on with my equipment, or I thought I pulled my groin, or whatever. Fine. My shoulder, I had a little twinge. I was okay, fine. Don't say you were tired. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Matt LaFleur said after the game that he is concerned about Jordan Love's groin injury, but he was happy with Malik Willis's performance, so they'll see what news they get on Jordan Love there. I have Bucks Falcons, but I also have Jets Patriots, and there was some darkness talk after the game. I kind of want to get to Jets Patriots for that. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. The Jets lost their 5th straight game, and the Patriots snapped a 6-game losing streak with their 25-22 victory over New York on Sunday. On the bright side for the Jets, Aaron Rodgers had his first game of the month where he didn't throw an interception. Despite some confusion in the first half that led to the Jets using 3 timeouts in the first quarter, they took a 13-7 lead into the half. Drake May led one scoring drive before being knocked out of the game with a concussion towards the end of the first quarter. The Jets only managed 10 points in the second half, while the Patriots added 17. Jacoby Brissett led 2 touchdown drives, including the game-winning drive that ate up the final 3 minutes of clock. After the game, Jets tight end Tyler Conklin, I don't know if they're just trolling Rodgers at this point, said, after 1 or 2 losses, things can get dark. This sucks. And then head coach Jeff Ulbrich said, this is a moment of darkness, and we understand that the outside world is going to get really loud right now.
Oh, my God.
So Aaron Rodgers was asked about if they're in a moment of darkness. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, I've been in the darkness. You got to go in there, make peace with it. Offensively, our goal has just got to be score 30. Doesn't matter what the other 2 sides are doing. We have trust in our defense and teams, but if we're not scoring 30, we're underachieving. This offense can do that every single week.
I've been in the darkness. Yeah. You have to go in there and make peace with it.
I mean, it's not the worst message of all time, as much as I generally make fun of what he says on principle. I just couldn't help but
picture that he's literally talking about his darkness retreat.
Of course he is. In that situation, he definitely is. I've been in the darkness. You got to go. I mean, that's literally what he's talking about. I don't know whether the tight end or the coach are talking about that, but he sure was. That's remarkable.
It is pretty strange that they both chose that wording, right?
It's very strange, but whatever. Just another day in Aaron Rodgers' land.
I saw a pretty hilarious tweet this weekend after they lost, and it says Aaron Rodgers trying to figure out who to blame this week, and it's one of those spinning wheels. You know, it's red, blue, yellow, and green with all the different categories, and some of the categories are Danica Patrick, the equipment manager, 5G, God, Pfizer, his family. I mean, it was pretty funny.
Nice.
Good stuff, Lyle, and good stuff, Maura. Thank you. That's a good trip around the NFL. And then the game that we did get to see last night, as I'm sure you know, the Niners beat the Cowboys. So, yeah, look out. The Niners, maybe they're back. Maybe the opportunity kind of slipped away. Okay, Brock's coming in a moment. Maura saw this game as turning on two plays. I saw this as a physical beatdown. What did Brock see? Stick around. You'll find out next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
You get a chance to speak to a member of this defense, fresh off his first start for the Seattle Seahawks. Roy Robertson Harris is with us. How was the first game?
First game was good, man. Being around the guys and everybody just embracing me felt really good. And it's been great since I've been here. I'm truly blessed to be here, man. I got a great locker room that I'm in, and coaches have been great, just helping me with the install and getting all the terminology stuff kind of hashed out. So it's been really good since I've been here.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. With rising interest rates and banks and credit unions continuing to tighten, the demand for our private portfolio loans has never been stronger. Therefore, for a limited time only, Legacy's Opportunity Fund is paying 7% interest on short-term cash with just a 90-day commitment and a 30-day notice to withdraw. It's the perfect place to park your short-term cash. And at 7%, I would challenge you to find a better short-term opportunity in the marketplace today. Don't let your short-term cash sit in a savings or money market account when you can get 7% with Legacy's Opportunity Fund and join the over 800 local investors with over $200 million invested.
Act now to receive Legacy's Opportunity Fund one-time offer of 7% on short-term cash. Visit Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. Legacy Family of Funds investments are available to accredited investors only. 7% APR is current rate for the Legacy Group Capital Opportunity Fund. Terms and conditions at legacyg.com.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handled employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left, you want Chevy, go to the right, you want Mazda, because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, ma'am, come with me, let me show you. And then have him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Attention football fans, the season's heating up, and that means it's time for jaw-dropping plays, spectacular touchdowns, and memories that'll last a lifetime. So if you're looking to grab the best seats for all the excitement, Vivid Seats is your go-to playmaker. With an incredible selection of tickets and a game-changing rewards program, Vivid Seats is your ticket to every thrilling moment. Don't miss out. Experience it live with Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. For instance, TCU walked into the locker room at halftime in the 2016 Alamo Bowl, down 31-0. The Horned Frogs stormed into the second half and erased a 31-point deficit to force overtime, and eventually won it in the third overtime, 47-41.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Presented by Simply Seattle.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, man, the weekend nobody wanted, other than the Coug fans. They're happy.
Yeah.
They're ranked.
Yeah.
John Mateer's fun.
Yeah.
Runs for touchdowns, throws for touchdowns, kind of does it all. They're in the top 25, almost in the top 20.
Yeah.
Coug fans are happy.
Uh-huh.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
I mean, even poor you and Lyle, even you guys are unhappy. Your Yankees have lost 2 straight. I mean, like, nobody's happy out there.
No. Kraken fans can't
not
be
happy.
No.
Husky fans?
Husky fans? No. Not so much. Nope. Couple more interceptions, sleepwalking. Nope, not so good.
Seahawks fans?
Yeah, that was tough yesterday. Saul.
Yeah, what was that? Because Moore and I had a little disagreement on what we saw. What did you see yesterday?
Oh, did you guys really?
No, I mean, it wasn't like a knockdown drag out. We just sort of saw the game a little differently.
Oh, you did? Okay. What did I see? Let's see. I turned to Molly in the third quarter. Near the end, I was like, this is really not good. Like there's nothing good about this. This doesn't help anybody. Certainly doesn't help Salky and I and Moore and Lyle. That's not a lot of fun. Certainly doesn't help the football fans and who want to see a team kind of ascending. What did I see? I saw flat out a very violent Buffalo Bills hit the Seahawks over and over and over right in the mouth, and very little response from that other than agitation, frustration, and even after getting after one another, which was super frustrating. So yeah, there's oftentimes, Salk, I look at these games and say, okay, if you play 10 times, these two teams played 10 times, you play those Bills 10 times, maybe one, just matchup wise. I mean, Josh Allen, did whatever he wanted to do. That O-line did whatever they wanted to do. They mixed run and pass whenever they wanted to. Especially without DK, they sat and squatted on you. They had no threat, no fear. They played with no fear. They played downhill. K9 gets 9 carries for 12 yards. I mean, it was that was a tough matchup yesterday. Not good.
I said earlier that it made me more sad than mad. That, when a couple of plays you screw up and it could have gone this way or that way, those are the games you tend to get mad about.
Yeah.
Couldn't get mad about this. I did not feel, and this is where Moore and I kind of disagreed, that the 2 plays down near the goal line were the difference in this game, that it didn't turn on that. Yeah, things were better before that, and it sure didn't help. but, they also dropped an interception. I mean, the game could have turned any number of ways. You just got physically manhandled over the course of 60 minutes. You didn't have the ball for very long in the game. They had the ball 16 more minutes than you did.
38-22.
I mean, you can't win games like that.
No. You're not going to win games when your running backs got 9 carries for 12 yards when they outrush you by 100-plus yards. Pete Carroll's old formula of rushing attempts plus completions, it was 58-38 yesterday. And it felt like it could have been even bigger than that. So, no, those plays were monumental. We know that in the NFL. We know in a league where you get 8, 9, 10 possessions in a game, right, that 2 of them, especially inside the 5-yard line with goal-to-go situations, and you come away with 3 points in your own building, those are monumental swings. They are. And could they have changed the outcome? Yeah, maybe, but it would not have done away with what happened at the line of scrimmage. I put out an emergency epic poll. So epic poll.
Oh no!
After that beatdown, I had to do it. I had to see what the people were thinking, and I gave them 4 different options for how and why that went down. Help me, emergency epic poll. What's the biggest reason the Seahawks, have lost 3 in a row, and are beaten so soundly today? Line of scrimmage woes. Overall roster talent, coaching/play calling, or RELAX. Relax, the ups and downs of a first-year head coach and all the newness. What do you think wins out? Overwhelmingly.
Line of scrimmage.
53%.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't know that I can fully divorce your first 2 from each other. Like, for me, line of scrimmage woes and overall roster talent are connected. Mm-hmm. The problems on the line of scrimmage have to do with the way the roster's constructed and where the talent is on the roster. So maybe not overall roster talent, but overall roster construction. And just looking at the
O-line, not D-line, roster construction D-line, you have spent significantly. Dre Jones and Leo and second-round picks.
Good point.
16th pick. Defensive line, you have spent as much as you possibly could.
Yeah, but what you've done hasn't necessarily worked, right? And I think I would say the same thing on the offense. You do have a first-round pick and a third-round pick and a fourth-round pick, and guy you spent a little bit of. You could make the argument on the offensive line too that they've tried
a little bit. Not when you're
not the same way.
No, not the same way. And I think
but it's been a failure.
Yeah, but Buffalo just absolutely pushed you around and did whatever they wanted to do. They ran it inside the red zone, right? They ran it inside the 5-yard line. They ran it whenever they really wanted to run it. And then they protected, and Josh Allen got to sit back there and play patty cake a couple different times and just, zing the ball here and zing the ball there. And then he, ran it himself and a little QB run, designed QB run at times, scrambling around. He was awesome. They were awesome. That Buffalo Bills team yesterday,
they looked really good.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and that was while making a tremendous amount of mistakes themselves. They took 11 penalties. They couldn't get out of their own way at times in the rain and the 13. Communication and all that stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
And they still dominated. the play that jumped out to me was right at the end when their running back Cook just ran over Ernest Jones. And he
the helmet popped off.
Flops back onto the ground in the end zone. The helmet goes flying back. Yep. And honestly, I thought to myself, maybe that's his head. It might as well be. Just the way this game has gone, the way they've just been physically run over, and he just got knocked square onto his back.
Yep. Yeah, the two runs down there were so emblematic, right? That one, which was emblematic of them just running over you. And then you've got Dotson right in the hole. In a one-on-one, and I don't know if he was thinking leverage was on either side of him. He gets flat-footed, and he just darts around, and Woolen, is getting blocked 3 yards deep into the end zone. And those 2 plays just right there on a Tell the Truth Monday. Okay, here was the first one. Here was their overwhelming surge at the point of attack. Here was them just blowing you off the ball and blowing your helmet off your head. Okay, and here's the other one. With their speed and quickness on the perimeter, and you're in a one-on-one, and you can't even thud him. You can't even touch him as he scurries around you into the end zone. So, and then contrast those again with your plays down there inside the 5 where you get no movement. where you're not getting, any surge at the line of scrimmage. And
tough to win games like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's really hard.
You could talk about the game in particular, but just overall, Brock, it is so hard to win a lot of football games if you're not the better physical unit.
Yep.
And that's not to say the Seahawks won't win games. Obviously, they're 4-4 right now. They're a 500 team, and they are finding ways to win games. But if you are not one of the 5, 6, 7, maybe 10 most physical teams in the league, I don't know how you can really consider yourself to be much of a contender.
Yeah, and I think that is really the biggest key. Obviously, reacting to a very difficult game yesterday, and then pushing forward for the next 9. And that is what Daniel Jeremiah said when I asked him, "What do you think, Mike McDonald and the identity of this team wants to be?" And do you remember his answer? It was to be in attack mode. It was to play on the other side of the line of scrimmage, to really dominate and be, to your point. I mean, you're not going to dominate the NFL. To be physical, to feel your physical presence, really getting after your opponent. And this has now been a multitude of games, the last couple in your own building, really your last 3, with the Giants, the Niners, and certainly that Bills team yesterday in the most demonstrative way, absolutely knocking you off the ball on both sides.
Can't have it.
That can't, for this identity of this team. Now, if you were, Mike Holmgren team back in the day with the West Coast, if you were Mike McDaniel down in Miami with high flying RPO and you do all this stuff, okay, little different brand. But the way this team wants to be built by this head coach, getting knocked off the ball the way they have
Brock,
at home.
You say that even those other teams, even Mike Holmgren, what was the best team Mike Holmgren ever had?
E. Green, right? 93 blast, brother.
Right, they just ran the ball right down your throat.
Yep.
I mean, you can say all you want about it being, finesse, West Coast, this, that, and the other. They still had a dominant, offensive line and running game and tried to run down your throat.
Yes, they did.
I mean, as much as even the greatest show on turf was about spreading it out in the passing game, it was still Orlando Pace and Marshall Faulk and an ability to run and get after the quarterback on defense. Like, I just don't think you can be a great football team unless you're super physical. And based on what we've seen this year, I think it'd be very difficult to put the Seahawks into that category. Come back with everything you need to know. Oh, poor Brock.
What?
Poor Lyle. You poor guys. Your Yankees just aren't winning. It's so sad. But it's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
I'm a big sudden change guy. There were so many times in 1992 especially, that's when you could never finish an entire Gatorade.
Yeah.
You'd because the offense was so bad, but going out there and taking a shot.
And you always talk about, I think anybody that watches the game, especially when your team is at home and you force a turnover, that electricity that builds in the building and that feeling of momentum. I mean, that's such a massive play.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, hey, Brock Ewart here, and it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Jeez, just 4 more days. Where did October go? And the need for research and treatment, well, it just continues to go on. And that is why we have teamed up with the Harnish Auto family and the Carol Milgar Breast Cancer Center to go make a difference. Here's a couple ways you can do it. Number 1, just go test drive. This week, got 4 days. Go test drive any new or used vehicle at any of the 6 dealerships. And guess what? Harnish will donate $25 on your behalf with absolutely no purchase necessary. Another way is to go get an oil change or any other service done. And once again, Harnish will donate on your behalf. Plus, you'll love the friendly team and how easy they make buying a vehicle. So don't wait. October and time and, well, light, it's running out. So go visit Ward up at Chevy of Everett, Eric Butler at Kia of Everett, Sace at Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Volkswagen of Puyallup, or go say hi to Ryan at Subaru of Puyallup as well. Mention I sent you. Let's make a big impact. 4 days left here in the month and help out the Carol Milgar Breast Cancer Center by the end of October. Visit Harnish Auto Family. It's a Harnish Auto Family where people matter.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
There's been some good, there's been some bad, but you look at it, 8 games in, Brock, 4-4, probably seems about right for where these Seahawks have been and where they are right now. A 500 team, very inconsistent with those ups and downs, and probably not that unexpected in year one of a new program. But Coming off a much-needed, confidence-inspiring win in Atlanta, they laid a giant egg yesterday. It was a wet game in front of the home crowd, and they didn't do a whole lot right. Dominated in every way, anemic offense, crucial mistakes in big situations. The defense did nothing, just got run over throughout the day. They just looked like the weaker team on the field. Mike McDonald asked if this was kind of where his program's at.
We talk about stacking wins around here, and when you're going on and off, back and forth, it's frustrating. You want to be able to build on the good things that we're doing, so we can get our program to where we want it to go. And then when you take steps back like today, it's very sobering. It's frustrating, and but this is the NFL, and if you don't bring it and have your best against good teams, you're not going to win those games. So our guys know that, and. Us as coaches, we got to prepare our guys the best we can. We got to call great games. This whole thing has to keep coming together. So, but time is ticking, as we say. We're about halfway through the season now, and but you take a step back. We're right in the thick of it in the division, and this game coming up is going to be a big one.
Yeah, monumental, right? And not seeing the Rams yet, not seeing the Cardinals yet. Both of those teams sitting right there, basically with you. Arizona 4-4, San Francisco 4-4. They did beat you. They did get after you in your building. So I just can't get over this, man. The Bills ran it 34 times for 164. You ran it 19 for 32.
Mm-hmm.
So I know there were a couple fluky plays. I know the red zone matters. I know those, but come on now. 164 to 32? 164 to 32? In the NFL?
Yeah.
That's pretty hard to do.
Well, so was losing the time of possession battle by 16 minutes. So was committing 11 penalties for 82 yards. And they turned it over twice. How about this, Brock? They converted 1/3 down the whole game.
Yeah.
You're not going to win too many games when that's the case. Geno Smith expressed some of that frustration afterward.
Yeah, extremely frustrating. I thought we prepared really well this week. I thought the guys were dialed in. I thought we had great energy, and obviously it didn't show up on game day today. Like you said, man, we had too many self-inflicted wounds. That's kind of been our story this season. We got down there in the red zone, twice, had a shot at points, and came away with nothing. So, we got 3 points, but, we want to score touchdowns. So those are things that, again, we got to be better at. And, like I said, I'm going to look at myself first and see what I got to do better and take it from there.
I appreciate that Geno keeps saying that. Yeah. It's the right thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, this feels like a much bigger issue than the quarterback. This feels like a team that's getting physically dominated up front. Elsewhere, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, the voice of poise, that was so much of the conversation. And that just also yesterday. I thought for the first time in this entire season, there was not a lot of poise.
Yeah, it got away from it a little bit.
Yeah.
Cardinals win, Niners win, as you said, so the division completely up for grabs. Everyone's kind of clustered together. Tremendous ending in Washington. Jaden Daniels connects on a Hail Mary to win it. That was crazy. Detroit drops 50 on Tennessee. Malik Willis played well in Green Bay. Ravens lose to the Browns with Jameis Winston. What a bizarre week.
Oh, and your boy in Indy also.
Ooh, yeah, I don't want to talk about that. We already mentioned that earlier.
Tapped out.
You can't do that. I'm done. I'm out. I'm out on Anthony Richardson. Don't tap out. Don't ever tap out.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, I know you were hoping for a little drama in the World Series. Unfortunately for you and Lyle Brock, it went against you on Friday night. It started when Aaron Boone gave the Dodgers life by removing Garrett Cole early, and then Freddie Freeman came up down 2 outs. Bottom of the 10th and did this.
Swing and a drive. Right field. On its way. Gone. Ball game. A walk-off grand slam. Freddie Freeman. And the Dodgers take game 1. Holy cow.
Yeah, and then again, just the comps to what Kirk Gibson did is just insane.
Oh my God.
I know you remember the Kirk Gibson home run, right?
Oh, I totally do. And starting up the old lawnmower as he's carrying his leg, that I was barely hanging on there, and it was pretty cool.
Why didn't Freeman do that?
That'd have been pretty cool.
That was the only thing missing from that moment. They're both injured. Same stadium. It's the same time of night exactly to the minute.
Yep.
All he needed to do was the weird little pull the lawnmower thing.
The ball
and it
didn't land
perfect.
too far away from where Gibson's did either. Over there in right field. Yeah, it was So we were in the Coliseum, right? The USC football game is going on, and all of a sudden, just a roar in the crowd. Nothing was shown on the big screens, but obviously, so many Dodger fans on their phones. It was there was drama. There was certainly drama, but now we need these Yankees to get this to a 7-game series. So
we
they
really need that.
They got to get it done tonight.
So sad to see their pen give it up. Really, really sad. Saturday, decisive win, more so for the Dodgers. Home runs from Freeman again, Tommy Edman. Teoscar Hernandez had a home run, and then they survived a late rally in the ninth. Shohei Ohtani, though, Brock, removed from the game with a shoulder injury. Sounds like he's going to be able to play tonight, but that's not great news, obviously, for baseball.
He'll be fine.
They went into this, they were supposed to have their two biggest stars, Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani, and now neither of them are playing.
Yankee fans are livid. This happened 2 years ago, too, when he won the MVP, got to the playoffs, didn't play well, and Yankees fans are starting to say you should boo him on opening day, boo him to start Game 3. And, oh, my God.
I have a theory on it. We can get into it a little bit later.
Why are you saying Yankees fans and not us?
Yeah, that should be a we. That should be a we from you, Lyle. Walker Buehler, Clark Schmidt will go tonight at Yankee Stadium.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seahawks got beat down yesterday. We got a little preview of what that might look like the day before as the Huskies went to Indiana and kind of suffered a similar fate. They were at least able to keep it within striking distance, but you give up 188 yards on the ground. That's not going to win you too many games, especially with 2 turnovers, a pick 6 going the other way. They're also 4-4, but they do have wins over Weber State and Eastern Michigan to kind of pad that total.
They do. They got it to 17-14 there in the third.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, they kind of responded, took the ball away, scored a touchdown, and just when you can't win physically, and that's what both these teams are right now, 4-4. Both of them have offensive lines that are very, very troubled, that are problematic, that aren't good enough, and it's really difficult against quality teams, quality organizations, a quality top 15 Indiana team. If you cannot run the ball and you can't win at the line of scrimmage.
You know what you need to have, if that's the case, is a John Mateer, a guy who can run it, who can throw it, who can do it all, who's got the Cougs ranked number 22 in the country. They got a bye week this week before Utah State. How about the Cougs, Brock?
Yeah, they're going to keep on winning. They're going to come off the bye. They're going to beat Utah State. They're going to be in the top 20, and Jake Dickert should be in conversations for Coach of the Year.
All right, pretty good. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. We will come back to the Aaron Judge conversation at some point. I do have some thoughts on it. I don't think it's entirely his fault. I think that he is being compared to a false idol. So we'll get to that, maybe even for a few minutes next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The NFC West is a weird place right now.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
I love that the NFC West is so even right now. Obviously appreciate that the Seahawks are in first place, but it is not even because these teams are bad. It's even because all these teams are dealing with some major injuries.
Yeah, everybody's banged up in this division, except maybe Arizona. I can't remember if they have any major injuries. I'm sure there are guys on the injury report.
No, they're just bad.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Oh, man, it was so rainy this weekend. The days are cold and dark, and they're about to get even shorter, and then we're going to have daylight saving time change here next weekend. I know it's harder to go out and run or to get to the gym. All those things seem tough, and lying on the couch with a little comfort food just feels right. But you know it comes with consequences. Enjoy your fall and lose weight at the same time using a sustainable program with real healthy food, lifestyle strategies, and accountability. It's all at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They got the secret for fast-lasting weight loss, and they want to show it to you. All it takes is a free 15-minute phone consultation. I did it. I lost 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. It worked because the program is pretty easy. You look forward to the meals. They're delicious recipes, and it's all real food that you buy at the grocery store. And oh, by the way, the number on the scale just keeps going down. It's all with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Healthy, sustainable weight loss that works. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, no injections. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
Pull on my jeans and I feel all right.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Attention football fans, the season's heating up, and that means it's time for jaw-dropping plays, spectacular touchdowns, and memories that'll last a lifetime. So if you're looking to grab the best seats for all the excitement, Vivid Seats is your go-to playmaker. With an incredible selection of tickets and a game-changing rewards program, Vivid Seats is your ticket to every thrilling moment. Don't miss out. Experience it live with Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
As Atlantic's premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Get a dependable, energy-efficient new heat pump and save up to $4,000 when you mention the Curly Cash discount. Call the comfort people, homecomfortalliance.com.
In the wake of recent hurricanes, many families are struggling to rebuild their lives. But together, we can bring hope and help where it's needed most. Join Bonneville Seattle in our Hope After the Hurricanes initiative. We're partnering with the American Red Cross to deliver vital relief to those affected. Your donation, no matter how small, helps provide food, shelter, and medical assistance to those in urgent need. Donate now and help bring hope back to hurricane victims. Visit mynorthwest.com for more information.
Right now at Les Schwab, it's the deal you've been waiting for. The Score More sales event. Save up to $160 instantly on a wide selection of 4 tires and 4 wheels. Plus, every tire is covered by America's best tire warranty. 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just one more way you'll get more from less. Stop by the store or find your tires at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Fall is near and it's time to break the huddle by taking advantage of Toyota of Kirkland's lifetime powertrain warranty. With a roster of over 70 Tundras and Tacomas, come scout the phenomenal team at Toyota of Kirkland. They'll pass you the keys so you can test drive your vehicle and take it to the house that same day. Big-time players make big-time plays at Toyota of Kirkland. Visit them today at their incredible showroom or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I got 2 questions for you, Brock, related to this Seahawks team, which I will get to here in just a moment. But since you, Lyle, brought up the potential booing of Aaron Judge tonight, which I don't necessarily think is going to take place at Yankee Stadium, but all right, fine. You brought it up, and he's been awful in the postseason, specifically bad here in the first couple games of the World Series, and Yankees fans are furious, and, you know, how could our best player be like this? Derek Jeter was never like this. And I do think he's being compared falsely to Jeter. Derek Jeter has one gigantic advantage over Aaron Judge. He wasn't the best player on his team. He was never the best player on his team. He certainly was never the best hitter on his team. If you want to make an argument of, sort of what he was as a player overall, it turned him into the best, fine. But he was never the best hitter on his team. There were always significantly bigger threats in that Yankee lineup. And so he could kind of exist without other teams specifically saying we can't let Derek Jeter beat us in this series. That's not true for Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
And every conversation I've had with managers and people in the game, they go into a series like this saying that guy can't beat us. And so they don't throw him anything to hit. Maybe he can be patient. The best thing he could do is maybe take a bunch of walks, and that helps. But I think if you go back, and I don't have necessarily the evidence to support this today, I think you'll find that a lot of the biggest moments and biggest plays and players in playoff, and especially in the World Series, are the second or third best player on their team.
Interesting. I was listening to A-Rod and Big Papi and Jeter with our guy Burkhart. By the way, shout out to Burkhart. Nice job yesterday.
He was awesome. Yep.
And of course, he's got the sweater with the little zip. He looked really. And I knew he would. It was going to be cold and chilly and everything else. And all of his travels from L.A. to Seattle out to New York today. He's a busy cat. Listen to those guys, and I think it was A-Rod, and he said, "Here's the deal for Judge and all these guys, Ohtani. It's not about stats. It's about moments." And Big Papi was just that, right? That was he kind of smiled, and obviously Jeter was as well. It's Aaron Judge can go 2 for 12, 2 for 13, but those two can't be singles.
Well,
right?
it's all, by the way, adorable that A-Rod says that of all people, a guy who missed out on moments because he had lots of stats.
Yes.
And I don't think it's an accident.
Correct.
If you're in that lineup, who are you going to pitch to? Alex Rodriguez or Jeter? Well, pitch to Jeter. If you're in the lineup, you're going to pitch to Manny Ramirez in his prime or David Ortiz. Sorry, but it's David Ortiz. Manny was a better hitter. And so those guys had opportunities to make those gigantic plays in the biggest moments.
Yes. I think the frustration, and I'm no Yankee fan, all I'm rooting for is a 7-game series. I think the frustration for the Bronx Bombers is that, they're not pitching to Juan Soto, and they're pitching to Aaron Judge. Soto has been awesome, and obviously Stanton's been phenomenal. So it's like, hey, we got to pitch around Soto, put him on, because right now Judge is lost.
He does seem lost, man. There's no doubt.
Lost at the plate.
There's no doubt. Poor guy does seem completely lost, and I feel bad for him. It's so sad. I mean, it really is. Seems like such a good guy.
He's hitting 159 with 55 punch-outs in his last 35 playoff games. I know we're talking about moments, not stats, but there's some stats for you that are not.
I'd love to know the walk number there. Is he taking any walks at all, or is he just swinging at everything because he's so in his head trying to get over it? I guess it doesn't really matter. The Yankees are losing, and that's been super fun. They're down 2-0, and they will continue tonight. It's fine, though. They got Clark Schmidt. I know if I were down 2-0 in the World Series, I'd feel really good about having Clark Schmidt on the mound.
Well, I know the one guy the Mariners did hit for the Dodgers is also going today. That would be one Walker Buehler. Who's had a little better postseason. I know
coming back from injury.
He's coming around a little bit.
Superstar prospect.
Yeah.
The other guy's Clark Schmidt.
This is what happens for the Yankees when you don't win the Garrett Cole start. The rest of that rotation just isn't as good.
No, it's really not. All right. Here's the thing on the Seahawks, Brock. Are we going to do this up and down reaction each week, each game?
Yes.
They win a game, they're going to go to the playoffs. They lose a game, they're not going to win ever again. Yes. Are we going to continue to overreact either way to these Seahawks? Because, everything feels really strong and important and impactful at the beginning of the Mike McDonald regime? Or are we going to say, yeah, it's probably a 500 team. They're inconsistent.
I think it's going to be much more the former. Because for 14 years, right, you kind of had a picture, you had a DNA, you kind of knew what it would look like. And there were games like this, right? In 17, the Rams came in, it was 42-7 and just totally obliterated you. There were games last year, a game in Baltimore, if we remember, it was it was even worse than this, varsity JV. That was just a totally non-competitive environment where they just decimated you. But you largely knew what Pete's team was, the way he wanted to play, the way he went about it. I think Coach McDonald, we're absolutely going to do this because every one of these feels gigantic. Every one of them's like, this isn't a pop quiz anymore. Like every one of them's a final that has some lasting opinions and like, what are you and who are you? What do you want to be and how do you want to play?
Well, I guess that's sort of, I end up kind of getting there the same in a different way because I feel like now 8 games into the season, they're probably a 500-ish team. They're going to win some games. They're going to lose some games. We're going to see kind of what they had in mind, but also these gigantic flaws that are going to tear them down. And I think we've really seen a lot of both of those things over the course of the season. Now, you can make the argument it's just moving in the wrong direction, that they're 1-4 in their last 5 games, and that's more of the prevailing pattern of where this is going. But I do think that they are somewhere in that mediocre, inconsistent, middle-of-the-pack range. And so when that happens, what do? Right? Because that's not an acceptable place to be. Either you try to drop down, rebuild, right? Drop down to go up, or you determine what's preventing you from being at the top and you try to fix those things while building around your strengths. If I know one thing about John Schneider, it's that he doesn't want to rebuild. He doesn't want to start over. He's not going to want to get worse to get better. So let's start with that as a base. You have to answer 2 questions. What are their strengths? And what needs to be fixed?
Yes, I would challenge that a little bit, Salk, because that is very much the baseball mentality.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's the way in the setup with baseball and the payrolls and all the things that we have discussed for so long, and the developmental game where you're going to have prospects. Even your number 1 prospect is going to be years and years and years away. Like. That's it's different in the NFL.
I get it, which is why I'm throwing that part out. I'm saying, okay, fine, that's not going to happen. They're not gonna tank. They're not gonna go to the bottom to try to get better. They're not gonna rebuild. That's not gonna happen. So once you've thrown that out, answer the other 2 questions because that's really the secret. Then moving forward, what are you best at, and what needs to be fixed?
Yeah.
What are you best at right now?
What are they best at right now? Well, they're number 1 in the league in passing yards.
Okay.
Is a passing offense. Like they can push the ball. Geno can push the ball down the field. Ryan Grubb, I think, can create some pretty cool concepts. That their second drive where they went down the field was some of the most imaginative. You heard Tom Brady say it, like, man, that play design. Oh, I like that play design. Oh, that's a really cool play design with a screen and a tight end getting involved in play action. And so I think from a creativity standpoint and in the passing game standpoint, they can push the ball down the field, especially when DK is a part of it, which he was not yesterday. I would say, yeah, that's probably their greatest strength right now is their drop back passing game. And the stats, to a degree, back that up from both completion percentage, total passing yards, and just my eyes. That's what they do best. What do they do worst?
Well, no. I mean, what else do they do well? You can't have more than one strength. I mean, what other strengths can they look to build on? Throwing the ball down the field.
Yeah, I think they can, and it didn't show up yesterday, and I'll get more into this in takeaways because I think it was a mindset with their rush that they were not going to just, play with their hair on fire and play with reckless abandon because that cowboy on the other side can scramble and just absolutely kill you. So you didn't feel it yesterday, but you did in Atlanta. You did in the first 3 wins, and that is you feel 6-7 guys' ability to get after the passer. From Leonard to Reed to Hall to Mafe, right? You feel those guys impacting the pocket in positive ways. I would say that is one of your strengths as well.
Okay, so you can throw the ball and you can rush the passer.
Yes.
Those are the 2 big strengths of this team. What needs to be fixed?
Well, you're 29th in rush offense and you're 29th in rush defense. Man. 29th in rush offense, 29th in rush defense. And the key to that, in the context of that, is your peers down there in that pitfall and in that valley, your peers are also struggling. Dallas, right, under 500. Vegas, one of the worst teams in the league. The Jets, 2-6. I mean, just an absolute mess, right, in New York. So that's 32, 31, 30. You're 29 at 89 yards a game. Same thing with rush defense. You're giving up 148. So right there is, 50, 60 yards on the ground in that tug of war. at the line of scrimmage and look at the best teams at running the ball and the best teams at stopping the run, and they're right on top of all the standings across all the divisions in the league. So that to me is fairly black and white, Salk. I mean, those numbers are pretty darn real.
What do you do to change that? Because I don't think you or I, or quite frankly, Mike McDonald, want a team where the strengths are rushing the passer and throwing the ball, and the weaknesses are running and stopping the run.
Mm-hmm.
How do you fix that?
Yeah,
How do you,
give me cut number 9. Let me hear, Mike McDonald, and he'll join us here in a couple hours, and we'll certainly dig into this and probably get an answer very similar, and that is there is no answer as far as this rush offense.
I would say it's a major concern. So we got to get it. We got to make it right. If I knew like the one answer, I'd give that to you right now. But it seems like it's a litany of things. So we got to go to work on it. Right now we can't control the tempo of games. So we got to go to work too.
Yeah, K9 5 for 19 against the Giants, and this had kind of some Giants vibes yesterday, although the Bills a much more complete and buttoned up and total team effort, but 5 for 19 yards and 9 for 12 yards yesterday. I mean, those are just killers. And, part of that is also staying on the field on third down. So, Pete would say that all the time. We're just not getting our touches. We're not getting to our plays. We're not getting to the Rolodex of things that we want to do. I would say this is a little different, though, because I don't know. And we've asked Big Ray this a couple different times when Ray joined us. I don't know what kind of run team you want to be, right? And are you an inside zone? You're certainly not an outside zone team. Are you a gap team? Are you a kind of a gimmicky option counter RPO team? Like, what kind of run team and run game are you? And I think that's the biggest challenge, Mike, because they don't really know what O-line they are, right? With Bradford and just the moving pieces there, and Haynes and moving pieces right guard, moving pieces of right tackle. Like, your left side's pretty solidified. You know who you are. You don't know what you are on the right side, and when you don't know even who you are, how are you supposed to know what you are, right? That old thing about, goals and setting goals and the path you want to get to. If you don't even know where I'm going, what goal and end goal am I going to be? Like, I don't have the directions nor the end goal. And in this case, I don't have necessarily my personnel, so I don't even know what we want to do and what we want to be, and that's really complicating things. That litany of issues, I would land on that. Right, because the good teams that I'm around in college football, especially, we're an outside zone team. This is what we do. This is who we are. Right? We are an inside zone team. Okay, we're an RPO team. Okay, we're a counter gap team. USC, we're a counter team.
At least to start, right? At least to gain some traction in that part of the game.
Yes.
Because what we're watching right now with a pretty good running back tandem is, it's destroying them from the inside out, and that's before you get to their run defense, which I think is actually worse than their rush offense. To be honest. I mean, the rush offense, you could at least attribute some of it to commitment. The rush defense is just bad.
Yeah.
They just get gashed every game. They just turn 5-yard runs into 15-yard runs with regularity. The tackling is subpar.
Yep.
And so put all those things together, and,
But at least defensively, Mike McDonald knows exactly what it's supposed to look like.
I know, right? I know that, but it doesn't look like it.
Schematically, this is exactly what we want to be, and this is how we're going to play. Now, we're not playing it.
But, Brock, that might be even more concerning. At least there they know what they want to do, and it's still worse.
Correct.
Can you fix the problems without taking from the strengths? I think that's a question that we'll be answering here over the course of the next few weeks.
Let me clean up my little line. If you don't know where you're going, how are you going to know when you get there? Right? That's the whole goal setting thing. If I don't know where I'm going, how am I going to know when I even arrive there?
Somebody text you that?
No, it actually hit me. It actually circled around my
I was worried somebody had to text you.
No. Nobody texted me on that one. I used to have that on my wall, right? That's some of the goal setting. Macy does the same thing. She's got all these fun quotes on her wall, different, posters and different things. But yeah, if you don't know where you're going, how are you going to know when you get there? That's kind of this run game right now. I don't even know where we're going. I don't know when we're going to get there because I don't know what we can hang our hat on right now. But to your point, defensively, you know what it's supposed to look like, and you have a lot more personnel there to do it. You're just not getting it done.
Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewert breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Saul.
All right, 3 good football questions with Brock. Let's start here. Lots of disappointing efforts yesterday. What was most disheartening?
Yeah, I found myself really frustrated with Tariq Woolen yesterday. And this was probably some flashbacks to a season ago. I'm sure he had one really nice play on a fade route to Keon Coleman on a first down. They come back and attack him on the third down for the touchdown that he ultimately gives up. And you're going to win some and you're going to lose some. And, Coleman's a talented guy, and Josh Allen throws a great back shoulder fade. I was much more disappointed in his physicality. I told you on Friday, the Rutgers D coordinator, violence is what we're all about. It's a non-negotiable. You're going to have to play violent physical football if you're going to play at Rutgers. That's their brand, and that's the kind of kids they try to recruit, and why they take so many kids from the state of New Jersey where there is some good football and there's a lot of tough kids. Violence is a non-negotiable. And I thought multiple times there yesterday, down in the red zone at times, in the run game, right? I think even two-hand pushed the running back into the end zone, a receiver on one of those touchdowns. Man, you got to put your face in the fan a little bit. And I know he's coming off injury, and he's probably a little rusty, and he probably wasn't even 100% as he's been limited in practice. But in this system, everyone has to tackle. And I know that. In this system, it's all 11 that fit, like pieces of a puzzle together, and Mike's going to say that to us in 2 hours, and it's absolutely right. In this system, and stopping the run takes all 11 doing it. And when you've got a few that are not doing it and giving you that just kind of relentless effort and violence, I have a hard time with that.
All right, question number 2. If that was the personnel side, how about the statistics? What was the most alarming stat yesterday?
You know how many rushing first downs they gave up yesterday? Rushing first downs.
I guess 7.
Okay, go north.
8.
Keep going.
11.
Keep going.
No.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
14.
They gave up 14 rushing first downs.
That can't be a real stat.
So if they gave up 14 rushing first downs. So I reached out to the hitman. I said, help me understand, because I think this is rare, right? This doesn't happen in the NFL very much. Well, last year, Seattle gave up 14 rushing first downs to Pittsburgh in that game at the end of the year that I think, honestly, was the final call with where things were and the regime and all of that. And they gave up 16 at Baltimore. That was a season high. So of the last 13 in the NFL, that's only happened 13 times, all of last year and this year, 14 or more, you've had 3 of those. So it's less than 3% of NFL games, less than 3% over last year and this year. Do you give up 14 rushing first downs? And you've done it 3 times.
Wow.
That's hard to do.
Yeah. 14.
14 rushing first downs.
You know how many you got?
No.
2. 14 to 2.
Yes.
Probably not.
I think one of those was a Geno scramble.
Yep. Yeah, it's probably not what you're opening here. All right, question number 3. As I said, I think I'm more disturbed by the run defense than I am by the rush offense. But
honestly, those two games last year, I think led you and I and many to go, this just doesn't feel right. Right? You give up 16 rushing first downs to Baltimore. They could have had 30 in that game against you last year.
Part of my problem, Brock, is at some point I look at it and I say it's 2 different coaches, 2 different schemes. Not the scheme. It's the players. You don't have the right players to do the job. I don't. That's kind of what it looks like to me and has for quite some time now. Question number 3, what has Jake Dickert done right that Fish and McDonald have not? Because his season right now is going a whole lot better.
Yeah, he's just done everything right over there. Now, it's a little different, right? Unlike Fish and McDonald that are in year number 1, Jake Dickert is not. He's been there. He's been entrenched. He is like a Coug through and through. I mean, what a hire by Pat Chun at the time, right? To elevate him and know, like, yeah, man, this guy's going to be young and raw and everything else, but this dude is all in and totally understands, as a Coug, the way they're going to have to do it. So more established culture, but he has just created confidence and belief. Total confidence and total belief in who they are, what they are, how they're going to play, Mike. Back to our conversation here of what do you hang your hat on. And what even scheme are you? They know exactly who they are, exactly how they're going to play it, and he has got those guys. Thankfully, in the state, we got one football team that is just absolutely exceeding expectations, sticking together in tough times and playing some of their best football.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. We do it every morning, 7:45. 3 good football questions for Brock. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here today, man. I'm back to the old headsets, so I'm doing the best I can. I don't know. Somebody took the nice headset. They did a nice job fixing the problems from last week, but now I'm missing the good headset.
So
I'm a little out of sorts.
Dave, somebody took the other headset?
I don't know whether it was stolen or if it was just brought back to the station or maybe there was something wrong with it.
I got you. Well, I think you sound pretty good. Yeah.
Good.
You just hate being down there by yourself.
I really do.
I know.
I'm very lonely.
Did I or did I not text Justin Barnes yesterday?
Please come down and visit with me.
In the late third quarter of the game, I said, Barnesy, can you just be a great teammate? The earliest you can get there tomorrow would really help. Because
just to hang out.
Yeah. Salk did not like to be there by himself, and I don't blame you.
I don't like it. I don't like being here by myself at all. I really hate it. I had I'll tell you a quick story, then we'll dig into the elephant in the room here in a minute. I had a major league moment this weekend.
A major league?
Yeah. How many times have you seen Major League?
Yeah.
Enough, right?
Yeah, enough. 2 or 3.
Remember when Jake follows Rene Russo home and it turns out to be your boyfriend's house and he ends up going into their cocktail party with their friends? Do you remember that? And he's talking to the woman, and the old woman's like, "Oh, what do you do?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm actually play professional baseball for the Indians." And she's like, "Oh, I didn't even know we still had a team." And, she's smiling at him and giving him that look. I had one of those moments. I went into this guy's house the other night to pick up one of my kids, Cecily, and talking to some of his friends that are there. And this woman's like, "Oh, and what do you do?" And I was like, "Yeah, I host a radio show." She goes, "Oh, like a podcast?" I was like, "Well, no, it's an actual radio show. It's on the radio." And I could see her giving me that same look, oh, that's still a thing? Well, we still have radio stations in this town.
Yep. Just a little humble pie, right?
It sure was.
Just a little slice of humble pie.
Served up nicely. Just no, it's a job. I get paid for it. There's a company that don't worry about it. It's like a podcast. Okay, let's address the elephant in the room. Everybody's texting me, tweeting me. Are you ready, Brock, to address the elephant? We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Don't fall, just call
Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights.
Upgrade your furnace or heat pump with Home Comfort Alliance, and for a limited time, save up to $4,000 in combined rebates, or enjoy 12 months same as cash, no interest financing on a new Lennox system. Call the comfort people. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
After years of wear and tear, Joe had osteoarthritis in his wrists and shoulders.
I've pretty much worked out my whole life. I actually decided I'm going to train for a half Ironman triathlon.
The pain was interfering with every part of his life.
Basically, can't sleep, causing those kind of problems. Very limited movement.
Joe had surgery, but it wasn't the fix he was looking for.
The doctor told me, he's like, hey, this is just going to be a partial fix. You're going to eventually need joint replacement.
That's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And they're just getting better. I can basically do full motion. I don't have really any pain.
What kinds of things are you able to do now that you weren't before?
I like to golf, and it definitely has made my golf game not as painful. And sleeping. I'm sleeping better because I don't have that aching at night going on and have to roll over.
So, are you recommending this to others?
Oh, everybody I talk to. Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
Styled by Simply Seattle.
And Brooke Ewart. And Brooke Ewart.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, let's keep this going. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Mike McDonald will join us in an hour and a half. Let me start here by saying that I did not necessarily want today to be about this. This was not the conversation I would have brought up today had not so many people tagged me, texted me, etc., to kind of bring me into this debate. And so I will do it. But I just want you to know, before you say Salk won't shut up about this, that this was not my idea. I did not want to do this today, okay? This was not a referendum on DK Metcalf for me, nor did I plan to talk about DK today. But given the
you're
number
a man of the people. I mean, you're the man of the people.
Well, the people are texting me and they're tweeting at me. And
yeah, what are they saying?
Tough day for the trade DK crowd. Mike, clearly having no DK impacted that game. Do you still want to trade him? It goes on and on and on. It's the most common thing that I have seen sent to me in the last, let's say, 18 hours. Okay. So you want to know if I think that was a tough day for the trade DK crowd? No. I think it was a reinforcement of the idea. Unless you think that DK Metcalf is a 21-point-a-game difference player who plays offense and defense, can fix the running game and the rush defense, this was in no way an advertisement for how important DK Metcalf is to the team. Is he important? Yes. Absolutely. Has that ever been up for debate? No. Having a number one wide receiver is valuable. DK Metcalf is an excellent player. That's always been part of this conversation. And anybody who looks at a game like that and says, see, DK Metcalf is the whole secret to the Seahawks, I'm sorry, I just don't see it that way. He's a good player. He would have helped yesterday, almost undoubtedly. Of course he would have. And they don't have anybody else like him. I got a takeaway on that, which is coming up here in a half hour. And that's their fault, that they don't have another player that's at least in the same style of receiver, even if they're not as big and strong and fast and physical. But DK's not a 21-point-a-game player. If he was Jerry Rice in his prime, he wouldn't have fixed that game yesterday. No, I don't see it as being a DK Metcalf problem yesterday. Did it hurt? Absolutely. But that, to me, is the reason that I've been talking about a trade like this. And do I do it here before the season ends? No, not with all the wide receivers flooding the market. This is a conversation for the offseason, which is why I was willing to let this go until everybody had to gang up on me here.
Yes. See, Salk. See how much they missed him yesterday? If they only could have had him running the ball, for crying out loud.
If only they had had him to play right tackle. If only he could have played linebacker and made all those hits. If only he could have not been run over like Tariq Woolen or anybody else in the secondary.
I will say this, and this goes back to coming off the LOB, coming off of that run, and I'm going to call it a defensive dynastic run. 12, 13, 14, 15, like that defense for those years, they had such an edge, right? Every time you played them, you're just like, oh, man, these guys just bring it. And you saw kind of the impact that had. So they leave the stage, and for years, right, they're kind of searching. So we got to find, we need juice. That was always Pete's term, right? We got to have some guys with some juice, some edge, right? We got to have some voice. We got to just some charisma, something, right? And ultimately, I think that's why they went all in on Jamal Adams.
Right.
Like they trade 2 first-rounders, like the Tedrick Thompsons and so many of these guys in the back. Like there's nobody with a voice. There's nobody with juice. I was telling you that story on Friday at the O-line coach, right? Yelling at USC at practice at his guys. Will somebody have a stinger? Will somebody bring something, some voice, some power, some edge, some life? And, you know, like you did miss that yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
DK brings that kind of edge.
He absolutely does. I totally agree with you. And he probably would have been helpful yesterday. But they got their doors blown off.
Yes.
The reason I've ever talked about trading someone like DK Metcalf is because they have so many problems elsewhere on the roster. And they need as many resources as possible to try to make the team better as a whole. So I'm sorry, I didn't watch that game. I watched it and said they missed DK. They did.
Yep.
I watched it and said they don't have anybody else like him. Absolutely. But I in no way watched that game yesterday and said, this is why you can't trade him. Because I think that it shows just how far away they really are.
Yeah, and by the way, your opponent on the other side, like a lot of these teams in the league, are kind of showing, and we'll see what happens to the market. Right? You see what's going on in New York with their plethora of wonderful wide receivers, and they even bring Devontae into it. You see what's going on in Dallas, right? And the challenge they're having, their inability to run the ball at all. I mean, they're dead last in the league, and you saw that again on display last night. And what did Buffalo do? Stephon Diggs, got to have him, right? Juice guy, energizer. Right, number one receiver. Got to have Stephon Diggs. No, you don't. No, it became such a noisy headache that we got to move on, and we'll take a kid and Keon Coleman there in the second round that is big and physical and doesn't run real fast, but will maximize and use his talents. Then we'll take this other really quick little water bug in the slot that even Devin Witherspoon can't tackle because he's that quick. And
that move was nasty.
Yes, it was.
Oh my gosh,
that guy's so quick.
That was real quick.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and I think the reality, too, and what you've come to and why this is a non-starter is you're not going to get the value back. Not
right now.
Nope.
That's for sure.
Nope. And probably not this offseason either. If this trend continues over the course of the season in the league with these
you missed your
teams
chance. You should have done it when I suggested it last offseason.
Well, yeah, maybe, or maybe you could even get the value necessarily then.
Maybe not, but I just I'm happy to kind of drop this. I honestly wasn't going to talk much about this today, but the number of people who associated me with this take and wanted to, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
I did. I spoke about it a lot. I put myself out there, and a lot of people get upset when that happens. But no, this game did not convince me that DK was untradeable. It convinced me he was important, but I was never unconvinced about that. Of course he's important. 253. Salk, you're clearly terrible at your job. Whoa. The first half of the defense held its own. Second half was bad because they were on the field too much. Clearly it's the offense yesterday, and what was missing was DK Metcalf. Good God, stop hating on DK.
Okay.
I'm not hating on him. I think he's a wonderful player. I think that their problems are so much bigger that having it is almost a luxury they can't afford.
Yeah, and I would challenge that texter too, because I think Buffalo went up and down the field. He did have the interception. And he did get the first off, Josh, and you knew a turnover and an interception was coming. The more they talked about it on the broadcast, and we did all week, that 0 interceptions, that number is going to change. But the defense was problematic from the jump as well. The only thing that saved them at times was Buffalo's penalties. You had 11, they had 13, and yet they still overcame them, and they scored every time in the red zone, and they ran at will at you, and they were, coming into the game both offensively and defensively in the 20s when it came to third downs. And yesterday, well, they absolutely clobbered you there. 1 of 7, your offense was, and they were 8 of 15. And 1 for 1 on fourth down. So, yeah, I would challenge that the defense did their job.
The defense didn't do their job at all.
Do you second guess the decision to start Ernest Jones immediately within 3 days?
Well, I didn't see anything particularly great. So
he had 15 tackles.
I mean, I don't think he was the difference, but it can affect communication to have someone that's been there for 3 days.
Yeah, maybe.
No,
that's totally possible. Yeah.
Let me ask you this about DK too, though, because if what you're saying and what you're suggesting does come true, do you worry then they're going to have to use more draft capital on another receiver when they already have flopped on a couple and need other positions?
Yeah, I guess the answer to that would be a little, but also you would be paying that wide receiver so significantly less. That was the argument Bill Barnwell was making on Bump and Stacy earlier there last week, right? Like, yeah, you might need to spend another pick on a wide receiver, but you would
over 4 years, you're going to pay him what you are going to pay these guys at the top of the market for 1 year.
Right.
Yes.
So that's a major difference.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, and then you get into, who do you trust to draft that person, et cetera. I mean, that becomes a much bigger conversation. But, yeah, I'm sorry, the guys. Yes, DK is important. Yes, they're not a very good team without him right now.
They missed him yesterday. Yes,
no doubt.
You need his juice and charisma and life that he brings to it. But that game was about the line of scrimmage, and it was one-sided yesterday.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Get a chance to speak to a member of this defense, fresh off his first start for the Seattle Seahawks. Roy Robertson Harris is with us. How was the first game?
First game was good, man. Being around the guys and everybody just embracing me felt really good. And it's been great since I've been here. I'm truly blessed to be here, man. I got a great locker room that I'm in, and coaches have been great, just helping me with the install and getting all the terminology stuff kind of hashed out. So it's been really good since I've been here.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, come on, peeps. You know the question, the rhetorical question I've asked so many of you for, well, the last couple years, and that is, have you been with the same insurance agent and carrier so long you just assume? You assume you're getting the best rate. You assume you're covered. No more assumptions. Not on this Monday. You know, Molly and I, in fact, heard so many First Mark Challenge victories that saved people so much money. We decided, why don't we take this challenge? First Mark has saved us thousands, and just as importantly, I know exactly what I have covered as well. And here's how First Mark will do the same for you. Throw assumptions out and let your teammate do the work for you. They will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, one like you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've worked with for decades to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion, no assumptions. First Mark's your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families, including mine, successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So please don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. I mentioned it's totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory we get to talk to. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Since the beginning in 2014, Nourishing Neighbors has raised over $36 million to help food banks and other hunger relief agencies in Washington. The Albertsons and Safeway Foundation would like to sincerely thank all the customers, employees, and partners over the past 10 years. Nourishing Neighbors continues to support initiatives including food for kids, grocery cards for the holidays, and innovation grants, so please keep donating and volunteering. Visit nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Key here is employee satisfaction. There is no expectation for customer satisfaction if the people that work with us don't feel taken care of and supported and loved. I'm proud of this Lily Johnson Auto family. I'm proud of our stores. And I need everybody to share in that mindset, because it makes a better experience for the customer. It also makes it a better place to work. Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me. Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Paid political announcement.
On average, premiums in Washington went up nearly 25%.
The average annual premium spiked 26% in 2024.
Homeowners in Washington state are paying the price for wildfires before they even ignite.
These premiums tripled.
Insurance rates are skyrocketing with no end in sight. But you have a champion.
I'm Phil Fortunato. The insurance commissioner has the power to lower your insurance rates, and that's what I'll do for you.
Vote Fortunato for insurance commissioner for lower insurance rates.
Paid for by Phil Fortunato for OIC Republican.
Tune in this Sunday as your Seattle Seahawks take on Los Angeles. Kickoff at 1:25 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the Northwest's biggest and best casino.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Seahawks fall back to 500. I guess that would be the nice way of looking at it and saying, hey, they're 4-4. The opposite side, though, is they've lost 4 of their last 5 games. Certainly not a position you want to be in, especially coming off what looked to be kind of a turn things around win in Atlanta. If they had lost yesterday and played a good game, I think, yeah, all right, you live with it. But they didn't. They laid an egg in front of the home crowd again. Dominated in just about every way. Anemic offensively. The line of scrimmage, Brock, which you've said a few times, was problematic throughout the entire game. They were outrushed 164-32. Those are dastardly numbers. And afterwards, Geno Smith, was pretty well aware of where the problems were.
First of all, you got to own it, and you got to learn from it. Each one of these games, whether you win or you lose, it's a lesson to be learned, and that's the main thing, is that we learn these lessons. You never want to go from a game and say, we just put it behind us. I think that's the wrong way to look at it. You got to learn from your mistakes, and you got to own it. And so those are things that I'm going to do personally, and I know our team's going to do as well. And we're going to take it from there, one day at a time.
What do they learn from this one, Brock?
Yeah, I totally appreciate that. Again, that's kind of that thumb mentality and not necessarily pointing fingers. I got some Geno thoughts and some takeaways, because you get hammered for your DK opinions, and certainly that's where I feel the most pushback when it comes to Geno and how much I have praised him. Be a little different in takeaways, not even Salk for the actions and the throwing, but a little bit more of the leadership. So we'll get into that in takeaways in about 15 minutes. The problem is, I thought we learned this lesson against the Giants. This was kind of the Giants game again, right? Like, just the line of scrimmage. You can't run it, you can't protect it, you can't stop the run. Like, those are just core fundamental things that you don't do in your own building. And you have an opponent.
Buffalo just a good version of the Giants?
Yes.
Right? I mean, like, they're a similar team, just good instead of bad.
And you heard Brady say that a bunch, right? Like, this is a grown-up team.
Yep.
This is a mature, know exactly who they are, exactly how they're going to play it. And, got a little chip on their shoulder, too, because this is supposed to be a reset up there in Buffalo. This is supposed to be, wow, you trade away these stars, you lose these players, a reset of the salary cap, and all they're doing is playing their very best ball, now 6-2.
That's for sure. Cardinals win yesterday. Niners win yesterday. So the division now entirely up for grabs. Everybody kind of clustered together. Tremendous ending in Washington. How about that Jaden Daniels play, man? How freaking cool was that?
Over 11 seconds. I think it was like 12 seconds he held the ball to just let everybody get settled down there.
Yep.
Yeah, and then to launch it about 65 in the air and to get tipped perfectly. And, oh, my goodness.
How hard do you think it is to throw the ball that far with broken ribs?
Oh, I think he's probably medicated. I think it probably helps. I think this
Even
morning,
medicated? You don't think it's hard to throw the ball that far with those ribs?
It is. But you got your adrenaline, you got your juice in that moment. Now this morning, how do those ribs feel?
Not so great.
Real sore.
Real sore. Detroit dropped 50 on Tennessee. Browns beat the Ravens. I guess they're a better team without the big victim at quarterback. So interesting and sort of up and down backwards weekend in the NFL.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, what a start to the World Series on Friday night. And look, Fox is happy. Baseball executives were happy. This is what they always wanted. And it was kind of going the right way for them until Aaron Boone decided to lift Garrett Cole, which is a big mistake given the bullpen he's got. It backfired. Game ends up being back and forth. Yankees take the lead in the top of the 10th. They're up 2. Freddie Freeman comes up, though, down 2, 2 outs, bottom of the 10th, game on the line. And here's what he does.
Swing and a drive. Right field. On its way. Gone. Ball game. A walk-off grand slam. Freddie Freeman. And the Dodgers take game 1. Holy cow.
There's just nothing better than seeing the disappointment and anger and frustration on the faces of Yankees fans.
Oh.
There's just nothing better in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, what a moment. I was on the flight with some of them. Saturday when I come back. Yeah, Friday night game. And, Saturday at the old airport there at LAX. A lot of Yankee fans leaving that one disappointed. What drama,
Are they crying?
Though? What,
Were you guys bonding in your Yankee fandom?
Drama. Right? The playoffs in baseball can produce that in ways that few other sports can. I mean, just unbelievable.
Well, what do you think of the new drama, though? Is Shohei going to be able to play tonight? It sounds like he will, but kind of a crazy situation where he slides in, the shoulder kind of pops out. It's a subluxation. Here's Dave Roberts explaining where they're at.
He had a little left shoulder subluxation, but everything. So we're going to get some tests at some point tonight, tomorrow, and then we'll know more in the next couple of days. But the strength was great, the range of motion good, so we're encouraged. But obviously, I can't speculate because we don't get the scans yet. So once we get the scans, we'll know more. But again, with the strength and range of motion good, that's certainly a positive.
Without let's say he didn't play the rest of the series. Are the Dodgers good enough to win 2 out of 5 against the Yankees?
Yes.
I think they are too.
Yeah.
I think they're really good.
Yeah.
Subluxation?
Subluxation, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's not a subluxation.
Yeah. If this was May, maybe he'd go on the IL for a couple weeks and get it right. When he has to DH for maximum 5 more games, and also knowing how tough he is, I think there's no way he's sitting out.
All right.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, it wasn't great for the Huskies this weekend either, Brock. They gave up 188 yards on the ground, a pick 6, not going to get it done. They fall to 4-4. Jed Fish pointed to those turnovers as a big reason why they lost.
Tough one today. Thought that Indiana's a very good football team. Played well, 31-17. Won the turnover battle. You know, they were +2 there, and I think that was probably the difference of the 2 scores, or +1, I should say.
It is interesting. Both teams are 4-4. Who do you feel better about?
I declined to answer. I don't feel that good about either of them.
Yeah, I think that in both of them, honestly, I mean, if you just surveyed 100 football people and had them watch the game tape, they would all say the same thing. The issue for both is the line of scrimmage. Right, you're just not stopping the run. You're not able to run it consistently. Now, Jonah Coleman's a monster, and they do some cool stuff in the scheme, and I think Jed's a pretty good play caller, as I do think Ryan Grubb is as well. But, yeah, both very much in the discovery phase of what kind of teams they want to be, and certainly need a lot of help and reinforcements.
I guess I'd say the Seahawks are better because all 4 of their wins came against teams in their league, as opposed to getting Weber State and stuff at the beginning of the year. But, I mean, how about the Cougs, though? Late comeback. John Mateer, man, this kid's fun, Brock. He just keeps doing it. He runs for 2 scores. He throws for 2 scores, and they get another win this weekend.
Yeah, he's got some juice to him.
He's got juice.
He does. He's got
ranked number 22.
Trying to figure out who he reminds me of. 866-979-3776 text toy. You can help me out here. Who does John Mateer remind you all of?
Wow.
One of my buddies put out a pretty big name, and at first I was like, oh, come on. That feels a little bit much. But honestly, the more I think about it, there is a lot of Tui. Marcus Tuiasosopo. As far as just elevating and everyone believing and able to run it, and able to throw it, and at the college level, just be a total difference maker, and that's what he's been.
Pretty cool. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. We do have a full set of takeaways, and apparently Brock's got some criticism he'd like to levy, not necessarily for how a player played, but for how they acted in a big moment. It's coming up next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to watch the Seahawks host the Los Angeles Rams November 3rd.
10-5, touchdown, Seahawks!
Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter for your chance to win.
Holy catfish!
You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter via the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds will be. Do it every day October 23rd through October 29th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with some exciting news. Yes, Riverside Roofing and 710 have renewed our partnership. This deal is going to carry us into our 8th calendar year of working together. Man, time flies. Big thank you, though, to Don and Brandon, Jordan, the whole crew over there, because they are terrific roofers and businessmen, but even really more, they're better people. And I've been fortunate to get to know them, texting, playing golf, the whole deal. Just good folks. And that does matter when you're going to choose who you want to work with, right? People want to work with people they like, and most importantly, people they can trust, and that definitely defines Riverside Roofing. That's why I've been saying it for years, and you'll continue to hear me saying it more, because it works. We've had people who text into the show, and they're like, oh, Salk, you told me I could trust them. You were right. It worked out, and yeah, it makes me pretty happy. It's awesome, and I'm not surprised. So if you got an upcoming roof replacement, they need to be your first call. It's riversideroofingllc.com. That's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 31st, get thrillifyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Buy a heat pump, get a furnace free. Now from Deere Services. You heard right. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free from Deere Services. Save now and combine the year-round benefits and comforts of both systems, giving you warm winters and cool summers. Make an appointment at DEARservices.net, and we'll be there within 3 hours, guaranteed. And get this, no service fees. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free now at Deere Services. Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works, and you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185, 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and $250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, let's see. Coach McDonald, an hour from now. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports here on 710seattlesports.com and the Seattle Sports app as well. Should remind you guys that when you download that app, you can talk to us through it, and we'll play some of your fun messages Thursday mornings at 8 a.m. We call it Here's the Thing, and you can go explore that and try to be like Brent and Brad and all the other folks, Eosh, everybody else who's been leaving.
Did our buddy
us
from
messages.
Maui, did he have a good one this week? Because he's usually pretty good. Did he have
I think we heard from Manny from Maui this week.
No?
Yeah, I think he took the week off.
I got a new fantasy football intro.
Yeah, that was good.
Brad did a really cringy one that he'd like to take back. He texted us the next day.
That was not
Oh,
good.
Brent had a story about hanging out with you and Lyle. Did you want to hear
yeah?
that one real quick?
Oh, really?
Because you weren't here for it.
Yeah, let me hear that real quick before takeaways.
Here's the thing. I went bowling with Brock and Lyle this weekend, and we were talking about how excited we are for the Yankee-Dodger World Series. Because it's about freaking time the rich and powerful had some success in this world. We are sick and tired of the little guy constantly tearing down the elite. Think about Shawshank Redemption and how Andy's escape hurt the prison industry, and it made that poor warden look foolish. Think about how much damage was caused to the garment industry in 101 Dalmatians because Cruella de Vil didn't get to murder all those puppies. And don't even get us started on those uppity colonists back in 1775 who decided to rebel against the Brits. The American Revolution was terrible for the crown. So thank you, Yankees and Dodgers, for finally getting a win for the big guy.
Wow. Yeah, really sad. I missed that one on Thursday.
Well, he's spot on for the record. I would say he nailed it. Anyway, yeah, you guys can go download the app and leave us messages. More, we'll put them together Wednesday, and we'll play those Thursday morning at 8 a.m. Right now, let's do some takeaways.
Takeaways.
All right. Much easier to be critical when it comes to lack of production or missed tackles or effort. It's a lot harder to be critical judging things like body language and emotion. And I don't say this lightly, but yesterday was really disappointing. Gino is the tip of the spear, and he's got to be the voice of poise. And yesterday, that dissipated. And, you know, it's what's that old line, Salk, about criticize privately, praise publicly.
Mm-hmm.
Show emotion in when things are going well. Celebrate with others. Be emotional. Be a live wire. If that's who you are, you know, let that live. When negative and bad things happen and your foot gets stepped on and a ball gets tipped and you have got to be. That is when, like, the voice of poise has got to show up more than ever. and you can't run off the field, and you can't pout, and you can't complain. You just can't do those things. And I think Gino has worked really hard at having composure, and I think he's grown in some of those ways, Salk. But yesterday, just body language-wise, temperament-wise, poise-wise, pretty disappointing effort.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really disagree with that. I don't feel like Gino was the problem yesterday, and I don't think that his poise was the problem or anything like that.
Nope.
I thought he was fine yesterday. I mean, he made some throws, which he always does. He missed some throws, which is going to happen in the rain. I mean, I really didn't have much of a problem with Gino. It's sort of the same thing I've said before, which is when given the right circumstances, Geno Smith's really, does what you want him to do. He's good.
Yep.
But is he the guy to kind of lead you in a game where you need more than that? And I just don't know whether he has that in him.
And you know that part of his frustration yesterday, not even part, probably a huge chunk of it, was just that. Like, give me a level playing field. Give me a run game. Give me some of the protection. Right? Give me some of those opportunities that this guy on the other side, who's heralded as a tier 1 quarterback, and he's franchised, and he's great, and he does all these things, and he does. And Josh Allen was awesome yesterday, save for the one interception. So you know that he hears that narrative.
That sounds awfully familiar, though, doesn't it?
What's that?
That line you just said, give me this, give me these advantages, give me this, that. It sounds a lot like the former quarterback here.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. He's not saying it publicly. He doesn't have people feeding it to Colin Coward. He doesn't have any of that stuff.
But that same thought is kind of similar to what we heard before.
And I think a lot of, honestly, the frustration yesterday just kind of boiling over. Like, we are individually, collectively,
Brock,
we're better than this.
The quarterbacks that are at the very top, don't they sort of overcome that? Don't they lead in and present this confidence to a building that raises people up? And I just think that's a unique skill. And to say that Gino doesn't do that it's not a shot at him. There's only a couple of players that do. But when your team doesn't have talent across the board that is up to snuff, and you don't have one of those guys, I think it's real difficult to get to the top.
Some of those guys have really good O-lines, though. Most of them do.
Yes, they do.
I don't know. I found myself on the other end of this take yesterday. I found myself just feeling really bad for Gino. Just all the pressure, no time, foot stepped on, bad snap.
Yep.
There's boiling points.
Yeah,
He's been dealing with this for a while now this year.
Yep, there is. But when it's boiling, you can't lose composure. That is where, if anything, when it's all negative and it's all bad, that's when your teammates are looking to see, okay, will you be that steadying force will you be the calm in this absolute adversity-rich storm? Can you just...
Yeah, as the constant voice of calm when things really go awry, Brock, I really feel comfortable criticizing
push
reaction in those moments.
Takeaways.
All right, seriously, what's up with the tackling? What is the deal? Why do 5-yard runs turn into 15-yard runs so often from this defense? You're just not going to consistently win football games if you can't tackle. And I think once teams know you can't tackle, they get even more excited to run hard against you and break those tackles. And some of them, look, the move that guy made in the open field on Witherspoon, what are you going to do? That was a great move.
Shakir.
But you remember what it was like having Marshawn on your team and the way he would break other teams' will? It's like having the opposite effect every single game, where every running back is breaking your will because they're just running right through you. And I don't want to single out one player, two players. It seems like a team-wide problem. And so Ernest Jones seemed fine. Yeah, I think, Maura, you brought up a good point. He was thrown right into it, and maybe more time will make him more confident and comfortable, and because of it, he'll react quicker, etc. But did the overall upgrade from Baker seem obvious to you in that game? It did not seem obvious to me, and that's not necessarily to say it won't over time, but it looked like the same tape that we've been watching for the previous 7 or 8 weeks.
Yeah, why, your first question is why? Why all the broken tackles? I'm going to come back to a word, and we'll probably hear from Mike McDonald next hour, and that is anticipation. You're not anticipating and hitting them. You're on the receiving end of almost all of it. Right, great tackling teams. When you watch Fred Warner, in San Francisco come at you, they're coming at you. They're coming, like I say, downhill. And the only way that happens is if you can be anticipatory, right? You read that double team, you read the formation, you get the information in the formation, so man, I can pull the trigger with great confidence and go up there with conviction. And that's just consistently not happening. 34 times the Giants ran the ball, to your point, when teams know. 34 for 175. Yesterday, 34 for 164.
Man.
Carbon copy.
I'm reading through some of the texts of people who are mad at my Geno take. Salk, not a problem with Geno? You're an idiot. He's our franchise quarterback. Stop whining. Stop pouting. You can't lose your cool and throw a ball at someone. That's why people don't see him that way.
Yeah.
Yes, because I see him as a franchise quarterback. I don't see him that way.
Yep.
And I don't think that him throwing the ball at that guy was the difference in the game. Do I think it was ridiculous for him to pout after a tipped ball interception when, 5 plays earlier, he threw a ball directly to the other team that they dropped? Yes. Of course it was ridiculous. Do I think that was the reason they had a problem yesterday? No. I think their problems were a lot
kind of
bigger.
comes back to that whole, competitive thing again. Oh, I'm just so competitive. I just lose my cool. I'm so hard-headed, so tempered and hot-headed because I'm so competitive. Don't tell me that, and don't show me that. You see Josh Allen? You think Josh Allen was competitive? Did you see Josh Allen pout, when his receiver kind of slipped on a slant route? No, you saw a stone-cold killer face yeah, I'm pissed. It really sucks to have an interception that could kind of turn the momentum of this game, but did he flinch? Did he blink? No. When Mahomes throws a pick or two, it doesn't have all the numbers and stats this year. Does he whine? Does he mope? Does he pout? Does he flinch? Nope. Finds ways to win and get to 7-0. Yeah, yesterday was not Geno's best.
Takeaways.
I will say, and you asked me last hour, so, and we could probably ask Mike, what your team is doing best. Halfway point, right? The halftime of the game against the Rams will be exactly halfway through this season. And I said to you, they throw the ball, they push the ball down the field, especially when DK's there, right? They can spray it all over the place, and Geno throws for the most yards in the league. And I think they also can rush the passer. That second part of it yesterday was challenged. And if you really watch the rush, and I think you probably noticed it, right? It didn't take some football savant to see that, man, we are not going to rush past Josh Allen, right? Because the minute you get upfield, right, and your hair is on fire and you rush past him, what's he going to do? He's going to step up and he's going to kill you, either with his legs or then the big plays that follow, because your defense breaks down, because now your linebackers or your support players got to come up in coverage to try to tackle that monster. So you could almost feel that rush. And I've seen this in the college game, especially against these elite dual threat guys. We can't rush them. I can't rush Lamar Jackson. If I rush past him, I'm dead. So everything, it just kind of neuters the aggression, right? And you see, okay, I got to stay in my lane. I really got to have lane integrity. Okay, we really got to squeeze and try to box him in from the outside, but I can't get deeper than him. So you just kind of play in this constant dance of, okay, I'm watching instead of reacting. And I totally understand the game plan. They've got all the numbers behind it. I'm sure the data says it loud and clear to those guys. Yeah, man, rush at your own, with recklessness at your own peril. Because you do want to try to play it safe, and you do want to try to make them earn it. But it really turned down the rush and the intensity. And, man, was he comfortable in your own confines.
Yeah, and yet it still
Field.
feels like that's the right way to handle somebody like Josh Allen, right? I mean, if you let him start running all over you, you're toast.
It is why these numbers and data in football is so hard to parse compared to baseball.
Uh-huh.
Okay, here's just a bat. Here's me versus you, right? This run game yesterday, how much of that is because Josh Allen's ability to pull the ball and the play action that comes off of it? How much of the lack of pass rush is because of the threat that he has? Things that are you're just analytically not really able to measure the impact that he genuinely has and Lamar genuinely has. And if you put the backup in Trubisky, guess what they're doing? They're not running for 165. They're not happening.
Brock, the one thing I'll tell you is the thing that just keeps coming back to me over and over again when we talk about these quarterbacks is the ones that are real difference makers can all run. It just, for the most part, in this day and age, if you can't do something with your legs, it's really hard to be a difference-making quarterback.
Well, Jared Goff doesn't run. They're number one.
Okay, there's one.
Well, here's the playoff teams. Obviously, Jaden Daniels does. So they're the 2 seed. Atlanta, Kirk Cousins doesn't run. Kyler presents a threat of that. Sam Darnold doesn't run. So it's about mixed, 50-50.
But I'm not saying all of those guys are difference-making quarterbacks. I don't think Sam Darnold's a difference-making quarterback. Who's a difference-making quarterback in the game? Mahomes uses his feet as a weapon when he needs to. Certainly did when he was younger.
Yep.
Lamar, absolutely. Jaden Daniels, what he's doing, absolutely. Josh Allen, absolutely. Joe Burrow, for the most part, when he's been at his best, absolutely. Those 5 guys are been as good as anybody.
Yes.
And all of them use their feet as a weapon.
You have to have that threat. There is no question. You cannot just be a total statue other than Jared Goff, right, who's operating. You got to have a lot of supporting cast around you. But, yes, the threat of that. And then when it's more than a threat, when it is actually like a strength like it is for Josh Allen, it becomes really hard to defend, if not impossible.
Takeaways.
You know who was pretty good yesterday? Tom Brady.
Michael Dixon.
Him too. Michael Dixon was pretty good.
Dixon was awesome.
He was great. In the rain and all of it. I thought Brady was pretty good. He sounded a lot better than he did a few games ago. Like, he's improving. Yeah. I enjoyed him on the broadcast. I thought he did a really good job using his experience to kind of take us inside the game. I thought he had a nice balance of respecting the audience and our intelligence without overcomplicating it.
Yep.
I like the close-up look at the wet ball and how he liked them during games.
Yeah,
that was great, right?
Yep. That was really good.
I thought that was cool. I thought him saying, hey, look, when you play in these wet conditions, the best place to throw is over the middle. It's safer. I thought there was a line when the Bills were backed up in the shadow of their own goal line where crowd was getting loud. And he said, hey, it's hard to control the details in situations like this. And I thought that was an interesting way of looking at kind of what becomes important in the goal line. So I thought he did a really good job yesterday, and that was not the early reviews on Brady.
No, he's progressing. The hard part is, and this is how it kind of works in this industry, like Tony Romo was a star right out the gate.
Right.
Kind of like judging quarterbacks, too. Like, oh, this guy's unbelievable. And then, like, that script's kind of written, and sure, he gets made fun of now a little bit, and there have been stuff of, question the amount of commitment, work, yada, yada, yada. But that narrative, like, for years, like, he's just unbelievable. And I think Tom's going to have to fight this, especially when he replaces somebody that does it better, right?
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. But I thought he did a good job yesterday.
Yep.
There were 2 things I disagreed with. One, he said it's hard to play from behind in the NFL. Is it? I mean, it might be hard to play from 3 or 4 scores down.
Yes.
But, I don't know, it seems like it's hard to play ahead in the NFL.
Agreed.
We see all of these leads that come crashing back down. That's why the whole witching hour thing is a thing on Red Zone. Like, leads are hard to keep in the NFL.
Yep.
So I would disagree with that. That feels like more something you just say as opposed to something you mean. And then the other one, and this just kind of drives me crazy, him and Burkhardt, as much as I love Burkhardt. Stop saying that's typical Seattle weather. That's not typical Seattle weather. That's atypical Seattle weather yesterday.
Oh, really?
That is not the norm here.
Oh, really?
It's not. It was pouring. It was like biblical pouring rain yesterday with the wind. And like, that's not typical Seattle.
They had to come up with a new name called an atmospheric river.
I'm not saying we don't get a lot of rain. I'm just saying it doesn't usually dump in such quantities at the same time.
Ah, I got you.
Not typical. Atypical.
Push.
Takeaways.
We are nearing November, though. No, the gray and rain and darkness.
I didn't say we wouldn't get a lot of gray and rain. Yesterday wasn't gray and rainy. Yesterday was like bright and dumping rain. Weird day.
JSN was better yesterday. Jackson was better yesterday. What do you have? 6, led the team, 6 for 69. Made some contested catches. Got some yards after catch, which is always, something I'm going to watch. I thought JSN had his best game of the year of just that urgency, right? And just making some things happen, some tough catches in some tough spots and zones. Thought A.J. Barner had a couple nice plays. At some point, Tyler's got to stay on his feet. Every catch cannot be to the ground, can it?
You would think no, but again, no. Okay, let's just say no.
And especially on a day without DK, right? Especially on a day where the difference with DK is he is your home run hitter. He strikes fear. At any point, he can run by you. You're going to have to commit and understand and know where he is, as I'm sure every team that practices, okay, where's 14? Because he's the one guy that can run by you. And right now at this stage, Tyler's not that threat. And Jackson's not that threat. And Bobo is not that threat. And so what did you see those guys do? Sulk in their zone. They just squatted. Why did that guy almost pick that ball off on Tyler Lockett on a little pivot route? Because he had no fear that anybody was going to run by him.
All right,
so I'm going to play a little more flat and flat-footed at times and jump routes because I don't fear that you can run by me.
So I agree with all of that, and I sort of took it in a slightly different direction because playing without DK yesterday pointed out that you don't have any other receivers of that type, not of that ilk. I mean, clearly there are very few people with that size and speed combination.
Yes.
But the rest of your receivers are essentially 4 possession guys and Laviska Shenault. Like a screen yard after catch type of wide receiver built more like a running back.
Yep.
They just don't seem prepared for the situation of potentially playing without a DK Metcalf. And I'm not expecting them to have, again, a DK facsimile on their roster. But how about someone who just isn't a possession receiver?
Yeah.
That seems kind of odd. And I guess I hadn't really thought about it before yesterday.
Yeah.
But their threat level seemed really low. And on National Tight End Day, where tight ends caught more balls than any other day than in the history of the NFL.
Is that
crazy?
Is that true?
Yeah.
Really?
Yesterday was National Tight End Day. I think tight ends caught 177 passes, most ever.
Wow.
I know. They don't really have much of a threat at tight end either. And Fant's capable, but he's not a threat. Maybe Barner will become one, but right now not a threat. You know, we've heard Brady talk about how slow Pharaoh Brown is. I mean, like, where are the threats on this offense?
Yeah. Yeah, the people that really scare you, that at any time they're going to run right by you. And save for DK, I mean, Ken Walker is that, absolutely. Maybe the most threatening of any running back in the league when he gets it in the open field, and kind of like some of their screen game and everything else where they do, you know, get him the ball. But, yeah, receiver, that's not necessarily Derek. That certainly is not Bobo. And at this stage, that is not Tyler. Not.
Takeaways.
And it's weird because Tyler did some of that last year, over the last couple of years, right? The big plays and the post routes and those things. He's got something going on.
Yeah.
I mean, is he on the injury list? I think he's on the injury list almost every week, right? With a thigh or knee or something, practice-wise. Like, he is just not. He's Polanco. He's fighting through something, and he is such a warrior and such a tough dude that I don't think they're going to talk about it or he's going to talk about it. But, yeah, unfortunately, he's just not right either.
All right. Well, we're out of time here for
That's
more
it?
takeaways.
Did I tell you that Dixon punted the heck out of the ball yesterday?
You did. That also should have been the 4th turnover by D. Williams.
Yeah, that's...
What's that guy doing?
Yeah, I don't know. That's
but he can't keep running back punts, right?
I know in the league typically, like you get a pass for one.
Sure.
It's gonna happen. But not 2 or 3 or loose ball security or it just because
and one where he should have never brought it out of the end zone.
Yeah.
That's getting pretty rough,
pretty dicey.
But don't worry, the 509 says, Salk, you thought it was a good idea to try to trade DK for draft picks. Now you know what the future would look like. No, I don't. I don't know what. You know what? I'm not even going to keep arguing about this.
Yes.
It's useless. It's fruitless. I'm yelling at clouds. We'll come back. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports on 710.
Takeaways.
Day nights from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Join former Seahawks Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer as they go deep on the Hawks with player interviews and opponents analysis.
We're joined now by Drake Thomas. Talk to me about the Mike McDonald defense.
I think he really utilizes personnel well, and I think that the game plan and attacking teams and what they're doing is just on another level.
Presented by the Bellevue Collection.
Every Thursday night throughout the Hawks season.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
The future of cool, comfortable sleep is here. Introducing the new Sleep Number Climate Cool Smart Bed. The only smart bed in the world that actively cools and effortlessly adjusts to both of you. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. It actively cools to keep you cool and comfortable throughout the night. Save on smart beds now during our fall sale, exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
If your home's heating system is 10 years or older, it needs a tune-up. Your furnace and heat pump work extremely hard, and after 10 years, wear and tear can cause a failure. The last thing you want this winter. Deere Services is now offering a heating system tune-up with a no breakdown guarantee and no service fees for just $49. A thorough inspection and recalibration for just $49. Visit DEARservices.net. Make an appointment, and we'll be there within 3 hours. Deere Services, Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
Paid political announcement.
On average, premiums in Washington went up nearly 25%.
The average annual premium spiked 26% in 2024.
Homeowners in Washington state are paying the price for wildfires before they even ignite.
These premiums tripled.
Insurance rates are skyrocketing with no end in sight. But you have a champion.
I'm Phil Fortunato. The insurance commissioner has the power to lower your insurance rates, and that's what I'll do for you.
Vote Fortunato for insurance commissioner for lower insurance rates.
Paid for by Phil Fortunato for OIC Republican.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Here at NC Machinery, people always ask, what can you do with Cat compact equipment? Well, here goes. Build gardens, patios, and parking, set posts and poles, plant trees, remove pipes, stumps and rocks, clear snow, brush and trees, trench, grade, and maintain. Landscape your backyard, your front yard, your neighbor's yard. Get through doorways, alleyways, and fence gates. Build ropes, trails, fire breaks. Move gravel, wood chips, and hay. Clean pens and barns. Break concrete, asphalt, and gravel. Use tools like hammers, tampers, trenchers, mulchers, and mowers. And for the doers doing, the landscapers, contractors, and landowners digging, call NC Machinery to get 0% for 60 months on select compact equipment. Terms and conditions apply.
If you're injured in the state of Washington, here's what matters. Who represents you matters. The experience of their staff matters. Their investigation team and track record of success matters. Davis Law Group was founded in Seattle and has been winning cases for more than 30 years. We know Washington State, we know our courts, and we know how to deliver the highest level of client satisfaction. And that's what matters.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Get his freaking
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
James Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
Brought to you by Simply Seattle.
We're going to cue you up, man.
It doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of our morning here, the Brock and Salk Show, and in 30 minutes we'll talk to Mike McDonald, coming off a loss yesterday, obviously, fourth loss in 5 games, Brock, and, the pattern there is not great, certainly, as, those first 3 games looked one way, and since then, just the one, kind of makes the Atlanta game feel a little bit more of the exception than the rule, which stinks. Mm-hmm. And I'll just keep coming back to it that it was a physical difference yesterday. One team was more physical than the other, and I don't know how you solve that mid-season. Mm-hmm. That doesn't feel to me like a coaching scheme kind of an issue. They made some of those changes last year, and I don't see a team that is in any way more physical than last year's was.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I think an Abe Lucas could help, or George Fant coming in to the right side of that line. I think both of those men, Salk, would certainly help, and that's not to rip Jarrell, who again is a 6th-rounder coming out of Findlay University, stepping in there. He was not a sieve and a huge issue. He plays physical and he gives you everything he's got. But I do think an Abe Lucas, would certainly benefit offensively, but defensively it is confounding. It really is. And actually, I wrote down Ernest Jones here, and Maura made a good point. One of those things that we just assume, and I'll raise my hand, probably a little guilty. Like, yeah, the guy's been in the league, a long time. Like, he knows cover 3, he knows man-to-man coverage, he knows these things, but he doesn't know all the nuance. He certainly doesn't know, as Lofa Tatupu was talking to us about, playing off these guys and what's Leonard and Jaron and Byron. What's these guys' body language? How can I get a little key? How can I, truly, like peanut butter and jelly, play off of the people in front of me? And, yeah, I'll say I probably rushed to judgment too quickly there, thinking we would see him immediately come in and just sting dude after dude after dude. And, he caught a lot of things, just like Dotson's catching a lot of things, just like the safeties, I think, are catching a lot of things rather than hitting them. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, yeah.
Just on the receiving end instead of the one kind of dictating terms.
Yeah.
And that, to me, has been some of the frustration. Offensively, you can make excuses and explanations for the revolving door.
Let me ask a dumb question, because I don't know that I believe this, but I'll ask the question because, as you said it sort of jumped out to me. If they are the ones that are catching rather than hitting, reacting rather than dictating.
Yep.
Is that in any way connected to the fact that this scheme is about reacting?
Yeah, I mean, I think this scheme that I watched at Michigan and I watch at Baltimore, I don't think it's a 2-gapping reacting scheme. It is a scheme that is actually built the other way around. It is built to play the game on the other side. It is a scheme whose job is to make the quarterback super uncomfortable, right, through different looks. It is a scheme that was supposed to be very interchangeable, right, with all these parts, as we talked about in the preseason, kind of moving around and doing different things. Yeah, and I just don't think they're to that part of the playbook for whatever reason.
That I understand. I don't think that's quite what I meant, though. I mean, the reactive part is it's not a defense, and you've talked about these differences before, right, where was it Miami when you used to play them? Say, hey, we do what we do.
Yes.
Versus we're going to see what you line up in, and that's going to affect the way we react to it.
Yes.
And again, as I said, I don't know that I necessarily believe this, but I'm just asking the question.
Yeah.
Is there a possibility that mentality seeps into the way the team plays?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a possibility of that. I think it's a lot more, and Tom Brady did mention this 2 or 3 times on the broadcast yesterday, and I kind of found myself, boy howdy, nodding along like, yeah, man, that Buffalo crew on that other side, fully bloomed culture.
Mm-hmm.
Like fully bloomed scheme and personnel that fits it, that have played together for a lot of years. Yeah, you lost some dudes, and you certainly lost some big names, but the bulk of your front seven, the bulk of your offensive line, like these guys, they play together. And they know, the scheme inside and out, and they know how the glove is supposed to fit. And the Seahawks are 8 games into this, not showing that, right? Not playing in that kind of manner at all. And frankly, especially offensively in the run game, I think very much still in the discovery of what are we and what can we do and what kind of run game do we want to be? Are we, as I've mentioned a few different times today, are we a zone team? Are we a power team? Are we a stretch team? Are we what are we in our offense and our run game in particular? Yeah, very much a fully developed, fully grown team yesterday in Buffalo. Put it to a team that is still very much in the search and discovery side, especially offensively.
Well, and I'll answer my own question with a no. I don't think that the reactiveness of the thought process for the way this scheme is built has anything to do with some of the problems that they've had. That was never a problem in Baltimore, right? I mean, they dictate, they do all those things defensively, and all the other stuff kind of comes before the snap. And then once the snap is made, it should allow you to be more aggressive, more physical, more dictating. So I don't think the two things are related. It just sort of jumped out to me as you said it.
No, but I do think that there is a thinking versus reacting phase of it.
Yeah, and so maybe it's taking them time to learn it. And we had this conversation with Pete last year, right? And KJ. Like, what's the problem? Well, when they don't know exactly what they're supposed to be doing, they can't play at full speed, and that hurts them tackling, et cetera.
Correct.
And maybe this scheme is taking them a while to learn, and there have been guys coming in and out, and, the injuries and the lack of practice and all. Yeah, all right, I'll buy that. I absolutely believe that over time, Mike McDonald will get it right. But I still have some issues with the personnel, and I'm not convinced that they have the best personnel to do what it is he thinks he needs to do.
Yeah, and certainly can take some of the blows that I took on the social realms yesterday. For hey, you tell me all the time that Byron Murphy's a freak show, and Witherspoon's amazing, and all these, and Jaron Reed and Leonard Williams and Big Cat can do this, and Mafe, and yesterday you just felt none of that.
None of it.
And
what's going on with Witherspoon, by the way? What have you made of his season?
Yeah, just kind of good, not great. Flashes. Yesterday, not as many flashes. He wasn't around the ball as much yesterday. I think it's, playing a little corner, playing a little nickel, kind of just, I think he's like a bunch of these guys that honestly, this is kind of an instructive conversation here, because I think at the end of it, what I lean into, Salk, is they are thinking. And they're not reacting. They are working through and catching because they're just, finding their footing. And certainly not, with injuries to safeties and injuries to linebackers, which are critical kind of communication pieces. You can't cut it loose. You can't cut it loose unless everybody knows where everybody's going to be and trusts that they're all going to be there. And that just, it's just not happening defensively. Certainly not as quickly as we would like to see.
Well, right. And again, I do think we've all been a little impatient. I mean, that's why I really kind of steadfastly have not put too much of the blame here on the coaching staff, because I think you've got to give some time for their system to really take hold. And how many times did I say, or not just me, plenty of people, but I know I said it many times before the year, whenever I'd see, the Seahawks are going to do this, that, and the other, and all they needed to do was change coaches. I'm like, yeah, rookie head coach, man.
Correct.
Like, to ask him to come right in and be a Super Bowl contender is just not indicative of this league, and it's not a shot at him at all. He is just literally a rookie head coach.
Implementing a totally new scheme.
Absolutely. How is that not going to take time? Yeah. Will there be an element of him being a breath of fresh air and doing things differently? Yes, and we've seen that. And he's a really smart dude, and he seems to have a pretty good sense of what he wants the team to be.
Yes.
But I don't know that it should be a huge surprise that the team isn't that after just 8 games of him coaching it.
And when you play, and we talked about this, right? And Burkhardt talked about it, and DJ talked about it. Like, it's going to be a measuring stick, man, because these guys on the other side, pretty good. Some of the metrics, some of the numbers, some of the third down stuff, some of the stats. You thought, well, maybe we can get them there. Or maybe we'll have an opportunity here. But I think, they showed, like, when they play their A game, and they brought their A game in every phase of it, offensively, defensively, special teams, they play their A game, they're going to be
Buffalo, you mean?
Yes.
I mean, you say that. They didn't even really play their A game. What, they have 11 penalties?
I think 13.
Dude, they made a lot of mistakes in that game. I don't know that I could say that was their A game, and I think that's, again, part of the problem is they made mistake after mistake and kept getting behind the sticks and then still running for first downs. That might be the most incredible thing about your number of 14 first downs running the ball in the game is how many times they were behind the sticks.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, God, that is just not good at all. Come back. Let's give you guys everything you need to know, and then we will talk to Mike McDonald about where the program is at coming up in 20. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
I'm a big sudden change guy. There were so many times in 1992 especially, that's when you could never finish an entire Gatorade.
Yeah.
You would because the offense was so bad, but going out there and taking a shot.
And you always talk about, and I think anybody that watches the game, especially when your team is at home and you force a turnover, that's that electricity that builds in the building and that feeling of momentum. I mean, that's such a massive play.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and yes, I have had my share of a couple sports injuries over the years, know a little bit about pain, separated shoulder, dislocated ankle, concussions, ribs, but you don't have to play professional sports nor be a quarterback to know what I'm talking about. I know many of you woke up this morning with painful joints from arthritis, bursitis, tendonitis, any of the itises, and it can affect anyone and makes it hard to do pretty much anything. That is where my friend Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, well, that's when he comes to play. He's seen so many patients over 30 years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 3 decades of experience in just this, pain medicine techniques, no matter what walks through the door. He's ready for you. Give him a buzz this morning. Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000. That's 425-823-4000. Or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Uh-oh. Looks like your plumbing just threw a Hail Mary into the wrong end zone. But don't worry, folks. Flowhawks Plumbing and Septic is here to intercept the mess. From busted pipes to clogged drains, we've got the plays that'll turn your plumbing fumble into a winning touchdown. Why risk a penalty? Call Flowhawks, the hometown heroes who will blitz that plumbing problem before it costs you the game. Because when your pipes are on the line, we bring our A game. Talk to the Hawk, 1-800-FLOWHAWK. That's 1-800-FLOHAWK.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit SUPLinen.com.
Hi, I'm Stuart Holmes, Elections Director for Washington State. Free, fair, and secure elections are the backbone of our democracy. No matter what's on the ballot, election officials work tirelessly to ensure every eligible voter's voice is heard. Regular integrity checks against federal and state databases ensure Washington's voter roll is clean and accurate. Check your voter registration at votewa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of Secretary of State and aired in cooperation with the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage. Navage. Breathe easy.
Ready to take your Seahawks game day to the next level? From pregame sideline passes to postgame field goal kicks, create unforgettable memories with friends and family this season at Lumen Field. Visit Seahawks.com/game day experiences to level up your game day.
You want to talk about this, Brock? You really want to do this?
I do.
You really want to get into this?
Yeah, I got some questions.
All right. Well, I got answers.
The Brock and Salk Show is brought to you every day by Simply Seattle.
Looking for quality fencing? Look no further than Contour Fence. Locally owned and operated, serving the Puget Sound since 1984. They specialize in residential and commercial fencing solutions as well as fence repairs. Visit contourfence.com to learn more about their services and use the code HAWKS10 for 10% off any repair or replacement. Schedule a free consultation directly on their website. Contour Fence, your trusted partner in fencing solutions. Visit them at contourfence.com today or call 425-481-7128.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, Seahawks fall back to 500 yesterday as they lose at home to Buffalo. Not a very inspiring game at all. Yeah, the rain certainly affected it, but just the inconsistency, the trouble getting off the field, the number of rushing first downs that Brock, you mentioned, they were outrushed 164-32 in this game, lost the possession battle by almost, or actually more than 16 minutes. Is this where this program is at? Mike McDonald was asked yesterday.
I mean, we talk about stacking wins around here, and when you're going on and off, back and forth, it's frustrating. You want to be able to build on the good things that we're doing, so we can get our program to where we want it to go. And then when you take steps back like today, it's very sobering. It's frustrating, and but this is the NFL, and if you don't bring it and have your best against good teams, you're not going to win those games. So our guys know that, and us coaches, we got to prepare our guys the best we can. We got to call great games. I mean, this whole thing has to keep coming together. So, but time is ticking, as we say. I mean, we're about halfway through the season now, and but you take a step back. I mean, we're right in the thick of it in the division, and this game coming up is going to be a big one.
Yeah, and also say, Solg, in the NFL, if you don't bring your game against good teams, you can get embarrassed. You can get blown out. And that it honestly felt like the 2017 bloodbath for the game I called with Rabel, actually, 42-7. I think Todd Gurley's still running for first downs in that game as well. But you don't bring it against even bad teams in this league. Ask Baltimore. Right, a week after we watch Lamar have 5 touchdowns and wonder how in the world do they ever lose? How can you ever beat Baltimore? Your buddy who eats his fingers. Your buddy Jameis. And Cleveland somehow, some way beats the Baltimore Ravens? So even against bad teams, if you don't bring it and have that sense of urgency and you don't tackle and you don't hit and you don't play with violence, it doesn't matter in this league. You can be humbled and humbled real fast.
You know how old Todd Gurley is?
How old is Todd Gurley? He came out young. He came out
how
at
old?
21.
Just give me an answer. How old do you think Todd Gurley is?
I think Todd Gurley today's 33, 34.
He's 30.
What?
He's 30 years old.
Wow.
He just turned 30 in August. Isn't that crazy?
That is wild.
That is insane. Todd Gurley I feel like he hasn't been in the league in forever.
Yes.
He hasn't been in the league since 2020. Todd Gurley just turned 30. That is a remarkable number. By the way, great week of football and all sorts of interesting games. The Jameis win over Cleveland is certainly on that list, but the Hail Mary ending in Washington was unbelievable. Jaden Daniels, just, there's something special going on there. How about Detroit just physically dominating? How about Malik Willis, Brock, coming in and playing pretty well for Green Bay? That's an interesting story as well. So
he sure did.
Yeah, pretty cool.
How about the Bears DB taunting the crowd?
Yeah, poor guy. He apologized. It's fine.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Did the Dallas DB apologize?
No, he's not apologizing at all.
Oh, okay.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Oh, man. The World Series.
Is that still a thing? That was a thing like 10 years ago. D's.
Right.
Brock?
Is that still a thing?
I don't know.
Okay. No.
How would I know?
If Trevon Diggs
Maura?
is saying it, but don't you say it.
It's not a thing in the Salk household. I can just tell you it's not a thing in the Salk household. My girls aren't saying that.
I'm going to have to ask Titus at pickup today.
Maybe Freddie Freeman was saying it as he hit the walk-off grand slam on Friday night. That was a pretty cool moment. Yesterday, they kind of had a little time to figure out what the heck was going on after the Dodgers win the first two games of the series, but Shohei Ohtani removed late in that game, game two, after hurting his shoulder. Here's what Dave Roberts had said right afterwards.
He had a little left shoulder subluxation, but everything. So we're going to get some tests at some point tonight, tomorrow, and then we'll know more in the next couple of days. But the strength was great, the range of motion good, so we're encouraged. But obviously, I can't speculate because we don't get the scans yet. So once we get the scans, we'll know more. But again, with the strength and range of motion good, that's certainly a positive.
You're telling me he's not going to have 4 bats? With a subluxation of his left shoulder that he already had strain. Come on. He's absolutely going to be there. He's going to hit leadoff tonight. But he's not going to do his thing because the Bronx Bombers are going to make it 2-1 and we're going to get this series to 7.
No, yeah. Well, Clark Schmidt will be the guy they're relying on to do that.
He'll be just fine.
As he goes against Walker Buehler. So that's 2 guys with 4 last names. That's what we're going to get to see tonight at Yankee Stadium.
Buehler.
Walker, Buehler, Clark, Schmidt.
Buehler?
Sounds like a law firm.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Are you concerned about the Huskies?
Concerned? Sure. You're concerned. Unfortunately, your QB had been playing so well, Will Rogers, and then the last couple games, man, the turnovers have come, and that pick 6 was just a killer. And even when they got the game to 17-14, yeah, I'm concerned. I say Will Rogers and the interceptions, that's easy, right? That's the easy answer, lowest common denominator. Pick on the quarterback. Quarterback turns it over. I think the reality with both these quarterbacks in this market on both 4-4 teams is that when you don't feel great about the people protecting you, things can unravel. And I think for Will, they're unraveling. They certainly did for Geno yesterday. I thought emotionally he got a little bit unraveled. I'll be real curious how Jed, give me that cut from Jed Fish, if you wouldn't mind real quick. Because I think he's going to be very blatantly honest, and he's going to walk this line in year number 1 of players or team, right? Players or coaches, players or program. Going to have to walk that line. Here was Jed after the game talking about those turnovers.
Tough one today. Thought that Indiana's a very good football team. Played well, 31-17. Won the turnover battle. They were +2 there, and I think that was probably the difference of the 2 scores, or +1, I should say.
Yeah, because I think in his very DNA, and he joined us last week, right? And he very DNA, Salk, is to be blatantly black and white. Here it is. But I think there also comes a time where you really got to protect your players too, right? And what all that looks like. But then again, this is college football. In a totally transactional deal where do you really have to protect your players like you protected your players years ago because they're going to be around? I don't know. It'll be he'll have a fascinating line because it doesn't get any easier, right? You're going to go to Oregon. You're going to go to Penn State. You're going to have SC at home this weekend. It is a brutal gauntlet to finish the year.
All right. That is everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Geno Smith is 4 years older than Todd Gurley. Just kind of blown away by that stat.
Yes.
Man, That is a very, very, very big surprise. All right. It was a tough one yesterday, obviously, for the Seahawks. Their head coach, Mike McDonald's come in, and he's done a phenomenal job coming in talking about these games the day later. He'll do it again next. Stick around. You'll hear from the coach, Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The NFC West is a weird place right now.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
I love that the NFC West is so even right now. Obviously appreciate that the Seahawks are in first place, but it is not even because these teams are bad. It's even because all these teams are dealing with some major injuries.
Yeah, everybody's banged up in this division, except maybe Arizona. I can't remember if they have any major injuries. I'm sure there are guys on the injury report.
No, they're just bad.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Man, it was just dumping rain yesterday in a way that you are unaccustomed to seeing, even here in Seattle, man. That was real hard biblical style rain. And when it rains like that, yeah, you can get water in and around your crawl space or attic. You want to be careful with your foundation, and Crawl Pros can help with that. It also means that rats, mice, other rodents are looking for a cozy place to make home and reproduce. And then they get into your house, little under insulation, improper insulation. They start destroying it. And now you've got higher heating bills and even more money going out the door. That's why Crawl Pros goes where you don't want to, and why they're partnering with Puget Sound Energy to provide special rebates on insulation work. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you might qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Pretty good deal. Let somebody else pay for that. Call Crawl Pros and find out what energy rebates you're eligible for if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic. Schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I, Cantor Diamond, can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by appointment professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at KANTOR Diamond.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, diamond lovers. Shane Company knows fine jewelry. That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. When it's this important, you want someone who knows exactly how to work with your budget, not against it. Someone who knows you deserve a piece more beautiful than you've ever imagined. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've always sourced our diamonds and gemstones directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. So many in stock and ready to take home today. Create your dream engagement ring in 3 easy steps, or pick a perfectly preset ring that's created by our in-house design team. Browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts for everyone in your life, from diamond and gemstone studs to must-have tennis bracelets and beautiful birthstone necklaces. With our everyday competitive prices and unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company is your go-to destination for fine jewelry. Visit shaneco.com and come in to see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
It's a work in progress since the day you walk in the door.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Yes, sir!
Well, you hear him say it there, a work in progress, and yesterday kind of felt that way. What did you see out on the field yesterday?
Well, I think I said this after the game and after watching the tape, but you really feel the same way. It's obviously really frustrated from where we were a week ago. But, yesterday's are things that those types of games happen when you face a really good team and look, and you get beaten in all 3 phases straight up, and then you add the stuff that we did to ourselves as well. And that's how you end up losing by 21 points at home. And it's humbling, I mean, it should it's a taste of reality right in your face, and you got to take it on the chin. But we have to grow from this. We have to the same mentality we had, on the 3-game skid. I think that's who we are. We're a resilient crew, and we need to grow. We need to look at everything, especially in the run game on both sides of the ball, and grow from it. But again, this is this. You have to. I mean, that's the mentality we're going to have. We're going to get to the point we're going to get to, and we're going to chase it like heck until we get there. So, and it just needs to be more consistent from week to week. I thought we had a good week of practice. It wasn't as good as the Atlanta prep. I thought we didn't have our best Wednesday, but I did feel like the guys were ready to play at the end of the day, and we bounced back and had a couple good days later in the week. So, as a coaching staff and as a football team with the rest of our players, we got to grow from it.
Mike, was there anything Buffalo did that was out of the ordinary?
That's a tricky one, Brock. Is it like if you say yes, then your original thing is like no, but I don't think you're giving them enough credit about how they game planned and how they executed their game plan. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So everything was within kind of their wheelhouse. From what I could tell on tape, I haven't talked to the other coordinators yet, but you got to give them credit. They had a good game plan, and then they executed just way better than us. So we fell short. We fell short in both of those regards.
You mentioned the run game on both sides of the ball. Maybe we can start there and try to dissect what's going on. We'll start on defense, and I know you've talked to us quite a bit in the last few weeks about what it means to play rush defense at all 3 levels. What were you seeing specifically yesterday that seemed to take a step back?
Well, without getting to each, with each specific thing, you start targeting players and things like that. Just as a whole, we're just not getting it done. So whether it's getting off blocks and maintaining our gap integrity, and then when the ball does get out, being able to get it on the ground on the perimeter, we're not there yet. And so, it's frustrating. We need to play more physical on the perimeter.
We need to tackle better. I mean, everybody sees that. I don't know what the missed tackle numbers were, but it just felt like we had number 4 in our grasp too many times, and then he ended up splitting out. And when we said going into the game that this was going to be a game of yards, I mean, like Buffalo does a great job of kind of controlling field position and extending drives by kind of getting these hidden yards on both sides of the ball, forcing you to more get back on tracks and getting you behind the sticks when we're on offense. And then when you're on defense, creating some of these 4-down situations where the quarterback can come alive. And so we didn't create enough of those situations where we could really kind of get to the stuff that we got into in Atlanta and really have the ball come alive and be able to affect the quarterback.
Do you guys study, Mike? And I don't know if this is even capable of at the any level, but the yards like falling forward. Not just yards after initial contact, but just those surge yards, right? The guy just falls forward from 1 to 3. Is that kind of some of those hidden yards that
we don't. It's not just those that we chart, but we do call it hidden yardage, and we have a feel like from game to game of where we're doing a good job and when we're not. But we're as a football team, you want to be going forward. So offensively and defensively, you want knockback. We talk about finishing dominant positions and things, and sometimes it's not within your control, but there's too many plays yesterday where we're not doing that.
So when you say that going forward on defense, I assume that means hitting rather than catching. Is that a way to describe that?
Well, yeah, you have to. If you haven't been blocked and you don't make the play, that's kind of a problem. So everybody's accounted for other than like the deep area of the field players. So you have to be able to defeat blocks, and that takes controlling your man and then getting off of that guy and then making the play. So if you're falling forward, it's not from a lack of effort or a lack of toughness or mentality. It's just guys going full speed at you and you haven't beaten your block yet. So you're not in a very good spot to knock someone backward at that point. So I think you can attribute a lot to that.
How much does? Go ahead, Rob. Well, one last one on the defense. Just how much does a guy like Josh Allen, who is a running quarterback and is a threat to use his legs, how does that affect the rest of the way the defense can, or how aggressive the defense can be?
Well, when he's under center, I mean, really the only threat at that point is boot and, the movement stuff. They've done a really good job in Buffalo kind of narrowing down the times where they want him to be a factor for obvious reasons with, how you're going to protect your quarterback. So we had a pretty good feel about when, he kind of entered into the equation, in certain situations throughout the game. We called it accordingly. The guys knew that. But yeah, the runs, the under center runs. I mean, those are just those are NFL runs that were getting us.
And then on the flip side, Coach, you talk about the run game offensively, 17 for 32 yesterday.
Yep.
Do you have a sense of what kind of run team you want to be? What kind of run game there is? Is this a zone team, an outside zone team, a gap team? Does that make any sense at all? Or do you feel like
without
still a
kind of
work?
telling everybody, I mean, I think that we want to go forward, so I think the downhill stuff with the type of linemen that we have, the tight ends that we have, and the backs, we got to make that come alive. Everyone has their change ups. I mean, there's wide zone and mid zone stuff that I think that we've executed well and just not consistently, but those are good schemes as well. And then the stuff in the gun with the RPOs, those are very hit and miss right now. It's just too kind of feast or famine when we're in the gun as well. So you got to be able to run it under center. You got to be able to run it in the gun. Otherwise, teams are going to tee off on you when you're in some of those situations. So again, in the run game, we're going to look at it and we're going to attack it. I can promise you that. And but we have to be able to be more effective in the ground game. We got too good of players.
How much of it is commitment to it versus execution of it?
Both. Yep, both. And we got to do it earlier in games, so we can still dictate terms and control the pace of the game. So you're not playing the whole fourth quarter in hurry up, no huddle, trying to get back into football games.
The weather play a role yesterday at all, Mike?
Well, I mean, the weather affects everybody, but it was a factor probably latter part of the first half, beginning part of we came out at half, probably third quarter on no, but Yeah, anytime it's a little slicker or rainy, I mean, I think the surface was a little slick. It felt like we were, both sides felt like we were kind of, the footing wasn't one, the footing was a little slick out there, but I mean, that's what we're asking for. You know, we want that. I mean, this is something that we want to be able to take advantage of at our home, at our place.
Was that your first? Was that your first Pacific Northwest downpour?
I don't. Was that a downpour? I mean, it was pretty rainy at the end of the half. But no, like we've definitely played in. I've been a part of games that been way more rainy than that.
Take maybe a broader look at the team right now. You're almost halfway through the season. We can probably do this again next week. At that point, you'll be over halfway and heading into the bye. But kind of looking at your team over the course of these last 8 games, what are the strengths of this team today versus what are some of the weaknesses that ultimately you'll want to clean up? Where are your strengths right now?
Well, I mean, I think we're a tough team. I think we're a resilient team. I think we're a team that I love how we go to work every day, our mentality. Defensively, I think situationally we've done some good things. It's been too inconsistent. Like we've had some great red zone and third down days, and then those are the situations that win you football game. We're chasing the run game right now, and it's not where we want it. But you know, if you can get it stopped and then excel in those other situations, now you're going to have a consistent chance to win the games. I think we've done a good job on that front. I mean, I know we want to run the ball better on offense, but when we have been forced to pass, I mean, if they know you're going to pass and you can still pass it, that's good. If they know you're going to run it and you can still run it, that's good. Right now, we're not very effective in the run game when they know we're going to run it, or when we want to. So it's not on our terms. But in the pass game, just half the time, I think we've been efficient. I think Gino's had a great first half of the season. I think our offensive line is improving. And it'll be better if we can continue to keep him out of this consistent, pass rush types of opportunities. And special teams, I think we're covering kicks really, really well. I don't know, I'm not sure where we rank, but it feels like we're up there with the rest of the league. And so I'm excited about how we're covering. In our return game, it's been flashes. So, yesterday we gave the ball over again at the end of the game. But we've done some good things in the return game as well. We've been able to create some explosives. I think there's an opportunity to really take advantage of that in the second half.
So maybe the answer to this is kind of both, but are you a focus and accentuate the strengths and try and do more of it guy, or are you a focus on the weaknesses and try to fix some things that the team isn't doing?
Yeah, I think you got to start making some decisions on where to narrow it down. You can't focus on everything.
Right.
So taking out the stuff that we feel like is kind of like sunk costs at this point, maybe trying to trim that and then really focusing on and honing in on the stuff that we want to go excel at. And that's stuff that I feel like maybe opportunities that we haven't been able to take advantage of at this point, and stuff that we do feel like we're doing well. We can try to build on those.
Is that simplifying a little bit, trying to narrow down what you're doing and simplify it a little bit?
I wouldn't say simplify. I mean, I don't think we're doing complicated things right now. I would say maybe less. Maybe less is more at this point. Maybe just getting better at it.
Yeah, kind of in that vein, how much of the playbook do you feel like you guys got in? Offensively, defensively, is everything there?
No, and the reason is because you can't. We haven't executed the things well enough and created the situations where we want to be able to get to everything. I think you can speak on both sides of the ball. So it's frustrating, you have some things that would help schematically, but the answer at the end of the day isn't the X's and O's. It's really not. I mean, everybody runs the same. Everyone runs some version of the zone, the mid, the inside to outside zone, some sort of gap runs. All the play action passes are the same concepts from week to week. It's just how you get to them. How you build it, how you block it, all those types of things. Defensively, I mean, everyone runs cover 3, split safety. Their version of split safety, man, it's all about how all the fronts are the same as 4 down. I mean, everybody's doing some version of kind of the same pool of stuff. It's just at this point in the season, it's how well you can do it.
I'll raise my hand. I was probably wrong and just assuming, oh, yeah, Ernest Jones going to come in, snap your finger. I know he had 15 tackles, but it'll just be seamless, right? He knows football and what you just said, concepts and all of these things.
Yep.
But how challenging is it in just 3 days of work to get thrown in there? And, I think he played just about every play yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
What is that journey? What was that journey like, and what was the play like yesterday?
I thought Ernest had it was a silver lining in yesterday. I mean, the tackle numbers kind of speak for itself. It felt like he erased some of the plays that we needed him to make, kind of moving like on the perimeter and in the alley. He comes in Thursday. You got to get him ready to play. So it's a race to Sunday. I didn't feel like it was out of whack or out of control or anything like that. It was just kind of a sense of urgency to get him caught up to speed. And there's going to be idiosyncrasies of how we play stuff that we're going to have to iron out over the course of the next X amount of weeks. That's what happened when Roquan came to Baltimore. Anytime you're trading for somebody and they haven't had all the bank reps playing off people and things like that, this is part of the deal. But we're going to be better for it.
A day later, do you have more of a sense of what happened on the sideline with Jaron and Derek?
No, but they cooled down. They cooled down, and we're going to be just fine.
Where did you feel DK's absence the most?
There's a little bit of an awkward pause, yes. Just a small one.
Yeah. Where did you, Mike, where did you feel like you missed DK's presence the most?
Obviously, it's just all the things that DK does, but you can't look at yesterday and be like, hey, if DK's out there, we're going to win the game. That's not a shot at DK. We all love him. He's a phenomenal player, but if you look at the Atlanta game versus yesterday's game, we started fast in the Atlanta game, and then when we were presented opportunities as a team, we took advantage of it and made the other team pay, and ultimately won the game. Yesterday, we're still playing a great team. They're gonna get their yards, they're gonna get their stops, but you look at it, and we created opportunities for us in the low red zone, not scoring on both of those drives, having some third down conversions that defensively that either via penalty or like the fumble, and he kicked it to the other guy, ended up being a touchdown, and then we made a poor decision on how we're going to hit the quarterback late in the play that led to another touchdown. And so, you go for two unanswered drives, a touchdown and a field goal, and a takeaway in the second half, and it's like, okay, well, that's ball game, So I think that's really the story of the game is us. If you want to be able to win games like that, you have to be able to take advantage of the opportunities you create for yourselves. And we didn't do that. And then on top of that, you're doing some things that are self-inflicted, and so it's kind of like triple whammy against a good team, and then I think that's how it gets out of hand.
How close was George Fant from being able to go?
That's something that we're working through right now, from him being able, coming back from injury and practicing a certain amount of reps and all that. There's a lot of stuff kind of going on behind that conversation. So,
how did Jarrell do in his second outing out there?
You could fill in any player X, and after yesterday, you're going to say it's not good enough.
Right.
So, but Mike played hard. He played really hard. There's plays that we fell short on but I thought he tried to finish plays, and but that again, you could ask me just anybody on our football team right now, and there's not a lot of bright spots coming out of yesterday.
Can you take a moment after a loss like that to see the bright spot for, say, Josh Jobe, who comes up with his first interception? Do you take a moment to kind of recognize that, or is it, hey, unfortunately, it just gets washed away by the unfortunate rest of the game?
Yeah, no. I'm happy for Josh for making that play.
Yeah,
it's a good play. It's a great play. And then there's a lot of good stuff on that play with guys trying to get blocks and trying to get him in the end zone. But no, just you're not like, no, is the short answer to that question.
Kind of another little bit nuanced or bigger picture question, Mike. We were chatting earlier about thinking versus reacting. Something I've heard from coaches for so many years, and especially I think defensive coordinators over the years, of just getting guys to not be thinking, right? I don't want to think about the scheme. I don't want to think about all the, the leverage. I just want to react. I've got that so baked in that I can just go out and cut it loose and react. Is there a little bit, we are 8 weeks into a new scheme for all of these guys. Is there a little bit of that thinking versus reacting going on?
I don't want to attribute to like thinking, or I don't know if that's the right way to attribute to where we're at right now, if that makes sense. It needs to be more violent. It needs to be more physical. We need to get more hats to the ball more consistently. We've done that on tape. We've done it in the past 8 weeks, but it hasn't been as frequent as it needs to be a championship caliber defense. And the numbers speak for it. The film backs it up. I think if you asked all of our guys, they would agree with you too. And so we're not satisfied in any stretch of the matter. And so we're going to, again, it's just like you got one option. It's just to go back and just attack the heck out of it until it's the way we want it to become. And the guys are resilient, and they're in, and we're going to go. Hopefully we get it this week, and go create the defense we want to become.
This might be a buzzword, but is that an effort issue?
No, I don't think you turn on the tape and say our guys aren't trying.
Okay,
their tails off. I don't think you'd say that at all. No, this is everybody, man. Like, it's how you design it. So, and ultimately, and I've said this multiple times, like, it's on tape and it's not good enough, and I'm the guy that's in charge of what shows up on tape. So it starts with me, and it starts with our coaches, and goes down to the rest of the team, and we all take ownership of it, and off we go. So, everyone else can kind of come up with like it's a new scheme, it's a new staff, the whole. I get that, and those are at play, but we don't look at it through that lens. We're looking at it as is it the way we want it or is it not, and let's go make it happen. Let's go create it the way we want.
Anybody that was close to participating yesterday that has a good shot maybe with this week, final week before the bye, being up on next Sunday?
Well, without having talked to medical, obviously optimistic. DK comes back. Love to have him back. But I don't know where he's at right now, coming off the end of the week. Anybody else in mind, Brock, off that?
Trey or Fant? I think Salk asked you about Fant earlier.
Yeah, well, Trey was ready to go, but he hadn't practiced as much. So, we're going to work through who's starting at corner moving forward here. But we should have Trey.
Okay.
And then the same thing with Fant. We'll kind of work out what's going on and whether or not he's ready to come back and play this week.
And Abe's still a no-go until after the bye. Is that right?
Yep, that's right.
Do you consider the bye in before making decisions on guys for this coming week of, hey, is it beneficial to give them, if you give them 1 week, you're actually giving them 2 more weeks? Does that factor into any of that decision making?
It could. It could. I don't. No one really. I don't think there's anybody that you're looking at to have that conversation. But I wouldn't rule that type of thought out.
And everybody came out of it.
Week,
and everybody came out of it pretty good yesterday, physically.
I believe so. Yeah, Draymond ended up coming back from his shoulder.
So next week, you get the Rams, first time for, I guess your second division game, but first time against the Rams. And there's been a lot of conversation about their offense and their head coach and his kind of play calling versus what you've done in Baltimore in your career and now here now. What should we know about taking on a Sean McVay offense?
Look, you don't just have. What is it, have a half a dozen to 8 people leave your staff to become head coaches and have the success that he's had by accident. So I have a lot of respect for Sean. I can't believe he's been doing it for us. He's been doing this thing for, it seems like forever now, but he's still really young. His teams play really hard. They're really well organized. They got a great scheme. They got great players. All the guys, they're getting healthy now, so they're getting some confidence back. So I think you're looking at like a similar, it feels like the same curve from where they were at last year. I think they had a slow start last year, and they ended up obviously getting on a roll. So it's going to be a confident team coming up here, And, we got our work cut out for us this week. And so we need a great week of practice. And just like we said to the team after the game, let's show up guys that show up on Tuesday are the ones that are ready to go to work and ready to go to war with us. And so that's what we're going to do,
Coach, we appreciate it. Thanks for sitting down with us. Good luck on Sunday, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. There's Mike McDonald. We'll cut out for the day, Brock. It's going to do it for us. Bumping Stacy up next. I think you know where the hay is.
Oh, it's in the barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper! Seattle Sports, your home for Bumpin' Stacy.
The NFC West is a weird place right now.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
I love that the NFC West is so even right now. Obviously appreciate that the Seahawks are in first place, but it is not even because these teams are bad. It's even because all these teams are dealing with some major injuries.
Yeah, everybody's banged up in this division, except maybe Arizona. I can't remember if they have any major injuries. I'm sure there are guys that
No, they're just bad.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
It's comedian Tom Segura at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Friday, April 25th.
My kids call me Tom. So unnerving. Every day, the older one's like, "How you doing, Tom?" I go, "Hey, I'm not your fucking stepdad, all right? I wish I was. It'd be a lot easier, but I'm not."
Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. One of today's biggest touring comedians. Tom Segura's Come Together Tour, April 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Don't fall, just call
Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Breathe easy.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. Eco-bill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The play everyone is talking about today, Jaden Daniels' 52-yard Hail Mary touchdown pass to Noah Brown to give the Commanders a win over the Bears. The Seahawks loss to the Bills feels even costlier this morning. This following the Cardinals win over the Dolphins. Of course, the Rams win over the Vikings Thursday night, and the 49ers Sunday night football win over the Cowboys.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. All right, well, I don't want to jump into a conversation about the Seahawks Bills, so even though we have to get to this, I'm going to start on a lighter note. Bump, you had an amazing Friday and a really good Saturday. Please give Curtis and I and Matt a little bit of fun to our Monday morning by telling us what your experience as a lifelong Dodgers fan was like. Were you like at home watching Freddie's Grand Slam? What was going on?
Nah, so I was traveling to the Bay to do my CW work, and the game was on when I was in the air. So I land and I see that the Dodgers are down, and I go get my my rental car. First off, hey, Enterprise hooked your boy up. I was
Yeah.
Your boy was traveling in some style with the rental car this week. Big ups Enterprise. Let's work out a deal. So I get the rental, and then I'm listening to the game, and then it cuts off, and I have to go to Target because I got to get some stuff. And I'm in Target watching Freddie do his thing, and you know where all the TVs are at in the entertainment area.
Oh, I know a Target layout like the back of my hand.
So, you know, it's all the way in the back.
Yes.
Entertainment, all the way in the back.
The tech area is always in a weird hidden spot by children's toys.
Makes sense. I go back there, and I'm watching the game, and Freddie goes yard, and I'm the only one in Target celebrating.
You watched this moment in a Target.
In a Target.
Was there sound?
Yeah, there was sound.
Okay.
There was sound. Everyone was appreciating the moment, but they didn't really appreciate it because number of Giants fans, and I was in the Bay Area, San Francisco, and I'm talking, let's go. Everyone's looking at me. I'm like, go Dodgers. And they're like, I got to get out of here now. I got to get out of here because this is Giants country. But no, that moment was great. I called my grandma, who is I texted her actually, who is the biggest Dodger fan I know, and we're going back and forth. It was awesome, man. I can't believe I saw something like that, and then for them to back it up the next day was awesome. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm a Mariner too.
Yeah.
But I grew up in L.A. Those are my Dodgers. People just assume we win all the time. No, I've seen one World Series in my 88. I just wasn't at 3. I couldn't understand it.
Yeah.
But I've seen one World Series, man. So this is good. And I appreciate you guys listening to me and supporting me no matter what.
We absolutely support you. I find it easier to root for the Dodgers than I do the Yankees, absolutely. And also just a really cool moment, right? I mean, a walk-off grand slam. You've never seen the Dodgers do that one before.
No
It's
one.
a joke. It's a joke.
Especially from a guy who's all
Banged
gimpy
up.
at home plate.
Now, and where does this rank in your top sports memories all time?
This it's got to be top 3. I've been trying to narrow it down. Obviously, the Lakers winning a championship was big when I was in high school. Kobe dropping 81 of them things in 06. I was low-key teary-eyed watching this go down.
In
a Target.
I can't get over it happening in a Target.
In a Target. And I went and I bought me some toiletries and I got up out of there.
Oh my God.
But yeah, that was awesome. And then Freddie is just such a good dude.
He
if you
is
know
so easy to root
Freddie,
for.
he's a good dude. The situation he had with his son, it just made it that much more better. So it's top 3 for sure. I put this I didn't cry when my children were born. I didn't cry when I got married. Your boy got teary-eyed in a Target. Watching Freddie do his thing.
I don't mean to make you emotional right now, but if you needed to revisit.
Swing and a drive. Right field. On its way. Gone. Ball game. A walk-off grand slam.
Crazy.
Freddie Freeman. And the Dodgers take game 1. Holy cow.
I can't
Ice
get over it being in
Cube
a
came
Target.
out to start, and Ice Cube was talking crap about the Yankees. He mixed his lyrics up to talk crap about the Yankees. The Yankees are in the dugout feeling it like, yeah, let's go. Let's go, Cube. It was so Cali. I appreciate Freddie so much. Who knows what happens? They're up 2-0. Who knows what happens from here? But goodness gracious, man. Like that, it's top 3 sports moments in my life. My buddy, Derek Bingham, who's the head coach at Lake Washington High School for baseball for 20 years, he goes, baseball's the greatest sport ever. You got to agree, Bump. And I go, I prefer football. But then he goes, but the drama in baseball is unmatched. And I go, I can get with that because it's so isolated. Like, people knew, Freddie, you gotta go yard. You got to get a base hit. You know the pressure you're under, and he performed. So thank you, all my Seattle Lights and Washingtonians, for letting me get this off my chest. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Hey, we're going to do this for us, okay? This is for us.
We are going to beat the Yankees. TJ in the 425 said that moment was amazing. Not a Dodgers fan whatsoever, but I was watching the game, literally just sitting there saying out loud to myself, no freaking way, over and over.
Crazy.
What a cool game. It's a classic. That's the thing is, like, if you love baseball, it was just a cool moment. Curtis, you immediately texted us and said, what was better, this or Kirk Gibson?
Yeah,
like, immediately you think of sports archives in your brain.
Well, it's weird how those two plays looked so similar, too. I mean, down to the same team, same side of the plate, same, first baseman hobbled up there in World Series of Game 1. It was eerie how similar those two plays were.
Someone said, can y'all just talk about the Yankees losing all day? That would be way better. Now, I would love to. And actually, oh my God, I can't believe I've waited this long. You guys all know John Boy, right? And if you don't already know John Boy, he creates those lip reading videos that you see when a manager gets ejected or maybe 2 players get in a fight, and it'll be like a John Boy breakdown, and he'll lip read and tell you what they said.
Yeah.
And they're always really hilarious. He's joining us in less than an hour.
That's crazy.
Unfortunately for him, is a die-hard Yankees fan. So we do have some questions about this series.
I'll be nice.
He's coming from the Yankees perspective, but he is also a die-hard baseball fan. And so we're going to have conversations about all kinds of stuff. Cannot wait for him to join us at 11. So we will get back to baseball. We're going to have moments of levity where we kind of get away from talking about, unfortunately, Sunday's loss to the Bills. But let's get to it right now. The Bills came here, and after a week of previewing this game, Bump, I felt okay about this matchup. I thought, well, the Bills are a contender in the AFC. They have an incredibly dynamic quarterback, the most dynamic quarterback Seattle's defense will have faced all season long, and yet they are 18th against the pass defensively, 20th against the run defensively. And while they're a top 5 scoring offense, a lot of that has been from taking advantage of takeaways that their defense has given them in limiting turnovers, because they otherwise aren't like a top 5 passing or rushing offense. Like, they are a team that's great in the red zone, offensively and defensively, great with takeaways, but they have flaws. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I felt okay about the matchup. I thought if Seattle does a lot right, they can win this. Instead, it ended up being one of the most lopsided games I've ever covered at Lumen.
The Seahawks got smacked, and there were opportunities for the Seahawks. You created the first interception for Josh Allen. Our guy Josh Jobe got his first career interception, and the first interception for Josh Allen. You are inside the 5 2 times, and you come off with 3 points, which is crazy to me. We saw Josh Allen fumble the football, kick it, and his own teammate picked it up.
First down.
It's crazy. The Seahawks shot themselves in the foot, and the Bills carried that momentum and just whooped us. We didn't tackle well. Geno played okay. He didn't play great. Couldn't run the football. Geno was the leading rusher. He had 16 yards rushing. That's on scrambles. We don't design runs for Geno. The defense, like I mentioned, just couldn't tackle. There were explosive runs, explosive catches. And I think we saw, and we're going to get to this later, I believe. Yeah, we'll get to it later. We saw the impact of not having DK out there. All you people out there talking about trade DK, do this, do that. We'll get into it later. You saw what it looks like when DK's not out there. Nobody stretches the field. But the Hawks, it was embarrassing, honestly. It was embarrassing. You shot yourself in the foot multiple times. Lots of penalties. What's crazy about the penalties, it felt lopsided. The Bills had more penalties than the Seahawks. The difference is the Bills didn't shoot themselves in the foot inside the 5 multiple times and go 3 and out 3 or 4 times throughout the game. It was bad, man. It was bad. And coaches got to coach them up. The Bills look like just the better coach team. But here's the thing about the Bills, too, is that they have a culture and a foundation that has been set for a while. So they get into these situations and they know how to respond. I'm looking at the Seahawks, and they just look like the immature sibling who's trying to figure some stuff out. And it was unfortunate because the Bills took advantage of every opportunity that they had. Josh Allen did exactly what he was supposed to do. Geno didn't show the greatest leadership out there. And are we talking about Geno Stace?
We
or can
are.
I talk? Okay,
You can talk about him now if you want, because we're not going to get to a big Geno conversation until 11:45.
Okay.
So feel free.
So let's talk about Geno. People, when you watch a game and your team loses, the average fan is trying to focus on one thing. And naturally, you're going to look at the quarterback. Naturally, you're going to see Geno with the slow motion scene going to break where it looks like he's crying and he's throwing the football at people and he's frustrated. And I go, look, man, not a good look. It's not a good look for Geno. I watched the film last night. I broke him down. Not a good look for Geno. But I want you to imagine your favorite quarterback. Everybody, 3 seconds. Who's your favorite quarterback? 1, 2, 3. He has thrown a tantrum on the field before.
What's so funny is my answer, my favorite quarterback when I was a teenager, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, dang.
He's done more.
That supports the argument even more. Every quarterback is throwing a tantrum out there. The difference between Geno is that he's not a Hall of Famer, super elite type of quarterback. So when he throws a tantrum, people are just like, oh, my God, poor leadership.
Yeah.
Look, it's not a good look. You're the leader of the team. You got to be composed at all times. You look at Josh Allen on the other sideline. He shows none of that. We also don't watch Josh Allen every single week. Geno did not perform great, and also his leadership was lacking yesterday. 100% believe that. But the Seahawks were just outclassed yesterday. They're outclassed, outperformed, outcoached, out-executed, everything. You had your opportunities, but you just couldn't get it done.
The run on either side of the ball is the story coming out of this one outside of the line play. Once again, the Seahawks lost a game where we're talking about the line of scrimmage. Once again, the Seahawks lost a game where we're talking about the run. It's one thing when you leave a game and you go, let's say that the defensive backs, like the Bills just threw for like 5 touchdown passes. And I'm still leaving this game going, I like Devin Witherspoon, though. I like Reek Woolen. They've been pretty solid against the pass. They've been good with getting pressures. It's a one-off thing. But it is a bummer when it's the same thing over and over and over again. Because heading into this week that you need to establish the run. You knew heading into this week that you needed to stop the run, and you did neither of those things.
Yep.
You had no run game to speak of whatsoever against a defense that has struggled to stop the run and is short 2 starting linebackers. Both starting inside linebackers were out of this game. One of them is on the IR. The other has been gone. This was his 3rd week missing this game. You still couldn't get the run going. And you also could not stop the run once again. It was the first 100-yard rushing game for James Cook this season. So it is frustrating to know exactly what your issues are heading into the game and then do those things.
Yeah, it's frustrating when you allow teams to be better than what they are in certain categories. We knew Josh Allen was going to perform. This is what he does. He's done this in the league for so long. And we knew that Geno was going to have himself a day. There were 2 or 3 throws where I'm like, bro, you got away with that one.
Mm-hmm.
And there are reasons for his decision-making was not on point yesterday. The offensive line play, again, wasn't on point. And then when you're not able to run the football, teams are just going to sit back. You come out and you go 3 and out 2 series in a row. There's no rhythm. You can find no rhythm if you go 3 and out 2 series in a row, and now you're playing from behind. The Buffalo Bills showed that the AFC is just a different standard. You know what it is? I'm looking at, and no disrespect to these high schools that I'm going to talk about or in the conference. I look at West Coast football. If you know West Coast football, you're a high school fan. West Coast is not a very good conference right now. There's some things to be true. King Cole's going to be on point. The conference down near Puyallup and Vancouver is going to be on point. The Seattle Seahawks got introduced to what AFC football is like. You can look at a team that is 5-2 and has its flaws, but they're elite in their conference, and it's just a different level. That's what the Seahawks found out yesterday. There's levels to this. Now, I think there's personnel out there to where the Seahawks can compete at that level, but then you're reminded, all right, you got a rookie head coach. You got a bunch of new coaches over there. You're trying to figure it out. Geno didn't play his best game. It's probably his second worst game of the year. There are some things that you were trying to figure out. There's levels to this, and the Buffalo Bills has outclassed us yesterday. They took advantage of every opportunity, and the Seahawks, I mean, it reminded me of Friday Night Football at times. You know, ESPN's Not Top 10. Dun, 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 dun. At times, that's what I hear in my head. I go, the center really stepped on Geno's foot. We really snapped the footbad over his head.
That was painful.
Geno really throwing the triple coverage right now. Sometimes things just happen, and it was I had old Seahawks texting me that they were embarrassed of their squad. Old Seahawks, guys you respect. I won't say their names, but they were texting me.
What was the Seahawks' big issue? Why did they lose on that game? Think about it. That's going to be your caller question. We're not getting to it until later in the show, but I want to give you guys enough time to think about it right now. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, everyone but the Seahawks won in the NFC West this week, so there's a 3-way tie atop the division with the Rams a half game behind everyone. What's the real headline?
More like the NFC Midwest.
That's
right.
It's a very weird year for a division that has been one of the best in football for years and years and years. I know that that's not always the case. Sometimes they've had down seasons, but this has, again, Rams, recently winners of a Super Bowl. 49ers have been to multiple Super Bowls, haven't won since the 90s. But hey, what are you going to do? They're still a better roster than you are, and it's not particularly close, so I can't clown on them too much. And then you've got the Cardinals, who, in their defense, have been to an NFC Conference Championship game more recently than the Seahawks. And a Super Bowl more recently.
For the people who don't understand it, mid means like mediocre, means like very average. The Midwest. Yeah, that's what this conference is, and thankfully it is the Midwest, because the Hawks wouldn't be in the mix if it were an elite West, if it were the NFC West that we're used to seeing over the last several years. So they still have a chance. They control their own destiny at this point. You beat the Rams next week. You're feeling a bit more better about yourself, and you're still there. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't look good. Nothing about this situation is on point, but you are still in the mix. So that's how you have to look at this. I understand. Get out of Texas. Be mad. Be angry. I understand that. Feel your feels. But when this show ends, I'm going to remind you, the Seahawks are still in the mix.
Oh, also the Cardinals haven't been in a Super Bowl more recently. Just that conference game. I misspoke.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the Dodgers have a 2-0 series lead over the Yankees in the World Series. The series heads back to the Bronx tonight. What's the real headline?
Let's see if Aaron Judge makes it off the plane this time.
Hey, Aaron Judge, stay on the plane. Sit in first class.
Weird.
You're
for
6'7". You know, just
Take
relax.
up that leg room.
Just chill. Juan Soto has shown up. That's for sure. And this is the thing, man. When you go on the road, all you got to do is win one. Win one on the road, and you bring it back home. That's all I'm looking forward to. But I still have the same concerns. This is the World Series. The Yankees have one of the best rosters in the game. They paid for it. Their pitching staff is on point. I'm not relaxing. You know what Kobe said? Job ain't finished. Job ain't done. Now we'll start to celebrate.
I am accepting there's, again, still a chance, certainly, for the Yankees to tie up this series, and they are a very, very good team. But I'm accepting that, Curtis, you and I may have been a little bit wrong in our prediction for this one, where we both said, look, I think the Yanks are taking this. And we'll talk to John Boy at 11. As a Yankees fan, he'll tell us what he thinks has been going on for this team through 2 games. They've been close games, obviously, in both cases. Dodgers getting back into it to win. But I expected more, and I think it's in large part because of Aaron Judge not being
their offense
active.
has been missing, just as Aaron Judge has been missing. It's not like he's the only bat, though, in that lineup. Like we've talked about, Juan Soto's been producing. Giancarlo Stanton had that big home run in game 1, so it does kind of fall on Judge's shoulders right now.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, the Cougs are in the AP poll for the first time this season, coming in number 22 after their win against San Diego State. What's the real headline?
It's too bad the Huskies didn't play, you know? It's just, I wish that the Huskies would have had a game this weekend.
No, they did.
No, they didn't.
In fact, here, this is from that game.
Pressure off the edge, and it's intercepted. D'Angelo Pons roll out the big red carpet. Touchdown, Indiana.
That came against the Huskies. They
Did
were
you
on
use
College
AI
Game Day.
to generate that?
They were on
It's so
College
funny.
Game Day.
No, they weren't. No, the Huskies did not play this weekend, you guys.
Crazy.
I think that you guys are wrong. I don't know what game you watched. I simply did not see a Huskies game.
I bet you didn't.
No, I didn't.
It was at 9 a.m.
Nope.
You're not
Huskies.
up at 9 on a Saturday.
Definitely not. She's
I
chilling.
was up for the second half of that game. Excuse you. No, unfortunately, my Huskies did play, and it wasn't nice to see at all.
That's
but
why
I was expecting this season. I doesn't mean I'm accepting this season.
That's why I don't understand why they went. Listen, there are reasons why they went. Oh, Lee Corso, okay, he coached there and whatnot. But I'm looking at I go, there are more games. There are better games you guys could have gone to. UW is in a rebuilding phase, and we all understand that. I'm going to talk my crap to UW fans and all that good stuff, but we understand what's going on with UW. Different conference, 30 players left, new head coach. You got to rebuild. I understand that. But you know what? The focus is on them Cougs. 7-1, baby. We almost lost to San Diego State, though. San Diego State played a good football game. Mateer late in the game, figures some things out, and pulls off the win. That playing surface was ridiculous. Are we playing in a sandbox? I can understand if you were back in Qualcomm sharing the stadium with the then San Diego Chargers and the field is all jacked up. You are the only football team playing in that stadium and the field was horrible. But my Cougs got it done. 22. There's a young lady I follow on Instagram, and she posted the Washington State rankings, and she put the song on. I don't know about you, I'm feeling 22. Big ups to Taylor Swift, man. I love that.
Congratulations, though, in all honesty, to the Cougs for making that. And you called it. You were like, look, I'm looking at, if Vandy loses, there's no more case to keep the Cougs out. And you pointed to a couple other things that would have to happen. And all of those things ended up happening. And here the Cougs are now in the top 25 with a path to become really, really, really competitive here. And again, it's when the season started, both you and I talked about what it would mean with the Cougs having a chance to have a really fun season, kind of like a, stick it to the man type season. And the Huskies, with a ton of question marks, were probably going to be exceptionally average and a very boring team figuring themselves out because it was simply not the same team that they had in a national championship game. And I knew all of that. You know what I mean? It's kind of like when someone says, okay, I'll tell you, but you're not going to like it. And you go, okay, tell me. And then someone tells you and you go like, I hated this news. I hated this update. I hated this truth, whatever it was that they told you. Like I knew what this season would be for the Dogs. It doesn't feel good. It feels so frustrating to watch.
Especially off of the year you had last year, going to the national championship. Again, I'm going to talk crap about the Huskies, but I'm also a realist. I understand what they are going through, and I think the fans just need to be patient with this. Give Fish a chance to figure this whole thing out. It's going to take a little bit. If you really want to do something, donate to the NIL, to the collective over there with UW, because you got to pay for players now, just like we're going to have to pay for Mateer. I'm scared he's going to leave next year.
Did the Seahawks lose yesterday because they didn't have DK Metcalf on the field? That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Are we going to do this up and down reaction each week, each game?
Yes.
They win a game, they're going to go to the playoffs. They lose a game, they're not going to win ever again. Yes. Are we going to continue to overreact either way to these Seahawks?
I think it's going to be much more the former. Because for 14 years, right, you kind of had a picture, you had a DNA. I think Coach McDonald, we're absolutely going to do this because every one of these feels gigantic. What are you and who are you? What do you want to be and how do you want to play?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
Are you interested in investing in real estate in the greater Seattle market, but don't want to manage properties, develop real estate, or sign on debt? Hi, it's Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital, based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 15 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Find out why over 800 local investors have invested over $200 million in our Legacy family of funds. Legacy Northwest Fund returned over 12% in both 2007 and 2008. Are you looking at diversification opportunities, especially with what's happening in the market this year? Get in touch with us today. Legacy's family of funds has a limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investment performance based on average return of LOF1, LOF2, and LSF from 2007 through the date of calculation and after deduction of fees and expenses. Legacy family of funds investments are available to accredited investors only.
Can't fix everything for everybody, but you can be there and listen and try to help with what you can. You're there to support them, and that's the best that you can do.
Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of the 380 people who consider Lee Johnson their home.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us. My wife and 3 kids in the house, there's always something wrong with somebody at all times. And if there isn't, then something's wrong. When you have 388 employees, there's never a day that everything is good everywhere. You have to be okay with that. You have to look at that as opportunities to gain a better relationship with people and help them through what they're going through.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Are you a skilled HVAC tech looking for a top-rated team? Join Ben's Plumbing, rated 5 stars for exceptional service. Enjoy great pay and benefits, a supportive team, and a non-commissioned HVAC career. Visit bens.plumbing/careers to apply.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a colonial with high ceilings, hardwood floors, and a peaceful neighborhood. And you found it. Now, every Saturday at 6 a.m., you get to wake to the sound of your neighbor's leaf blower. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Seahawks rushing attack continues to be a struggle. They were outrushed 164 yards to just 32 yesterday against Buffalo and only managed to get their running backs 12 carries. After the game, Mike McDonald spoke about his level of concern over their inability to get anything going there.
Again, it's a story of red zone, them being us not getting stops in the red zone that we need, and then not being able to run the ball inside the 5-yard line. So we need to be better there for sure.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Well, you probably noticed the temperature starting to fluctuate, and that gets even more pronounced at night. Is your insulation ready for the upcoming cold season? Let me guess, you haven't checked. You're like me, you don't want to go into your attic or your crawl space. Well, that's why Crawl Pros goes where you don't want to. It's Mike Salk here. They came out to my house for a free inspection and found my insulation wasn't up to snuff. So they showed me pictures of the problem, explained it, and then they got it all fixed. Now, Crawl Pros has partnered with Puget Sound Energy to provide special rebates on insulation work. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Don't wait for the temperatures to drop. Take advantage of these enormous rebates today. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free. Again, if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Back to the World Series in 30 minutes. John Boy is going to join us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He is a Yankees fan. I'll let you all know, but we have a fun World Series to talk about and 2 really fun games to look back on. So again, coming up in 30 minutes. Before we get to that, we're going to talk winners and losers from Sunday at 10:45. And right now, we are going to talk about DK Metcalf. This was a huge topic of conversation heading into the game, not just whether or not he'd play, but I mean, frankly, you guys have all been hearing it. All of our shows have been talking about the impact of DK Metcalf because A, he's a superstar, he's a big name, he's one that everyone's going to be looking at, and B, he is a wide receiver who is about to sign a huge contract extension. Whether or not that's with Seattle, I don't know. We'll see. Did the Seahawks lose yesterday because they didn't have DK Metcalf on the field? Mike Salk was asked that question a ton this morning. This is what he had to say.
So you want to know if I think that was a tough day for the trade DK crowd? No. I think it was a reinforcement of the idea. Unless you think that DK Metcalf is a 21-point-a-game difference player who plays offense and defense, can fix the running game and the rush defense, this was in no way an advertisement for how important DK Metcalf is to the team.
Bump. Did the Seahawks lose yesterday because they didn't have DK Metcalf on the field? 1. And 2, what did you make of Salk saying, look, DK wasn't going to make up 21 points by himself. If anything, that reinforced the idea that you need to trade him for more talent.
There's never one person responsible for losing a football game. Never one person. People point at Geno. People point at the defensive line. You can go wherever you want to with this. There are a bunch of individuals involved in this loss yesterday. One person doesn't do that. But one person poses a threat that others can't. I'm from California, Stacy. And we used to go to house parties back in the day. In 11th grade, I figured out I'm not going to house parties anymore because someone was fatally injured at a house party I was at. And I go, I'm done with house parties. It's a wrap. And I say that to bring up the fact that people move differently in a room when a weapon is involved. There's a weapon out there. That dude has a weapon.
Did you just liken DK Metcalf to an actual weapon?
A weapon. He is a weapon. When you're in a room and someone has a weapon, you move differently. That's just human nature. If not, then I don't know how you survive this long in life. You got to be aware of your surroundings. DK is a weapon. The defense moves differently when that weapon is out there. DK stretches the field. DK just running a go or a post puts so much pressure on the safeties, they expand, which creates space, which gets guys open underneath. That's just what it is. DK is not going to score 21 points. I don't think he has a game where he has 3 touchdowns in his career. Maybe 2. Definitely has 2 touchdowns. Right. I don't think he has a game where he has 3. He's not going to make Connor Williams snap the ball efficiently and get it to Geno. He's not going to make Geno get out of that drop a bit faster so he doesn't get stepped on and fall down. No, but what he does is he creates space for a lot of people. I'm looking at the longs, right? The biggest explosive plays for the day. You got an 18-yard reception by Njigba, 20-yard reception by Barner, 17-yard reception by Walker, 14, 20, 15, 10.
So nothing more than 20.
Do you know who has the most explosive pass plays in the NFL right now?
Who?
DK. He has 11 passes over 20 yards. That is what he does. And what that does to a defense, it allows you, or it forces them to get in that back pedal. I watched a route yesterday. No disrespect to Bobo. People wanted more Bobo all day. They've been asking for Bobo. And I tried to tell them, look, that's just not his game. All right, he's a number 3, number 4 receiver. Love Bobo, no disrespect. I watched a corner sit at 6 yards and not move when Bobo got off the line of scrimmage because he's no threat. He's not the same weapon that a DK is. So the notion that DK isn't worth the money he's being paid or that he shouldn't be entertained when it comes to that 30, 35 million is crazy to me. I'm not saying they should do it. I'm saying that if you are the Seahawks, you sit down at the table and you have a real conversation because DK is a weapon that you did not have yesterday. DK stretches the field. He opens up windows. He opens up gaps, and he allows other receivers to eat. Yeah, Jackson Smith and Jigba had 6 receptions. That's what's up. That's his game. He's a underneath, intermediate type of receiver. So I just laugh at people, man, and in my pettiness had me watching the game and saying, see, you got it. There you go. DK's not out there. He can have 1 reception, and he will affect the game more than any other receiver did yesterday.
Okay, yes. That's exactly where I sit with this one. I think that you score more points if you have DK in this game. He is your very best weapon. And if you even want an example of what another receiver does for a receiver when the first receiver has no yards. The Jets lost. They're a horrible example, and I understand that. But Devontae Adams did not have a big day against the Patriots, but he opens things up for Garrett Wilson, for instance, for the Jets, right? So even having DK out there might have opened things up for other receivers, like Bump said, because people are paying attention to him because he's a weapon, because he's a threat. He's got to get your attention, and you don't really have anyone else that commands that attention. Exactly Bump's point. So even if DK didn't have the yardage and points, like Bump is saying, he still impacts the game. The only area, and I don't necessarily agree with Salk on this one, but the only area where I see Salk's point and the point of people who want to trade DK working is that there are myriad problems with this team. That there are issues on either side of the line of scrimmage that need to be solved if you want to be a contender. You cannot roll out this offensive line with this offensive line issues. You cannot roll out this defense with some of their issues and expect to win a Super Bowl. I just think that simplifying it as, oh, you trade DK, you get a first-round pick, and then you draft a Pro Bowl offensive lineman, also kind of simplifies what that would really be like. Like, if you trade DK, you lose talent immediately. You need to know you're going to get a first-rounder, which I don't think you will. Let's say you get a second. Okay, well, you add to your offensive line. You need to know that that guy's going to help. And in the meantime, are you sure you're going to have Tyler Lockett moving forward? You know what I mean? Like, think of the loss that you're making to your offense. I just think that it is much more complicated to take away your biggest weapon and assume that you can then add to your offensive line and make that much better. So, again, I know that I just kind of muddied the waters, but I don't think it's as simple as saying, I'd rather have a great offensive line than DK Metcalf, when trading DK does not ensure that you fix your offensive line. It just makes your offense weaker.
No, because there's some things that you have to do if you trade DK Metcalf. You have to ensure that your offensive line is better. You have to ensure you get better in other places. I'm not sitting here and saying that DK wins the game for you yesterday. No, I'm not saying that. That would be dumb of me to sit here and say one person, especially a receiver, affects a game like that. What I'm saying is that the threat of DK makes concepts easier to run. It makes the picture clearer for Geno Smith when he's diagnosing coverages and stuff, because when you stretch the field, and someone texted in, well, if you want to stretch the field, just go get a fast receiver. Okay, that's fine. Xavier Worthy is fast. You think Xavier Worthy is acquiring the same potential that DK Metcalf does? No. He probably could eventually in his career, but right now, no, because DK has shown he can go for a 1,100 yards, 1,200 yards, 70-yard touchdown, 76-yard touchdown. That's what he does. That's his profile. So the threat of DK is great. He's not going to win or lose the game for you, but he's going to make some plays for you and maybe allow other guys to have explosive plays. That's all I'm saying. DK is a threat. He is the weapon that made me stop going to house parties in 11th grade.
All right, you guys, we are going to stick with this game for just a little bit longer and then bring on John Boy at 11. Coming up next, winners and losers from Sunday's loss. Who is your biggest winner and your biggest loser? Don't go anywhere.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
It's a taste reality right in your face, and you got to take it on the chin. We have to grow from this. That's who we are. We're a resilient crew, and we need to grow. We need to grow. We need to look at everything, especially in the run game on both sides of the ball, and grow from it. And that's the mentality we're going to have, that we're going to get to the point we're going to get to, and we're going to chase it like heck until we get there. So it just needs to be more consistent from week to week. As a coaching staff and as a football team, we got to grow from it.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The best defense is a good offense. So before the sewer backs up into your home and wreaks havoc, stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is there for you when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
We are Seattle Sports. 7:10 a.m. on your radio. Streaming through the Seattle Sports app. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Parango, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Seahawks are taking on the Rams Sunday, November 3rd. That's this upcoming Sunday. And Seattle Sports is excited to give away 4 tickets to watch the game in person. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. That's in the bottom right corner if you have the app in front of you right now. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app to 866-979-3776 and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily for your chance to win. This contest runs through Tuesday, October 29th. You are listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. Who are your winners and losers from Sunday's loss? Bump, who's a winner and who's a loser for you?
Winner and losers from Sunday. We're talking specifically the Seahawks game.
Specifically the Seahawks game.
Winner, the Bills. 31-10. Came into your house, bullied you, took advantage of opportunities, and did their thing. But specifically a winner is Josh Jobe, man. He is an undrafted free agent. You know I have a soft spot for those guys. I was an undrafted free agent, struggling to make the team. He got called up. He did his thing. He helped create the first interception for Josh Allen, and he has his first interception as a pro. He is a winner. He's probably not going to play when guys get healthy. Though he did have an interception, he's been playing some decent football. When it's all said and done, you have to play the players that you are paying because you want to see a return in your investment. But I look at 2-9, Josh Jobe, and it just made me smile. He was one block away from scoring a touchdown. He had a 33-yard return after the interception. They got no points off of that thing. No points off of it. But a winner is Josh Jobe. 2 weeks in a row, I look at an undrafted free agent, and I tip my cap and say, you do your thing, young fella. That was fun to watch.
From the Mac and Jacks text line, one listener says, winner, Lofa, who raised the 12-man flag or the 12 flag. Loser, the entire Seahawks team. Fair, very fair. One of my winners I had as James Cook, running back for the Buffalo Bills. He had his first 100-yard game. And it is an unfortunate trend for the Seahawks defense that they have allowed season highs in rushing yards to several running backs. In 2022, that list included Rashad White, Alvin Kamara, Kyler Murray had a season high in rushing yards, Josh Jacobs, Jamal Williams, Cordero Patterson in that Atlanta Falcons game. That trend has continued. So again, a season high in rushing yards allowed for James Cook, who is a good player and an important part of what they do, but it's not like Derrick Henry came in and ran all over you. You allowed 100 yards to a running back who hasn't had that yet this season. Loser, I said Geno Smith. I don't think they lost this game because of Geno solely, but when you're a quarterback, you get a lot of credit when you win, and you get a lot of blame when you lose.
For sure.
And when you're a quarterback who throws an interception in a loss, everyone is looking at you going, why didn't you score? Geno, why didn't you score more points? Geno, why did you throw a ball at a defender's head? Geno, why did you clearly have like a tirade or like, clearly get in like some attitude kind of, like issues or whatever? You're going to get picked apart as a quarterback.
Yeah.
Geno has been, frankly, their most valuable player so far this season, and he's had some really great moments. You also have the spotlight on you at all times. And so he's a loser for me coming out of this one because he's going to get a lot of blame.
Yeah, before I tell you my loser, I want to comment on the Geno interception. It was his fault. You don't throw that football. You got to look at what the defensive line is doing on that screen. If they do not fully commit to rushing the quarterback and get way upfield, then you just throw it in the dirt and you let it live. I also am questioning how our screens are coached up. That screen specifically, I think there was a screen to JSM that was pretty good, gained like 8 to 10 yards. But that screen right there, it's a screen to your tailback. And the offensive line has to sell the pass pro and be actors. They are acting as if they are beat. And if you act as if you are beat, that influences the defensive line to get so far upfield that Ken Walker is now butt naked on a Sunday waiting for the football, and you create space. I don't know what it is about the Seahawks. You can have several coordinators. They're not good at running screens. I just don't understand it. But Geno knows better. He should know. Look, I just throw that in the dirt. A poor decision by him, and the play was made. A loser for me would be Connor Williams. Connor Williams, before he came over to the Seattle Seahawks, was considered a top 5 center in the game. Top 5 center in the game. And twice he was a contributor to poor executed plays in the red zone. He stepped on Geno's foot one time, and that could be Geno. It could be a chemistry thing. You get your foot out the way, Geno, and you get out of there. You don't get stepped on. And then you snap the ball over his head. You'll probably never see a snap like that from Connor Williams again this year. But the fact that it happened in this game with these circumstances, 2-yard line, is like amplifies the whole situation. So I got to go Connor Williams, man. I think he's a good football player. I think that he's going to bounce back from this. But because we are forced to do it, because Stacey, you came up with a segment, winners or losers, I have to place the loser tag on our guy, Connor Williams.
How about this? Curtis, I'll let you roll with this one, actually, because it's inspired by your email, and I saw a couple people texting it again. Loser, Seahawks season ticket holders who sold their tickets.
God, the place got overran again. And it's not like Bills fans are local. It's not like they can hop on like a 2-hour flight like 49ers fans can and get up here. You're crossing the country. And I get that the Bills have a big fan base, and it's an older fan base too, because that's a team that has like generations of fans. They're an older franchise than the Seahawks are. But like Buffalo, New York overran your stadium, a stadium that used to be known as the toughest place to play in the league. Like, what's going on here?
Bump, you looked back at the last several years. You said that they are, the Seahawks, around 500 or just over 500 over 4 seasons of play. And I know that some people might be going, oh, well, that's horrible. But it's like the Seahawks have given you mostly winning seasons, and you're selling your tickets.
It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
It really is. I'm sitting there in the press box. And Stacey, you know, you're in the press box. You got a better seat than me. But we're in the press box. And when the Buffalo Bills or any opposing team makes a play, it sounds just as loud as when the Seahawks make a play. And we're in the press box where there's glass in front of us kind of diluting the noise or whatnot. Yeah. You know what I mean? But we can still hear him. Mm-hmm. And then halftime show, I go into the booth where Rabel is when the window's up. And I'm listening. I get there about 3 minutes before halftime. And I'm listening to the Bills fans chant and cheer their team on.
Yep.
The home field advantage is lost. Season ticket holders, I understand maybe you're trying to get your money back and get a return on your investment.
I'm judging you.
I get that, but goodness gracious, it's embarrassing. CBS, I don't know exactly what company voted or had a vote out there and you ranked the top stadiums in the country. They had Lumen as number one. And you know why? Because the fans are friendly. And you know you're going to get a seat if you're the opposing team. That's not why I didn't read the article. I just saw the ranking. But goodness gracious, it's too comfortable for opposing teams in there. It's too comfortable. There's no home field advantage anymore. It's crazy to me.
I'm just, again, if you are selling tickets because you're like, oh, I badly need the money and whatever, like I'm not pocket watching. I'm not judging for someone for trying to recoup if you're like in a hole and you're like, it's my life. There is, though, a level of judgment when you let your stadium get overrun, and that's not something Seahawks fans should do. Last one, winner. Thank you to a texter for pointing this out. On Bold Take Friday, someone texted in saying Ernest Jones is going to get 15 tackles. Bump, guess how many combined tackles Ernest Jones had?
15.
Yes. So congratulations to that texter who called it on Bold Take Friday. John Boy joining us next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
You have to answer two questions. What are their strengths and what needs to be fixed?
Weekdays 6 to 10.
What are they best at right now? Well, they're number one in the league in passing yards.
Okay.
It's a passing offense. Like they can push the ball. Geno can push the ball down the field. Ryan Grubb, I think, can create some pretty cool concepts.
What needs to be fixed?
Well, you're 29th in rush offense and you're 29th in rush defense.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble. Now through December 31st, get thrillifyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary.
As a Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Get a dependable, energy-efficient new heat pump and save up to $4,000 when you mention the Curly Cash discount. Call the comfort people, homecomfortalliance.com.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory-certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Did you know most people spend a third of their lives sleeping? If we spend that much time asleep, it better be worth it. Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We help people improve their sleep by treating snoring and sleep apnea. Once you sleep better, you have more energy, less stress, and you live a better life. If you snore or aren't sleeping well, we can help. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Summer's over and you've had your fun, but now it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you that's possible. We want to be your teammate. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs. Just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and keep it off for the long term. We know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
I really appreciated how fast the program works. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks. I think I dropped 20 in just the first 3. It's pretty incredible. And in terms of the healthiness, yeah, it's real food that you're buying at the grocery store.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary. Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, you know, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases. I've found that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The play everyone is talking about today, Jaden Daniels' 52-yard Hail Mary touchdown pass to Noah Brown to give the Commanders a win over the Bears. The Seahawks loss to the Bills feels even costlier. This following the Cardinals win over the Dolphins, the Rams win over the Vikings Thursday night, of course, and the 49ers Sunday night win over the Cowboys.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. You guys have watched his videos a million times. Bump and I are constantly sent them every time you guys see new ones that you love. So we are so excited for our guest today to help us preview the rest of a blockbuster World Series in which his team is playing. It's John Boyd joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. How's it going?
I'm doing well. Thank you guys for having me.
We're so happy to have you. I first want to just tell you two things. Number one, we are going to talk about your Yanks. Number two, my co-host is a diehard lifelong Dodgers fan. So this is going to be an interesting interview for me as a bystander.
My shoulders droop. Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
Fantastic. I am going to start with just questions about your career and about these videos, though. You obviously rose to prominence with a series of viral videos. You lip read players and managers and umps involved in big fights or ejections. You're very naturally funny, so you sprinkle in comedy. It's a perfect recipe. I know you've been asked this a million times, but I have to ask you, so I'm sorry. But how did you become so good at this? Because I couldn't lip read if my life depended on it. I've tried many times.
Well, the lip reading is somewhat natural. I didn't know that I could do it better than others until I started making these videos. And then it kind of clicked. But as a kid, my dad used to rewind the TV and just say, "What'd he say, Jim?" And I would kind of know.
You were savant.
The other thing, it's really only like baseball lip reading or sports. You know, I have to have the context of what I think they're talking about. And then I can piece together the puzzle sometimes. Some managers make it really tough. Like I rewatch it a million times. Others like Aaron Boone or Scott Service was very easy and he was funny. So others come really quick. But the videos just came about. I was trying to advertise our podcast and make these little clips to promote the show and do, other forms of content. And they just took off. I kept making them and people love them. So I'm lucky.
What were you doing before the lip reading and your rise in this social media world?
I was working as a wedding videographer for a while, so I could always have a hobby and work on some creative stuff that I wanted to do. And eventually the baseball stuff started taking off. So in 2018, I got like 25 grand and I quit my job and I started doing this full time. And from there, we've just kept growing and growing and growing into a company and doing it more and more.
I'll give you credit, not that you need it for this too, which is a lot of the times watching these videos, it's very funny, obviously, and entertaining. But I also always learn things like you're really good at figuring out like, oh, this guy's tipping pitches. Like obviously you have a high baseball IQ. And so I always feel like, oh my God, like this is really impressive. Has there been a moment in the past couple seasons where you were like, I can't believe this is happening in this game?
There was one this year. It's my favorite one I did this year where the umpire in the Marlins game threw somebody out and the manager came out and said, "Who did you throw out?" And the umpire said, "Whoever you choose." And that wasn't, so sometimes when I'm doing these videos, like it was just an ejection and people knew that they were arguing. But so I went to look at all the post-game press conference and all the articles. I'm like, does anyone know that this is what happened? That he didn't know who he ejected, and then they just said choose someone, and it hadn't been reported or talked about. So I was like, oh my God, this is amazing, and it's so funny. It's one of the funnier ones I did this year. So that sometimes I'm like coming across things, and I'm like, this is wild.
I got to ask you about it, and it's not me being a Dodger and poking fun at you, but to open the show, we talked about just where I was. I cover football games during on the weekends, and I was watching Freddie do his thing, and I was in Target in the Bay Area. You know, the Giants hate the Dodgers. So I'm in Target, and I'm watching this thing go down, and I'm excited. I'm getting all teary-eyed and stuff.
In a Target.
Probably spending way too much money. What is it like on your end? Because going into this series, man, I felt like the Yankees were just the better overall team. The pitching is better. Obviously, you know what they have on the roster. What are the feelings over there on the East Coast when it comes to this series?
Well, I thought they had to win game one. I knew they weren't going to touch Yamamoto. Just his pitch mix is devastating against the Yankees. So I thought game one was a must win. I also knew when they only had a 1-run lead at the end of the game and they had no bullpen left to go to, that it was impossible. So we're live streaming these games and now we're watching, watching along, and people are in the comment section. We have, I think, 10,000 people watching me, get sad and heartbroken. And, but we all saw it coming. So like, I didn't know it was going to be a grand slam, but there was no way they were winning that game when they only scored one in the top of the 10th, in my opinion. And I said that at the time as well.
Yeah. Hey, James, I want to talk about team building with the Yanks, and I'll give you a little bit of background. Obviously, we cover the Seattle Mariners here, and they're a mid-level market, and we both think that they could probably spend a bit more, but there are obviously limitations to what they can do. And so when you get a World Series with a team like the Dodgers and a team like the Yanks, I think people just think like, oh, they just spend their way there. But there's so much that goes into team building. So outside of just a massive amount of money spent on certain players, what did this team, this front office, do well to build what's currently a World Series team, seeing if they can win it all?
One of the bigger moves that they made was, and it was a couple years ago, they got the pitching coach, Blake, and he has since then, because before he came, their bullpen was big payroll pieces, David Robertson, Miller, Chapman, Britton, all these like real out of Vino. They would spend big on bullpen, and now they spend next to nothing on the bullpen. They get them through trades and waiver wire pickups. Yeah. And the pitching coach has been amazing in turning that. So a lot of the times it's more it's more the coaching or the analytics department. Something they changed this year is they had someone in the dugout that relays messages from the analytics department that has like a baseball brain and not just a computer brain, because they thought that was a big need. They would just get all this info, but they didn't know what it actually meant in terms of between the white lines. And then they have a lot of contact bats. I mean, Judge is a contact bat. Soto's a contact bat. You don't think of them that way because they also slug a lot. But they went out and they made sure they got more lefties to balance it out, and guys that put the ball in play a ton, which they did not have in past seasons.
What do you think the Yanks' chances are of locking down Juan Soto?
Well, I hope they're very high. There's reports now the Dodgers are going to go after him, and I just like that to not happen and not be reported in the middle of this series, because it's really ruining my time as a Yankee fan.
Having a great time.
No, I mean, Yankees have to retain him. He's perfect. He fits in the Bronx well. Biggest Dominican community is in the Bronx and in New York, and he's clearly loved living here and enjoying that life. If you follow his Instagram, and he's hanging out with Glaber and going out to late eats in the Bronx and Washington Heights and all that. And then he just, he didn't even have facial hair before he came here. He's made to be a Yankee. Looks good in the uniform.
From our own text line, we got, can you please ask John Boy about Warehouse Games channel he does? Win interview. Absolutely love him. And yes, absolutely. So tell us about Warehouse Games, especially Blitzball Battle 5. It's coming out on Monday, November 4th. Tell us a bit more.
Yeah, so I grew up a junkie of reality TV, like MTV's The Challenge and sports. So we have this warehouse. It's an old, crappy warehouse in Jersey City. We turned into our own sports stadium. And, if you grew up playing neighborhood ball where that curb was a home run, but that tree's a double, and the rules evolve that way, that's what we do. We have all these teams. It's like a TV show. We actually sold distribution to Bally's, so it is on TV nationally now, which we're very proud of. But basically, like, Trevor Plouffe's a big time. He's an MLB player. He's got 100 big league homers, and then I'm pitching to him from 45 feet away with a blitz ball, which is like a wiffle ball in my hand. And so it's like pros versus Joes. We have a professional announcer and play-by-play and sideline that are just ripping us apart. So it's got all these elements of reality TV, and there's drama because people want to win. They don't want to get embarrassed. I'm one of the people that gets embarrassed constantly. I'm trying to not get embarrassed anymore. And I play in the first game on November 4th. So it's a redemption campaign for myself and my teammate.
All right, again, that is Monday, November 4th, Blitzball Battle 5. He is John Boy. We love the videos. We love the analysis. Make sure you check him out, too. Host of Talkin' Baseball and Talkin' Yanks. Thanks, John Boy.
Thanks, James.
Thank you, guys.
All right, before we get to 4 Down territory, I really wanted to ask him about his favorite Mariners-specific video. There are so many choices. Almost all of the best ones just involve Scott Service getting tossed. I'm going to miss that.
You know what? I love the one where Jesse Winker, that's his name, right? I try to forget that guy sometimes.
I know.
Started that fight in Anaheim, and he broke that whole thing down. That was awesome.
So good.
There were so many angles and conversations going on, and he took his time and broke that whole thing down. He's doing something that not a lot of people can do.
No, the still that I had, like my computer wallpaper for the longest time was a still from that video, and it was the part where he has Scott Service getting in the scrum and then getting in the fight and then standing up and kind of looking winded and realizing, like, I'm too old for what am I doing? Like, what am I doing here? And he just has this exasperated look on his face. Like, you can see him, you can almost hear him sighing and just thinking,
Looked like he just woke up from a nap. I'm like, where am I? When you're a kid, when you wake up, you fall asleep in the car and you wake up in your bed and you're like, where? How did I get here? What happened?
I wish that we could have talked to him more. He's, I'm sure, got a ton of interviews to do, a very busy week. Obviously, host of Talking Yanks also, in addition to what he does with national coverage. And so he's, talking about the Yankees. And I really do wish I could have dove more into conversations about how both the Dodgers and Yanks built outside of just spending, because it's not that there isn't a positive correlation between spending and getting to the playoffs. Like, teams that spend are more often teams that win. Like, you can find plenty of examples against it, but overwhelmingly teams that were in the playoffs were top 10, top 12 in spending, and that's the case every single year. However, it almost feels like that takes away from other things they do. So I'm glad we were able to ask him, like, what did the Yankees do that essentially the Mariners could? is what we're asking. And he's like, yeah, the way that they built their bullpen, like you take a risk, but like hiring a really good bullpen coach and then making some really smart moves there. Like it's not just about going out and spending a ton of money keeping Aaron Judge. It's about the other things you do as well.
Yeah, but you better spend some money and keep Aaron Judge.
Well, and
for sure.
I mean, trading for guys.
Yeah, there are things that the Mariners can do to mimic what winning teams do. Not necessarily just spending a whole bunch of money. It's doing the things that that John Boy illustrated. Like, look, you build the bullpen, you do this, do that. I look at the Dodgers, and they spent some money doing their thing, but they also have developed from within. So there is multiple ways to win championships. The thing that is most consistent is that you must have talent. The guy sitting in the bullpen, or excuse me, sitting in the dugout, the manager, the skipper, is at his best when he has talent that he can manipulate. He can put in situations, that he can call from the bullpen, that he can move the order around a little bit. There are things that you can do. So I think the bottom line is that you have to have the right formula and understand what your organization is willing and able to do. And here in Seattle, I think that they should be willing to spend a bit more, but they've also shown that they are capable of breaking down arms and seeing what rotation is going to fit or whatnot. You know, there are different ways to live life, man. There's a billions of people on this earth. No one lives the same life. There's a bunch of people who are successful. You got to look at that in sports, but you also have to, just like in life, I sit down with successful people all the time, and I'm picking their brains. How did you do this? What made you so successful? I necessarily can't move the same way that they're moving, but I can pick and choose things that they talk to me about to try to enhance my quality of life. That's all we're asking for the Mariners. Just pick, grab some nuggets from the Yankees, the Dodgers, and everyone else and bring it here.
I love him also clarifying, like, yeah, my ability to lip read and figure out the context of what everyone's talking about mostly works with baseball, because that's his lexicon. Like that, he understands what people are talking about and some of the norms and what someone might be saying here. And all of that context adds to his ability to then lip read and figure out what people are saying. But can you imagine like a John Boy breakdown in real time if it were to happen for like Malice at the Palace? Or like, can you imagine, like, what would you guys have wanted to see a John Boy breakdown of for one of the most, I guess, your favorite or most impactful fights, storming the mound, something like that? It could be in another
That should be his next move. Go back. Maybe he's doing it already. I don't know.
Fights.
Yeah, but look at situations like Malice in the Palace and break that whole thing down for us. He's an 80s baby. He was born in 89. So we have some of the same memories. That would be awesome to hear him break down some of our memories.
Curtis, what's one of the biggest baseball fights you can remember there being? That obviously he wouldn't have covered, so I'm talking like 20 years ago.
Red Sox, Yankees, Alex Rodriguez, Jason Varitek, where Varitek like shoves his glove in A-Rod's face and then both benches clear. Or it was also a Yankees-Red Sox one. I think the year prior, Pedro Martinez threw like 75-year-old Don Zimmer onto the field as he was bum rushing him. Like, I think those would have been two pretty good ones.
All right. Again, thank you to John Boy for joining us. This has been a really fun World Series. Not for Yankees fans, but certainly for Bump and us. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what did you see out of the offense that adds value to a true number 1 wide receiver?
Man, oh man. You DK traders out there. You DK haters out there. Not saying DK is the best receiver in all the land, but he presents a threat that a lot of other teams just don't have. And when I look at the passing charts for Geno Smith, he was 21 of 29, 212, and 1 interception. Airtime, no footballs thrown over 20 yards. The week before that, 5 footballs thrown over 20. Week before that, 6. Skip a week, and in week 5, it was kind of down a little bit. In week 4, we pick it back up, another 6. Week 3, another 5. You just lost the threat of going downfield. There was no one on the field yesterday that can do what DK can do. The easy answer would be, okay, trade DK, get some draft capital, and go find you a DK. Go find you a guy who can stretch the field like that. It sounds good and it sounds easy, but it's not always that easy. To get an elite receiver, you got to be in the top 15 picks. And we don't know if the Seahawks are going to go there. Now, they're trending in that direction right now after losing that last game. But it was interesting to see just how this offense operates without DK Metcalf. and you lose the downfield threat just off of targets alone. I don't care I do care, but if you're not completing those passes, at least you're showing the defense you are capable of throwing it down the field. The biggest plays in the game came from the seam from the tight ends. You had a tight end with a 17-yard reception, 18-yard reception, and a 20-yard reception. From the tight ends, when you're on the outside and you're able to run down the field 40, 50, 60 yards and make that safety. If it's too high safety, the safety has to go over the top if it's cover 2. If you're in a cover 4, you have 2 high safeties, you're pushing that corner safety or that quarter safety further back. It just creates more space. So I think we saw yesterday that if you don't have DK Metcalf out there, the game looks a bit different. He's not going to win or lose you that game, but he will open up some windows for you.
Second down. What are 2 stats that show how hard it is to play quarterback for the Seahawks?
Well, I really got 1. I put 2, Stacey, but I set you up. Okay. I got 1.
Set me up for failure.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Your nails look great, though.
Thank you.
QB hits. 26 hits is what the Seahawks have. The 7th most in the NFL. You know who they share that with?
Ooh.
The Rams, who are 3-4, the Giants, who are 2-5, the Jets, who are 2-6, ATL, shout it, 5-3. All right, New England, 2-6, Cleveland, 2-6. 16-30 are the teams who have 26 hits or more on their QBs. It's just hard to play QB in this league, and especially for this team right now. Not saying Geno had himself a perfect game. No, he didn't. He made some poor decisions. He did throw an interception. He should have thrown in the dirt. But he's operating under a lot of pressure. And every time I watch the film, I appreciate Geno a bit more. Should the Hawks be looking for another quarterback? Eventually you have to. He's 34 years old. He's been in the game for a long time. Let's live in reality. But let's also live in reality and recognize that Geno operates under pressure. Before or going into this game, 50% of the time he gets into a drop back, he is pressured. It's hard to work under those circumstances, and now you factor in that DK wasn't there. It was hard for this offense to get going. You could not run the football. Goodness gracious. Yesterday was just a whole bunch of frustration for all of us watching that game.
Third down. The run game has been struggling this year, but it has excelled in one category. What's the silver lining?
Just rushing touchdowns. 11 rushing touchdowns. That's the 6th most in the NFL. When you get into the red zone, for the most part, these guys are putting points on the board, running the football. Yesterday was different. We saw, obviously, the snap over Geno's head. We saw Geno get stepped on 4th and 1. It's a different game. Again, I set you up again, Stacey, because I wrote 11 rushing touchdowns, 6th most in the NFL. Naturally, I went to the negative, though, because it's Monday, and you just got waxed by the Buffalo Bills. 427 yards before contact is what the Seahawks are working with, the 6th least in the NFL. So what that is telling you, as soon as K9, Zach Charbonnet get the football, there's somebody right there. All right, yards before contact. 165 rushing attempts, 2nd least in the NFL. So not only are you not successful running the football, you're getting contact, and you're not doing it at a high clip. The Cowboys, Jets, Bengals, Raiders, and Cleveland are chilling at the bottom when it comes to rushing attempts.
And you don't want to be there.
You don't want to be there.
That's a party you don't want to be at.
You don't want to hang out at the bottom. So yes, they are doing a good job scoring touchdowns, running the football. But you need to get your yards before contact up. That means that offensive line has to do better. 165 rush attempts. That just means you're playing from behind often. It's not looking good for the run game. As you all know, I'm not telling you new information. Maybe just give me a couple nuggets.
Can I just add to the offensive line point? There is this balance of I'm trying to figure out how much of this is grub, how much of this is, a first-time NFL play caller, maybe setting up bad situations or plays that, can't develop. I don't even know. And how much of it is just the offensive line. In doing that exercise, I feel like I can't stress enough that when you have an offensive line problem, it's so much bigger than it sounds.
Yeah.
Like saying you have an offensive line problem immediately becomes, okay, now you have a running back problem, a wide receiver problem, a tight end problem, a quarterback problem. You're going to have an offense problem. You're going to have a third down problem. Like, it becomes so huge. Its tentacles so long reaching that simplifying it as only personnel and as only like, oh, so that's one position group where you're struggling. No. Yeah. That becomes, it's like you have a construction company come and they go, yeah, you have mold in the foundation. Like, you can't keep it moving. You got to stop and solve that problem before anything else works.
Derek been pillow talking.
You know what I mean? I just understand building.
You're a construction manager now.
Let me tell you what. I'll hang out at a Home Depot. They have candy that they sell there. 4th down. Whose jersey would you buy if he were older than you and retired? And I love that these are your jersey rules.
Yes.
Okay.
Curtis, please play that sound for your boy. Not ready? No? Okay, never mind. Anyway, it is Jameis Winston. He had a great conversation in the tunnel when it came to his guys. He had a great pregame speech when we're talking to the reporter on CBS.
I have the Eminem postgame show.
All right,
which we'll get
run
to
that. Run that for
okay.
your boy.
Man, it's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got a quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that the Lord provided me with this opportunity. I'm grateful for my teammates, my coaches, and these amazing fans.
It be Jameis Winston. Not only is he wearing number 5, which was my number, he just hits you with some quotes. And my algorithm had me on a Jameis Winston just train right now, or before the show. I'm listening to Jameis Winston, and he believes everything that he's saying.
Yes.
And if he were younger or older than me and retired, I might just get this man's jersey. He's a national treasure. He should be protected at all times. He should be like the last white rhino in Africa. They have people guarding him at all times.
It's really sad because they're both females.
There's 2 of them left?
Well, maybe now only one, but for a while, the only 2 left of this species of rhino were females.
That's Jameis Winston. We should protect him at all costs. I will spend my tax dollars to protect Jameis Winston. And he got the W. I love it.
You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. A star player confronts a reporter over a tweet. Plus, a Bears player is under fire after yesterday's Hail Mary. Timeline coming your way next.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
It's a taste reality right in your face, and you got to take it on the chin. We have to grow from this. That's who we are. We're a resilient crew, and we need to grow. We need to grow. We need to look at everything, especially in the run game on both sides of the ball, and grow from it. And that's the mentality we're going to have, that we're going to get to the point we're going to get to, and we're going to chase it like heck until we get there. So it just needs to be more consistent from week to week as a coaching staff and as a football team, but we got to grow from it.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over, and if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Upgrade your furnace or heat pump with Home Comfort Alliance, and for a limited time, save up to $4,000 in combined rebates, or enjoy 12 months same as cash, no interest financing on a new Lennox system. Call the comfort people. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Bills may have been the better team in yesterday's game at Lumen Field, but the Seahawks helped them out quite a bit. They had 2 turnovers, 2 huge mistakes on red zone opportunities, and 11 penalties.
Yeah, I mean, extremely frustrating. You know, I thought we prepared really well this week. You know, I thought the guys were dialed in. I thought we had great energy, and obviously it didn't show up on game day today. Like you said, man, we had too many self-inflicted wounds. That's kind of been our story this season. You know, we got down there in the red zone, you know, twice, had a shot at points, and came away with nothing. So, well, we got 3 points, but, you know, we want to score touchdowns. So those are things that, again, we got to be better at. And, you know, like I said, I'm going to look at myself first and see what I got to do better and take it from there.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about the bar. Not where you get drinks. I'm talking about the bar exam. That rigorous beast that's required to practice law. You've got to pass it, but not anymore. Soon students can pass on the bar exam instead of passing it. Can you imagine unlicensed electricians burning down the house? Plumbers? Yuck. Dentists? Ouch. Fortunately, all our lawyers have passed the bar exam with flying colors. And with that comes over 300 5-star reviews, over 30 years in business, and a 90% success rate getting cases reduced or dismissed. So call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com. The world is changing fast. Rely on the best in the business. Bar none.
1-800-DUI-AWAY. From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy, telling you about the top trending stories you're going to see on your own timeline. Basically, the biggest stories in sports from yesterday. We've got some funny stuff on here. Before we get to it, though, we're going to start with some controversial stuff. 2 stories here. The first, Cowboys defensive back Trevon Diggs got into it with a Dallas TV reporter. This is what happened. The Dallas TV reporter's name is Mike Leslie. He's a sports anchor at WFAA in Dallas. Maybe they call it WFAA, but I don't know. They should. Anyways, so he tweeted out what I thought was like a somewhat normal type of sports tweet. He is calling out Diggs, but passive-aggressively. So he retweets a highlight of George Kittle's touchdown. And Diggs is running after him. He's not the initial corner covering him. He's covering someone else. And then he slows up a little bit and then pushes Kittle out of bounds. So Mike Leslie tweets, "What is Trevon Diggs doing on this play?" So Diggs obviously saw that, because when Mike Leslie and the rest of the Dallas Cowboys reporters were waiting out in the locker room, Diggs came out and said this.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing me, bro.
Just asking a question, Trayvon. I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took for that? That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking. We can talk about it more. What were you doing then?
So Mike added context after that. He said, Trevon just came out of the locker room to approach me about this tweet. He said, I didn't know football and I can't do what he does. He and I are in agreement about that. He didn't offer an answer as to what he was doing on the play, however. Bump, what is Mike implying that Diggs is doing? And 2, was Diggs right or wrong to approach him after the game?
So he's implying, what's the reporter's name?
Mike. Another Mike.
Lovely name. He's implying that Diggs didn't give full effort in trying to attempt to stop a touchdown. I looked at the film, and if I'm a coach, I'm asking Diggs the same question. Like, bro, like, come on, man. And it looks like he's swiping at the football maybe, but even his effort to swipe at the football just wasn't max effort. Diggs was an individual who had, 11 interceptions in one season, I believe. He is a Pro Bowler, All-Pro type of talent. So when you see a Pro Bowler, All-Pro type of talent give effort that does not reflect the resume, you're going to have the question. I don't think the question was disrespectful at all. It's like, what's going on here? Like, we got to see more effort. With Diggs, I think that he's a human being, and they just got beat by the Niners. And they had a chance to win that ball game, and then eventually, obviously, the Niners pulled off, and they got the win. And it's right after a ball game. He still has his pads on, his uniform on. And when a player is going through, and I didn't live in this world, but I would imagine social media after the game and seeing critiques or whatnot, and you just lost a game, you get a bit defensive. He's a human being. I understand that. I don't think that the reporter was wrong with his question or his critique. I think that Diggs was a bit emotional, and he's going to look at this, and if he is a logical human being, he's going to say, maybe I was tripping a little bit, but things like that happen all the time.
Next up, the best play of the weekend was Jaden Daniels hanging onto the ball, buying his guys time. Seconds are drained from the clock. End of the game. 13 seconds he held onto the ball. He throws a 52-yard Hail Mary touchdown. Commanders beat the Bears.
Comes down to one last play, and it's going to be getting longer by the second. You're all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you can step into it. Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line. And the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh, my goodness! This town is going crazy! It's a madhouse in Landover, Maryland! He did it!
This was an amazing play. It was a fun play. It adds to the campaign for Offensive Rookie of the Year for Jaden Daniels, who played, by the way, with like broken or fractured ribs, presumably a lot of painkillers, but still an amazing moment. Really cool for Commanders players as a whole. You could be forgiven for not noticing in your first or second watching of that there is a Bears cornerback named Tyreek Stevenson who runs over into the middle of the scrum, tips the ball, and then it lands into to Noah Brown's hands. Tyreek had to run over to the huddle because he spent the first 4 seconds of the Commanders' game-winning Hail Mary taunting Washington fans before he got involved in the play. Now under fire this morning.
2-9.
What you doing?
Focus. I understand that the percentages of that play weren't extremely high. You understand that this is a Hail Mary. This doesn't happen often. The last Hail Mary I remember would be Kyler Murray to DeAndre Hopkins. Aaron Rodgers has a couple of them as well. 2-9. Focus on the task at hand, and you can taunt the fans as much as you want afterwards. That's what you get. And you're supposed to bat the ball down. He put a hand up, and he wasn't able to get on top of the football. It did hit his hand. He is the reason why the Commanders caught that football. I was impressed. So I didn't realize exactly how the Commanders won the game. When I'm doing the post-game show, I'm looking at stats from games, and I go, oh, Jaden Daniels had a decent day. Let me see what's going on. And then I get on Twitter, and it is hot. I had no idea that's the way they won that football game, and it makes it even sweeter for the Commanders that 2-9 was talking that talk and ended up contributing to the final play of the game.
There's a shot of Tyreek Stevenson facing the crowd. He's in the right corner, front goal line of the end zone, and there are like 4 or 5 Bears fans, because it's a Commanders home game, that are pointing at the play behind him like, Tyreek, turn around. Look at what's happening. Benjamin Solak, who is an analyst for ESPN, breaks down the play and talks about what a Hail Mary play, the responsibilities are for offensive and defensive players on these plays, because we think of it as like chaos, and it's like, no, everyone has roles, everyone has jobs. And he says there's one player that's supposed to be the savior. Maybe it's not called that with every single defense, but there's one player that's supposed to be away from the scrum, and your entire job is to catch or bat down the pass if it kind of is tipped. Basically the exact scenario where the ball is tipped back and Noah Brown is standing there with no one around him, that there's supposed to be a defender there whose job it is not to be in the scrum going after the ball, but solely responsible for a deflected ball to make sure that an offensive player doesn't catch it. That was probably Tyreek's job.
The play was I supposed to box out 85. That the play was, cheering with some Bears fans, wasn't taunting, no fans. It was just cheering with some Bears fans, and the Washington fans reacted how they wanted to. And my job was to box out 85. And, when I went up to hit the ball, it was pretty much to knock it down. Interceptions, and especially in a close game like that. So just try to make a play for my team.
So again, I don't know that he was supposed to be like the savior who's there, because you can't tell which player is going to be there. Like, he doesn't know it's going to be Noah, but his job is to box out Noah. So you still had a responsibility that you were not paying attention to.
Hey, big ups to him for going to the podium.
He took full accountability.
Facing it and saying, yep, that's on me.
Yep.
Do your job. That's why you play until the final whistle, man. That is a great example. Kids out there, don't do that, please. Lock it in.
The quarterback gets all the credit when you win and all the blame when you lose. So what was and wasn't Geno Smith's fault on Sunday? That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
You have to answer 2 questions. What are their strengths and what needs to be fixed?
Weekdays 6 to 10.
What are they best at right now? Well, they're number 1 in the league in passing yards.
Okay.
It's a passing offense. Like, they can push the ball. Geno can push the ball down the field. Ryan Grubb, I think, can create some pretty cool concepts.
What needs to be fixed?
Well, you're 29th in rush offense and you're 29th in rush defense.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At the Home Depot, we know you can't control everything, like when your guests arrive too early for Saturday college football. But you can control your grill. With the Traeger Timberline XL, you can watch the game, not the grill. Monitor your football feast from anywhere using the Traeger app. With the Timberline XL, you can bake, smoke, sear, fry, and saute. That's Desmond Howard level versatility.
Huddle up, the food's done.
Defend your game time with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Attention football fans, the season's heating up, and that means it's time for jaw-dropping plays, spectacular touchdowns, and memories that'll last a lifetime. So if you're looking to grab the best seats for all the excitement, Vivid Seats is your go-to playmaker. With an incredible selection of tickets and a game-changing rewards program, Vivid Seats is your ticket to every thrilling moment. Don't miss out. Experience it live with Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh my God, before I even get to this Geno Smith point that we're going to make here, I completely forgot. Have you guys seen D. Wade's statue that was unveiled Sunday outside
I think
the
you mean
Arena?
Lawrence Fishburne's statue.
Thank you.
That's Rampage Jackson. What the heck was that?
Oh my God, the photos and memes that are coming out from this on Twitter are killing me. People have from his and Gabrielle Union's wedding, like the statue photoshopped over his face. I'm dying.
Elon Musk just brought a rocket back from outer space and docked it. And we can't get a statue right?
I don't know.
What is going on?
I truly don't know. It's if you guys haven't seen it, it's hard for I can't explain it over radio. Please just Google
It ain't him.
Dwayne Wade's statue and you will find yourself wondering who this statue is of.
The worst part about that is he's genuinely honored. You're watching D Wade's response, and he's like, "Oh man, it's amazing. I'm gonna live forever." Right. And then I would assume when he got home and Gabrielle Union was like, "That ain't you, boo. That ain't you."
If someone, to me, I guess I would also be very honored, but it would be like if someone tells you look like a celebrity who you think is ugly, and you're like, "Thank you," and then you think about it all day, and I would just be, "Is that how the world sees me?" Like, I'd be tripping.
Right? It's really bad. Y'all need to fix that.
Earlier, someone texted in to the Mac and Jacks text line, "Bump, love you, man, but just admit it, Geno played terrible yesterday. The whole team did, but Geno was especially not good. So, Bump, what was and wasn't Geno's fault in a horrible loss to the Bills on Sunday?"
Man, I went back and forth with somebody on X the other day because I tweeted out and you retweeted. Thank you for retweeting to your 100,000 followers.
You're welcome. I'm very popular.
Your boy, humble 8,600. You know what I mean? But I tweeted out. I go, "This is there's a way to lose, and this ain't it." And someone went under. "Yeah, Bump just be simping when it comes to Geno," and I was like, "No, I evaluate him every week accordingly. I just don't overreact like you fans. I'm an analyst. I have to look at the whole game, watch the film, and break it down." Geno didn't play well. He didn't play good, but he also wasn't the reason why they lost that ball game. It was the same things happening over and over and over again. So what was Geno's fault? That interception was Geno's fault. He's got to be the savvy 34-year-old quarterback out there and just throw it in the dirt. What was Geno's fault is his energy, his demeanor, his leadership was all bad. And we focus on it because we're in the press box. We get the replay on the TV screen, and they're zooming in on him, and it's slow motion, making a pouty McPout face, and his body language is all jacked up. He's throwing the football at players. It's not good. Like we opened the show. Think of your best quarterback, your favorite quarterback. Mine growing up was Steve Young. Your favorite quarterback, Steve Young.
Mine was Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers. They've all had those moments. But because Geno is thought of as a mid quarterback, his antics are amplified a bit, and I think he should be held accountable. And I think that's something that Grubb and Mike McDonald should and will address when it comes to just his leadership. But everything we hear from the players and the coaches is that his leadership is on point. If his leadership wasn't on point, we wouldn't hear about it. If he was a horrible leader, no one's going to come out and say he's a bad leader. You're just not going to hear about it. So I think he's allowed some grace there, but it is a bad look. So I think he was partly responsible just for the energy in that game, because when your quarterback is getting personal fouls for taunting and expressing himself negatively, it naturally is going to seep through the roster, and you're going to see things get blown up a bit. That whole sideline was a mess yesterday. We saw D. Hall and Jay Reed get at him. Granted, they did come together and squash that whole thing. But Geno is at fault for the energy and for that interception. Once again, he was under a lot of pressure when it comes to that offensive line.
Well, and I think that it's natural for people to, particularly when you're playing a team that has Josh Allen, who is so central to his team's success, and not wonder if this quarterback was better here in Seattle. If you had Josh Allen, if you had a top 3 passer, if you had a quarterback who could overcome holes on a roster, could you be a winning franchise? Could you be a contender? I think it's a very natural thing to think. I also think Geno is good enough to win with if your offensive line was better. And frankly, I also reject the idea that the offensive line isn't good because you're paying DK so much money, and you're paying Tyler, and you're paying Geno. Your offensive line isn't good because you have not drafted well on your offensive line, period. Your offensive line is not good because you don't have money to spend on offensive linemen in free agency because you have how much sunk into dead cap for 2 safeties, period. Your offensive line is bad because you have overspent on a couple tight ends, period. So again, not spending money on a veteran quarterback, on 2 veteran wide receivers would, yes, give you more money to spend on your offensive line, but there have been multiple mistakes from a front office that have also led to those deficiencies. And this isn't me saying that Seattle has a bad front office. They've also made really good moves and really good acquisitions, DK Metcalf being one of them, frankly, one of their better draft picks. But your offensive line issues, I don't like turning into then Geno and DK problems when, to me, they're unrelated. Like, I don't like the idea of, like, trying to say what you do well is you have these good pass catchers and what you do well is Geno's really solid, making it to where it has to be a give or take. you should have a better offense. You should have a better offensive line. And I think that we wouldn't be having these conversations about Geno and DK if you did.
A lot of what determines a quarterback play has to do with the big boys up front. Every now and then you come across a talent like a Patrick Mahomes, even a Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, where you can make up for some deficiencies on that offensive line. And I think Geno is making up for deficiencies on that offensive line. But at some point, he's going to need some help. And at some point, he is going to get frustrated. This is the first time we've seen Geno kind of lose his cool all year. But he's been under pressure all year. He's been under pressure. It's not a good look. It's the team looked like they had lost their cool, like they were not disciplined, like they weren't coached up for that moment.
And you got to keep it together, man. You're responsible for that.
Yeah, he's the leader of the team. He's a human being at the same time, man. I'm not making excuses for Geno. I think that he has to conduct himself in a better manner. But I look across the league. This happens all the time in the NFL, especially when you are losing ball games, especially when you are getting stomped like they were yesterday, especially when it's self-inflicted wounds. Geno had a ball snapped over his head. Geno was stepped on when it comes to his center down in the 5-yard line. He's frustrated. He's got to do better. But the way that I work, man, I study human development growing up. And the reason, or growing up in college. And the reason why I study human development, because I love to understand why people react and respond to certain things. I like to know about their childhood. I like to know about events that lead up to this moment. So the way I look at that whole situation is analytical. It's not emotional. And people were texting into the postgame show and demanding accountability and all that stuff, in which you do have to hold Geno accountable. He has to do better.
Well,
but
and
you also
press conferences too.
Yeah, but you also have to realize, all right, why is this man so frustrated? He is the third most pressured quarterback in the game right now. I would be frustrated too. He does have to do better.
The Seahawks are taking on the Rams Sunday, November 3rd, and Seattle Sports is excited to give away 4 tickets to watch the game in person. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, simply text the word app to 866-979-3776, and we will send you a link to download. Enter daily for your chance to win. This contest runs through Tuesday, October 29th. What did we make of a fight between two Seahawks? And what's going on with the run defense? Plus, what stood out to us from around the league after a big Week 8. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
You have to answer 2 questions. What are their strengths and what needs to be fixed?
Weekdays 6 to 10.
What are they best at right now? Well, they're number 1 in the league in passing yards.
Okay.
It's a passing offense. Like they can push the ball. Geno can push the ball down the field. Ryan Grubb, I think, can create some pretty cool concepts.
What needs to be fixed?
Well, you're 29th in rush offense and you're 29th in rush defense.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The holidays are here. Don't let your plumbing issues get the last word from your relatives visiting. Talk to the Hawk. When you need reliable septic, plumbing, and drain cleaning services, Flowhawks is there. Right now, mention KIRO and get $25 off any home septic service, $35 off any home drain cleaning service, and $45 off any home electrical troubleshooting or repair. Just mention KIRO. Flowhawks is the #1 name in septic and plumbing services. Talk to the Hawk. 1-800-FLOWHAWK or flowhawks.com. That's 1-800-FLO-HAWK or flowhawks.com.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble. Now through December 31st, get Philip-Buyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary.
If you're injured in the state of Washington, here's what matters. Who represents you matters. The experience of their staff matters. Their investigation team and track record of success matters. Davis Law Group was founded in Seattle and has been winning cases for more than 30 years. We know Washington State, we know our courts, and we know how to deliver the highest level of client satisfaction. And that's what matters.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over, and if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The play everyone's talking about today, that would be Jaden Daniels' 52-yard Hail Mary touchdown pass to Noah Brown to give the Commanders a win over the Bears. The Seahawks loss to the Bills feels even costlier today following the Cardinals win over the Dolphins, the Rams win over the Vikings Thursday night, and the 49ers Sunday night win over the Cowboys.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. We got a fight to talk about. We got a horrible run defense, a little bit on Geno Smith, and a look around the rest of the league. So let's get to it with What Caught My Eye, Week 8 edition. Bump, what you got?
What caught my eye? Josh throws his first interception to Josh's first career interception. Josh Allen to Josh Jobe. And I love seeing 2-9 go out there and get the job done. Unfortunately, the Hawks got no points off of that turnover. He had a 33-yard reception, gets it down inside the 10-yard line, and you're not able to convert. but I love that moment for Josh Jobe. He's probably going to be replaced as soon as these guys are healthy, but what he did was extend his NFL life. We all know it's about making plays in this league. He did exactly that. 2 weeks in a row, my man has looked solid out there. So Josh Jobe, man, first interception on Allen, first interception of his career. Big ups 2-9.
I always love, first of all, when an interception is unexpected. Like, we all talked about whether or not Josh Allen would throw his first pick, and all the guesses as to who would intercept it, of course, went to your stars or your starters, whether it's Devin Witherspoon. Is it going to be Julian Love? Is it going to be Reek Woolen returning to this game? Is it going to be someone on the defensive line that tips it and you get a thick six? Like, what's going to happen here? Who would have expected Josh Jobe, your backup, who I think barely anyone knew about prior to 2 weeks ago, would be the one to do it? And maybe he doesn't have a single pick for the rest of the year, but that's still a really cool moment. And, Josh intercepting another Josh, like, it just makes sense.
Josh on Josh.
The math is mathing for me.
It is. It equals.
Oh, I love it. Good for him.
It's positive.
Next up. I'm going to stick with defense for this one. Of course, what caught my eye is what caught everyone else's eyes when it happened. It was Derek Hall and Jaron Reed getting into it on the field and on the sideline. So let's talk about it and whether or not I think it's concerning at all. I don't, but here's why. Derek Hall made a stupid play. It was a stupid decision. It doesn't mean he's not a good player. It doesn't mean he's not a smart player, but he made a dumb decision on the field. This isn't one of those things where you go, that's roughing in today's NFL? What game are we playing here? This is a game where you watched it and you said, Derek, no, as you saw him closing in on Josh Allen. Jaron Reed saw it too, and Jaron Reed is annoyed because the Bills have been moving, the defense is struggling, and he knows that the Bills had a flag, and you now have offsetting, and you get penalized for it because it's a worse penalty and it keeps it moving.
That's dumb, by the way.
Yes, it is.
It was illegal motion,
yes,
illegal procedure, yet they're still able to run the play.
Yes.
The play should be shut down.
I know.
So I'm making excuses for my kid right now, okay?
I know.
He wasn't wrong, but he was wrong.
So Jaron Reed is upset because he knows in another world where Derek doesn't do that, the Bills are moving backwards and they get a little bit of help. He knows that they need all the help that they can possibly get as they inch near to the red zone because they've been unable to stop the Bills today. And he knows that this is a game where they are better. I'm sure he thinks, like, we're better than we've been playing. He also knows he's a veteran, and this is a young guy that he's been coaching up and been under his wing all year long, and he just messed up, and he's probably frustrated. So, of course, they get into it. It's not a great look, but it happens in football. That continues to the sideline with some pushing and shoving. Not a great look, but it happens. It doesn't happen when you're winning, and it happens when you're losing for a reason. Tempers flare. People get upset. They point the finger. These two are cool. Like, they're cool with each other. They were seen talking after this. Derek Hall on the huddle with us mentioned that Jaron Reed is like helping him with his fashion game. He's been like a really great mentor this season. These two are not at odds with each other. They don't hate each other from what we know. This is a veteran who got frustrated at a dumb play from a young player.
Yeah, he's looking at the situation as 3rd and 7. D-Hall clearly, he took like 2 or 3 steps before he hit Josh Allen. He's got to be more aware. And I would be more concerned if there were no one holding D-Hall accountable. That's all Jay Reed was doing. He just didn't like the way he was doing it. But this is football. It's an emotional sport. There are going to be flare-ups like this. Guys are going to get into it. And I like the way that it ended. This happens if you play football long enough. I've coached for a while. I've played for a while. This happens. Every guy that I know who has played football at a high level or long enough has had some type of situation like this. The OG was holding the young man accountable. The young man who's balling this year did not like it. Differences were had on the sideline, but they came together and figured this thing out. Good for Jay Reed, man, and good for D. Hall for humbling himself and realizing, yeah, I messed that up. In the moment, it's tough because you're just competing, and you don't ever want to ask a young man not to compete. You don't want to push him forward. You want to pull him back, and that's all Jay Reed was doing, trying to pull him back.
All right, what you got?
What caught my ojos would be the screen game is just not working out. What is it? What is it? Is the screen game equivalent to the batter's eye in Seattle at T-Mobile?
Just something that needs to be reevaluated.
Like, how do we fix this? I don't understand. There was a screen ran by JSN, I believe, that picked up 8 or 9 yards. Okay. When you run screens, though, you're expecting that thing to pop for like 20. You run screens anticipating that you are going up against a defense, especially with tailback screens, a defensive line that is overly aggressive, that's going to get in the backfield. You're going to toss it over the top, and it's going to pop. This was on Geno, though. He has to realize, look, this ain't going to work. He pump faked and then threw the football, got hands on it. You get an interception. The screen game just does not work in Seattle for some reason. I can't understand it. I used to have screen periods. When I was coaching high school football, every day we spent 10 to 15 minutes on screens. I don't know what they're doing. They don't let us in at all their practices.
Yeah.
And you and I are working when they practice. So it's hard for us to know the time that they spend on this, but it's just not working. I don't understand how this team continues to be so bad at screens.
Is this an offensive line issue? Is it a league-wide issue where there are a couple teams that really struggle with screenplays? Like, you know how when we talk about, okay, offensive line is a problem, offensive line is an issue for a lot of teams. Like, a lot of teams have had issues developing a good offensive line, and there's bigger conversations to be had about development at the collegiate level and all kinds of stuff. Is that the case with screenplays? Or is it just a Seattle thing? Like, you guys just suck.
Well, I don't know.
At screenplays.
I don't break down other teams the way that I do with Seattle, so it's hard for me to tell. But when I do have those weekends where I can watch Red Zone, other teams are running screens pretty good.
It's just either abandon it completely and go somewhere else.
Can't abandon. You have to keep doing it, but just do better.
Or maybe don't do it in the most important moments of a game. When you desperately need a conversion?
Well, there's a reason why you call screens, right? They're calling screens because they're feeling like this defensive line is getting to the quarterback. So a screen, when you're running a tailback screen at least, the offensive line has to sell it. 1,000, 2,000. You act like you're beat, and the defensive line just gets at the quarterback. You drop it over the top. For some reason, the defensive line did not get to the quarterback the way they were anticipating. So two things are happening. Either the offensive coordinator just called it at the wrong time, or the offensive line isn't doing a great job selling this screen. 1,000, 2,000, act like you're beat, get to the linebackers.
Next up, we chose not to do highlights from today's game, which we would typically do on a Monday following a win or loss, because there were so few highlights. However, one of them would be Kobe Bryant with a huge pass breakup at the goal line to save a touchdown. It didn't end up mattering big picture because the Bills just absolutely demolished the Seahawks. But big picture in terms of the play that you're taking away and the things you feel good about, one of them is Kobe Bryant for me, who's done a wonderful job filling in for an injured Rayshon Jenkins, who's on the injured reserve list right now. He was one of Pro Football Focus's highest graded Seahawks coming out of this game. He had a really good game last week. I've just been impressed with his play. I know he'll make mistakes, as many young players do. He doesn't have a lot of starting experience because he's kind of been in that jumble of backups, being moved from corner as your nickel, then to safety. They're trying to find a place for him. And I think why they keep hanging on is not just because he's a draft pick, but because he does have some ball hawk moments, and this was one of them.
Kobe, he does everything. He's a safety, he's a nickel, he's a corner. He flies down on special teams. He makes plays there. He's the type of guy who's going to have an easily 10-year career in the NFL because he does so much to help the football team. So, yeah, I rock with 8.
What you got?
Geno's leadership. Man, Geno's leadership. This one hurt because everyone knows that I've been a supporter of Geno. I still am a supporter of Geno. And I look at his game a bit differently than the overly emotional fan. But fans were right yesterday when evaluating how Geno let his emotions get the best of him. You're already down. No need to throw the football at a player and get a personal foul and push yourself back. If you are going to go down, you go down swinging like a pro and with some dignity. I did not see that with the Hawks, and I think it starts with the quarterback. The quarterback has to be able to keep his cool. On the sideline, I think it's okay to express yourself. We've seen quarterbacks throw the tablet and break things and all that good stuff, but when your emotions push your offense back 15 yards, I think that's where the problem starts.
Yeah.
It's okay to show emotion. You have to. I think I've said this before. Football is the most emotional sport out there. If you don't play with enthusiasm, you are not going to last long in this league. Most don't anyway. But I think Geno's leadership was in question yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair to critique him, but I also think it's fair to give him a little bit of grace and realize they were just getting their butt kicked, and he was frustrated. He's got to do better, and I think that he will. And I think it started with the press conference. He handled himself decently, but I also think that, were you in that room for the press conference?
No, but I watched it. I was still up in the press box doing some work, and I did not love his response to a question from Bob Condotta.
Yeah, but I also think that people are a bit timid when it comes to asking Geno tough questions because they realize he is emotional and he's gonna give it a little toot. So he's got to tighten that up a little bit.
Yeah, we've got like this delicate line that we request of athletes. When Russell Wilson was here, Russell Wilson never, ever, ever, ever did I see him have any amount of attitude, edginess, anger, anything in a press conference. He was also criticized for being incredibly like insincere and fake and inauthentic. Geno has received a lot of praise for bringing a little more authenticity, but then conversely has received some criticism for when that authenticity is him being authentically angry. So sometimes there's no winning for a quarterback, and I recognize that it's a very unfair line that we as media, as fans, ask them to walk. This is what I think happened with the question that I mentioned earlier. Geno Smith is asked, hey, what happened on that fourth down play? What happened, we all saw, was that the center is pushed back. Anthony Bradford is crossing over. Everyone gets tripped up. It's not Geno's fault. He gets tripped up with an offensive line, and that the offensive line had been struggling not just all day but all season long. Geno does not want to, as part of his answer, throw the offensive line under the bus and say, here's what happened. I got tripped up by these guys getting pushed back. But the answer is also not to kind of passive-aggressively be like, you saw the play, right? You saw what happened there? Okay, good. So it's like what you're trying... I see what he's trying not to do, but he's not, the path that he's taking is also not one that makes him look like a leader. So again, maybe it's unfair for me to have that critique of Geno, but it's an unfair job. The standards are unfair. You just have to meet them.
Yeah, it's not a good look for him to give that type of energy out. And this happens. I mean, these guys are humans. We talk about Aaron Rodgers all the time when it comes to the way he answers questions and his snarkiness. And that's the same way that Geno has to be critiqued.
Right.
You hold yourself to a different standard when you're the quarterback of a football team. But this is also maybe the second time that I've seen Geno kind of step into the podium and have that type of energy. So he's got to work on it. Again, I talk crap about Aaron Rodgers all the time. I understand he's a human being and he's also arrogant as heck. Geno doesn't strike me as the arrogant type. But I think that if he were to look back at that interview and how he handled himself, he's going to critique himself. And I think and I hope that the coaching staff does the same.
It's just one of those things where there are parts to every single person's job where someone on the outside doesn't realize that's part of the job. Part of the job of a quarterback, win games, complete passes, understand the playbook, understand everyone's assignments, blah, 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 all the basics. Another part of the job is to constantly be composed. That has to be one of the hardest parts. But when you fail, you got to get called out on it a little bit. And I just think that, unfortunately for Geno, that was an area where he did fail yesterday. Do you have one more? Or do you want to get to headline rewrites?
Let's get to the rewrites.
Okay, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, everyone but the Seahawks won in the NFC West this weekend. So there's a three-way tie atop the division with the Rams sitting a half game behind everyone else. What's the real headline?
More like the NFC Midwest, because everyone's mid.
That's right.
You're going back and forth with someone on the text lines. Mediocre, middle. Is it middle mediocre? It's the same thing, right?
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Midwest, like mid used in that sentence, means middle. Mid used as an insult means kind of like you're calling someone bad.
Yeah.
It is an insult.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm doing with this division. It is very mid.
Yeah, it is mid. NFC, the days of dominance are over. But that is helping the Seahawks, honestly, because if there were one dominant team in this division, the Seahawks still wouldn't be in the fight. And realistically, they are in the fight still. It is unfortunate you got blown out by the Buffalo Bills 31-10. You couldn't stop the run. You couldn't run the football. Penalties for days.
Mm-hmm.
But you're still in it. So get ready for the Rams, and let's see what happens.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 2, the Dodgers hold a 2-0 series lead over the Yankees in the World Series. Game 3 is tonight in the Bronx. What's the real headline?
Let's see if Aaron Judge makes it off the plane this time. Bump, let's start there. Aaron Judge has been MIA for the Yankees so far. It's what Yankees fans are talking about. He's 1 of 9 to start this series with 6 strikeouts.
Yeah, let's go like 1 of 13. That's fine. I'm with that. Aaron Judge. He had a great year. 58 bombs, I believe he hit this year. Batting over 300. Good regular season. The last thing I want is for the Yankees to win a World Series, and especially to do it over my Dodgers. Aaron Judge is key to this whole thing, though. He's got to get going. But there's something about playing at home that ignites you and gives you some type of energy. I expect to see that. Aaron Judge is such a good player. I don't expect him to stay on this skid. It's just, I don't see it. And he's got help. You got Stanton, you got Soto, Volpe. I mean, you got so many players that can help him and elevate him. If the Dodgers just win 1 in New York, I'm satisfied.
Curtis, if Aaron Judge does take off and becomes the Aaron Judge we've seen during the regular season, how do you feel about the Yankees' odds of climbing back into this one?
Pretty good. I think they're very well suited to play at Yankee Stadium, and I think, when Judge is on, he is the best hitter in baseball, even better than Shohei Ohtani. But if they don't get Judge going, this series is going to get out of hand quick.
Yeah, you in danger, girl.
Yeah, tonight's a must-win for the Yankees for sure, because you don't want to fall down 3-0.
Former Mariner alert, and while we're talking about this, Teoscar Hernandez going back to the Dodgers side. 2 for 4 with a home run against the Yankees on the 26th. He has to be... It pains me that he's succeeding. Winning a home run derby, now in a World Series, but also one of the coolest stories if you detach the emotions of the Mariners moving on from him for the Dodgers this year. Like them presumably looking at his OPS on the road and what he was able to do and go like, you know what? Bring this guy in. He did good things. Ignore what was a down season on paper in his time with Seattle. We still really believe in him, and it paid off.
Andy signed a 1year deal. He's about to get paid.
Made money.
Goodness gracious.
Good for him.
He's about to get paid.
He's so incredibly likable, and the only person I'm mad at in this scenario is the organization, the Mariners organization, for moving on. And on the one hand, you look at it and you go, oh, you were cutting down on strikeouts. But it's hard for me not to look at it as a money thing, cutting away from that salary, and also you didn't add back the offense.
How about this?
You didn't flip it.
John Boy said the Dodgers will definitely go after Soto. Could you imagine if the Dodgers picked up Soto?
Can you imagine if the Dodgers beat the Yankees in the World Series and then sign Juan Soto?
And then take your girl?
The disrespect.
Headline rewrites.
Kevin Durant joining the Warriors.
Right.
Headline 3.
Could anyone imagine?
The Cougs are in the AP poll for the first time this season, coming in at number 22 with their win against San Diego State. What's the real headline?
It's just a shame the Huskies didn't have a game this weekend. That's my real headline.
Well,
it's just kind of what stuck with me.
Stacey.
No, Curtis, they didn't.
It happened.
No, I don't think they did, Curtis. What stuck with me?
Oh, it was a big game. It was game day.
No.
Big game.
I don't know what you guys are.
31-17.
Well deserved.
It's not jogging my
Game
memory.
day.
I don't remember.
It happened at 9 a.m.
I don't remember a game being played. I simply don't. I think you guys are mistaken. You're misremembering. Indiana didn't play this weekend either. No one played.
As a great philosopher once said, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22.
Congratulations.
Let's go, man. Yeah, we gotta win out. We gotta win out. Big ups to my Cougs, man. It was a tough win. San Diego State did a great job just neutralizing John Mateer. They load the box up. They blitzed at the right time. Didn't allow him to get loose. When it was time to win, he put it all together. And that playing service in San Diego is the worst ever. It's San Diego. Torrey Pines, Stacy.
Beautiful
One
place.
of the greatest golf courses in all the land. Get that groundskeeper and bring him over to that stadium, and y'all fix that. That was embarrassing.
The text line, Mac and Jack's text line, is so active that I want to, in the final 3 minutes here before we get to NFL headlines, reintroduce a couple texts from listeners. 425, I don't want the Hawks to tank, but they're many pieces away from top tier. I'd rather see them fold, get better picks, rather than crawl into the playoff and get trounced by a good team. What do you think of that?
Man, you know what I think about that. It's
Share
a
your
loser
feelings.
mentality. You don't lose. There's a benefit from losing, but you don't actively root for your team to lose. You do whatever you can and root them on and show up to the dang games, home games, and support these guys. No, I'm not for tanking. If they were to lose a bunch of games, there are some benefits. I don't want those benefits right now. But if they were to lose a whole bunch of games, I'll take those benefits later. But my mind don't work like that.
I went back and forth with the 360. Again, 360, thank you for participating and listening. They said winning starts with Sam Howell as QB1. Real fans aren't okay with losing. Sam gives us a chance, whereas Gino gives you that good enough argument. Well, that's what I said. I said I've watched Sam Howell at practice, and I've watched Gino, and Gino is a better passer than Sam. Furthermore, even though I understand the sentiment of finding a cheaper, younger option, especially one that can be really mobile, no one is getting anything done behind this offensive line.
Does Sam make that O-line better?
Does Sam play right guard?
Does Sam run the football?
Can Sam stop the run?
Listen, no disrespect
to Sam. What if Sam Howell's the answer?
It may. He might be.
What if he can do all these things?
That's ridiculous. There's so many. There are bigger problems than the way Gino played this past weekend. And throwing another quarterback out there is not going to change anything. Unless Pat Mahomes is coming in this thing and going to change this offense, or Lamar Jackson. That's the only way you get better, is if you get better talent-wise. Sam Howell has done nothing to make me think that he's a better quarterback.
No.
And he's not going to fix that offensive line.
No, and no disrespect to Sam Howell, who's very young and has a lot of time to grow and develop as a passer and as a player. And he is a great athlete. This is not me defending Gino for the sake of arguing that Gino is the best quarterback in football. This is me defending Gino for the sake of saying that you have a bigger problem than quarterback with your team. And I think it is fundamentally important to recognize that. I think that you create more issues by thinking your biggest problem is quarterback, because you completely then ignore other issues with your team.
Yeah. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than Sam.
I'm just saying it would be a big, big mistake to think that changing out quarterback solves your problems. You got bigger problems than that, my friend. And that's when we get into conversations about how many pieces removed they are. And I like those conversations, but we don't have time for it right now. We are opening up phone lines at 1. Your job is to tell me and Bump what you think the problem was for the Seahawks on Sunday. Why'd the Seahawks lose? What's the problem? What's the issue here? That's coming up at 1. Don't call in yet. Before then, taking a look around the NFL next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
You get a chance to speak to a member of this defense, fresh off his first start for the Seattle Seahawks. Roy Robertson Harris is with us. How was the first game?
First game was good, man. Being around the guys and everybody just embracing me felt really good. And it's been great since I've been here. I'm truly blessed to be here, man. I got a great locker room that I'm in, and coaches have been great, just helping me with the install and getting all the terminology stuff kind of hashed out. So it's been really good since I've been here.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
This is Stacey Rost. Is that leaky faucet driving you crazy? Don't wait until it becomes a flood. Call Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At Ben's Plumbing, they pride themselves on 5-star service, where your satisfaction is their priority. Whether it's a stubborn clog or a complete plumbing overhaul, their team of dedicated professionals is here to help with no commission sales tactics. Just honest, reliable service you can count on. Call today at 206-789-5353 or visit Ben's.plumbing. That's Ben's.plumbing.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpus here. I want to talk to you about my friends at Contour Fence, man. They're locally owned and operated, serving the Puget Sound since 1984, 40 years in the game. They specialize in residential and commercial fencing solutions as well as fence repairs. So if you got a leaning fence, you got a hole in that thing, they will come in and get you right. If you need just a new fence, they'll hook you up as well. Schedule a free consultation directly on their website. Make sure you go to the website and use this Hawks10. It gives you 10% off any repair and replacement. It is easy to navigate. I'm telling you, I've been on that website. I've done it myself. I could use their help. I went home one day and I had my dogs in the front yard looking at me. Thankfully, they're trained. They listen. They didn't go anywhere. But if I had that fence, I wouldn't have that problem, man. So make sure you go to their website and schedule that. Visit them at contourfence.com today, or you can call 425-481-7128. Contour Fence.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a 5th-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. Forward, if you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Eddie's!
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Hey everybody, Bob Stelton here for Johnson Fitness and Wellness, where I got my home gym. Now the difference? Their expert staff. They ask great questions like, what are your fitness goals? What kind of space are you working with at home? And what's your budget? Johnson Fitness and Wellness experts get you the right machine for your home gym dream setup. And right now, in-store only while supplies last, mention this ad and our listeners get an indoor cycle for free with Select Force USA Home Gyms. Shop stores in Bellevue, Tacoma, Linwood, or visit johnsonfitness.com.
Hey, Riverside Roofing is back with us for yet another year, and we're so grateful for Don, Jordan, and Brandon for allowing us to tell their story. Local family business, excellent work, all rooted in trust. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, the roofing company you can trust.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Since the beginning in 2014, Nourishing Neighbors has raised over $36 million to help food banks and other hunger relief agencies in Washington. The Albertsons and Safeway Foundation would like to sincerely thank all the customers, employees, and partners over the past 10 years. Nourishing Neighbors continues to support initiatives including food for kids, grocery cards for the holidays, and innovation grants, so please keep donating and volunteering. Visit nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Seahawks rushing attack continues to be a struggle. They were outrushed 164 yards to just 32 yesterday against Buffalo and only managed to get their running backs 12 carries. After the game, Mike McDonald spoke about his level of concern over their inability to get anything going there.
Again, it's a story of red zone, them being us not getting stops in the red zone that we need, and then not being able to run the ball inside the 5-yard line. So we need to be better there for sure.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
An airliner heads for Alaska with 101 passengers and crew. Then, somewhere over the Gulf of Alaska, Flight 293 slams into the icy waters below.
Even if all 4 engines quit, it just doesn't fall out of the sky.
No bodies were recovered. Loved ones had no closure and were left to wonder.
What happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories, What Happened to Flight 293 is available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Uh-oh, looks like your plumbing just threw a Hail Mary into the wrong end zone. But don't worry, folks. Flowhawks Plumbing and Septic is here to intercept the mess. From busted pipes to clogged drains, we've got the plays that'll turn your plumbing fumble into a winning touchdown. Why risk a penalty? Call Flowhawks, the hometown heroes who will blitz that plumbing problem before it costs you the game. Because when your pipes are on the line, we bring our A game. Talk to the Hawk, 1-800-FLOWHAWK. That's 1-800-FLOHAWK.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Taking a look around the NFL, we are going to start with the Colts game. The Colts fell to the Texans, 23-20 the final score, but the story that people were talking about coming out of this one was about Anthony Richardson. He mysteriously left yesterday's third quarter and explained post-game he just needed a breather. Again, this is in the third quarter. It is about to be 3rd and 23.
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there, what I did, and I don't think I was gonna be able to go that next play. So I just, this whole thing, I just needed a break right there.
Bump. Unsurprisingly, a number of former NFL players were absolutely shocked that he said this. I'm telling you, Emmanuel Acho in a video was like, lie, bro, lie. Say that your back wasn't right, your neck was hurting, you thought you had a concussion, enter protocol. Do literally anything but to say I was tired in an NFL game as the quarterback. And I watched that video and then I was like, oh, I get it. He shouldn't be doing this.
You know what that made me think? And it's not true. Not for everyone.
Yeah.
That generation is so dang soft. You were tired? You're a quarterback. You get under center, you hand the football off, and you keep going, man. I'm with Emmanuel Acho. You lied. You do not say, I needed a breather. You're tapping your helmet like you're a 300-pound man that plays defensive line that's taking on double teams all day. You're the quarterback. You don't get a breather. I watched John Mateer run for his life in San Diego, tired as heck, never tapped his helmet. That's embarrassing. You know what's messed up, too, is I believed in Anthony Richardson. I thought it was going to be something great.
Me too.
Now, after watching
I thought he'd be fun.
How he's been playing and now hearing you needed a breather as a quarterback, it's embarrassing.
Anthony Richardson had an amazing, 60-plus yard touchdown pass in this game and also had a horribly awful interception thrown deep in their own territory. This was a game that is just wildly volatile up and down, or I should say a quarterback who's wildly volatile up and down. Pat McAfee, you know what's a problem when Pat McAfee is like, okay, enough joking. Pat McAfee said, I'd never seen an NFL quarterback tap out while still being healthy until watching Anthony Richardson. The quarterback is your franchise. The message it sends is loud and influential. Head coach Shane Steichen had this to say today.
Yeah, we had a conversation about it this morning in the quarterback room, which I'll keep private. But obviously in those situations, you know, he knows, right, on those type of deals, like, you can't take yourself out. And, it's a learned experience for him, and he's got to grow from it.
Now, you're not going to bench Anthony Richardson because he, took himself out of a game or whatever. He's your number 4 overall pick. Do you bench him if he starts to struggle on the field, though?
Put Joe Flacco in.
Really? Your number 4 overall pick?
Put Joe Flacco in.
This is the future of your franchise.
You just gave up on your team.
You can't afford to bench him.
You're the quarterback.
You can't afford it.
You're the quarterback.
What is the message sent? The message sent by Anthony Richardson, if he pulls himself out of a game, is bad. Is the message benching him worse?
You're the quarterback. You take 3 steps, you stand in the pocket, you throw the football. Every now and then you got to run. I'm a receiver running 50 yards down the field for no reason sometime. You were tired?
He's your number 4 overall pick.
Man, sit your butt down.
This isn't me saying he should get away with it.
Joe Flacco, get in there, baby.
This is me
Joe
saying.
ain't never tapped out.
He is not. And, I support Joe.
Joe is 58 years old.
Joe.
He will never tap out again.
Joe Flacco, born in 1971.
This is embarrassing,
I support him.
Stacey.
I'm number 4 overall pick, though.
Stacey,
can you afford it?
This is embarrassing.
I know.
You tapped out on your squad.
I know.
You're the court. I've never seen anything like this.
And nor have I.
On any level. I've never seen anything like this.
It just feels costlier to do what the Panthers did with Bryce Young and bench a top 4 pick.
He should be. I hope his boys are roasting the heck out of him.
They should be.
Goodness gracious.
Moving on.
Quarterback.
Let's talk about what happened.
A quarterback. Stacey,
I know.
I'm sorry. This is really just you're a quarterback. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay.
Let's talk about another quarterback. I don't know if you guys were watching the Chargers game. They had a phenomenal game. Ended up winning that one 26-8 over the Saints. Bradley Bozeman had a moment. So this is what happened. Justin Herbert drops back. He's tackled by Nathan Shepard, who I think is a defensive lineman. Looks like a defensive lineman. He's giant for the Saints. And Nathan Shepard starts to kind of, not alligator roll, but grabs Justin Herbert's ankle and kind of starts to pull up. Bradley Bozeman is the only person outside of Justin Herbert seeing this happen. He leaps on Nathan Shepard and looks like he's about to punch him in the face. Like, these two get into it. He ends up being flagged, but obviously praised later by coaches and teammates for defending Justin Herbert. This is what Bradley said.
Yeah, it was probably one of the dirtier plays I've ever seen, especially with my own eyes. I think the ball's gone 2-3 seconds, and he still gave it rolling. He's on the ground. He still gave it rolling. and just protect your quarterback. You protect your quarterback no matter what. I think any of our offensive linemen that was in that position would have done the exact same thing. So, we had to get them off of them, and we did.
I always start hitting pause on the dirty play kind of thing because sometimes a defensive player is just making a move and time is, speeding up for him as well. But I've watched that play a million times. It is dirty. Like, Nathan Shepard, what are you doing?
I'm typically in public like a calm person. I don't really get into much. I remember one time I was at Tia Lou's. Remember Tia Lou's back in the day? Tia Lou's with my then fiance, now wife, and we're walking through the crowd and some dude grabbed her waist, touched her waist. So disrespectful. And I jumped on him like a loose pit bull.
Like Bradley Bozeman
Excuse
did.
me, not pit bull, because there's listeners who get mad when I describe pit bulls. All right, it depends on how you train your dog.
Okay, sure.
All right, but I jumped on him, and that's what I saw right there. You don't touch his girl. The quarterback is his girl. The linemen are the most protective people of all time. They protect the quarterback. I love this, and I'm sure his coach loved this as well. Harbaugh's not tripping over this. Yes, you protect your quarterback. He is the franchise. If he is not available, you have no chance of winning, and that was a dirty play by that D lineman.
Let me get back to the Anthony Richardson story, because the story being not just that he pulled himself from the game to rest, but also whether or not you keep him in there or start Joe Flacco, who played well in relief. Benjamin Solak retweeted Adam Schefter, who said that in addition to Shane Steichen saying that he talked with Anthony Richardson, Shane Steichen also was asked whether or not Richardson will start Sunday night against the Vikings and said, quote, "We're evaluating everything." Benjamin Solak, tell me what you think about this, says, even if Richardson were totally awful and the reason they lost on Sunday, which is not the case at all, what was true of Richardson when you drafted him in 2023 remains true today. He needs reps. This was his 10th career start. Would be an indefensibly quick hook.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I would still start Joey Flack because of that egregious act. Bars. Okay? You're sitting the first series. You gave up on your team. You're the freaking quarterback, Stacey. If there's anyone who's rested the most, it's the quarterback and the kickers.
I know.
You're the freaking quarterback, and you're tapping out. You softer than Charmin right now.
Yeah, but think about it from a
That's crazy.
Organizational point of view. Is you used a number 4 overall pick on a quarterback who's been hurt.
This.
I'm not defending his action. I'm not defending the act. I'm defending the idea that benching him for an entire game only hurts you as an organization.
Nah, a couple series.
Okay.
You sitting.
Ultimately, though, he does need reps.
I'm tired.
Make him run laps.
I'm tired.
Make him carry in equipment for his wide receivers, and
I'm tired.
I don't know.
I
don't know.
On, man.
Next story here: the Jets continue to be a dumpster fire. They lost to the 1-6 Patriots. 1-6 entering that game, their second win now. Aaron Rodgers continued to be weird.
Yeah, I've been in the darkness. You got to go in there, make peace with it. Offensively, our goal has just got to be score 30. Doesn't matter what the other two sides are doing. We have trust in our defense and teams, but if we're not scoring 30, we're underachieving. This offense can do that every single week.
Yeah, they really are underachieving, though. He was asked because one of the conversations that players and their interim head coaches said is we're in a dark place right now. So he's making a quip about being in the darkness, but then makes it very weird in a very Aaron Rodgers way.
Aaron Rodgers, man, I appreciate him for the way he thinks sometimes and the way he expresses himself. He's like a version of Jameis Winston, but just on the opposite end of the spectrum. He says they got to score 30 every game. There's only one team scoring 30 every game, and they just lost to the Cleveland Browns. That's the Baltimore Ravens. It's a wrap for the Jets. Not going to happen. Devontae Adams joined the homie, as that one tweet said, and it's not working out. Bigger problems over there. Aaron Rodgers is going to retire for this year.
What was the big issue for the Hawks on Sunday? What was their biggest problem on Sunday? That's coming up at 1. You got 20 minutes to think about your answer to that question. The biggest problem for the Seahawks against the Bills. Before we get to that, in an exclusive interview with Seattle Sports this morning, hear what Mike McDonald had to say when asked about the Seahawks' inability to stop or establish the run.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
It's a taste reality right in your face, and you got to take it on the chin. We have to grow from this. That's who we are. We're a resilient crew, and we need to grow. We need to grow. We need to look at everything, especially in the run game on both sides of the ball, and grow from it. And that's the mentality we're going to have, that we're going to get to the point we're going to get to, and we're going to chase it like heck until we get there. So it just needs to be more consistent from week to week. As a coaching staff and as a football team, we got to grow from it.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and I have had my share of sports injuries, and I know a little bit about pain. Well, that's what football will do to you from head to toe. But you don't have to play professional sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that's where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine comes into play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Don't let pain stop you from enjoying life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. That's right, your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your own body's healing potential. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Getting ready for more rain and longer nights? We've got you. Right now, you can earn up to $25 in bonus rewards when you buy 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra bulbs and 2 Rain-X Quantum Elite wiper blades. More rewards and better visibility at America's #1 lighting destination, AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members. Restrictions apply.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Summer's over and you've had your fun, but now it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you that's possible. We want to be your teammate. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs. Just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and keep it off for the long term. We know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
I really appreciated how fast the program works. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks. I think I dropped 20 in just the first 3. It's pretty incredible. And in terms of the healthiness, yeah, it's real food that you're buying at the grocery store.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market, have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about hockey. Don't you love a sport where it's almost fair game to throw off your gloves and bare knuckle it in that gray area? Hockey brings excitement, intensity, passion, often drinking. It's like a party with a puck. If you enjoy too many shots at the bar while watching slap shots on the ice, don't try to make a breakaway because the police won't just stonewall your goal. They're much more likely to throw you in that penalty box. And it won't be just a few minutes to think about what you did. Go ahead, enjoy cracking one open. Just don't overdo it. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com for your free private consultation. Hockey is one of the only sports where you can wrap around the goal and there's no out of bounds. But the roadway is a different story. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What was the big issue for the Seahawks on Sunday? Every time I say that, I always think of Brian Windhurst. What's going on with the Jazz? What's going on? Wait, no, was it Utah?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on in Utah? What was the issue for the Seahawks on Sunday? I put this question out on X.com, and I said, what's the problem with the Seahawks in this game? And I got like 300 responses, and the number one answer was the Seahawks, and I laughed. It was clever. It was a clever answer, but I got a lot of different ones. So I'm throwing out the same question for you guys to answer with this call coming up in 15 minutes. What's the problem? What's the Seahawks' biggest issue against the Bills? What was their biggest issue against the Bills? Don't call yet. Just think about your answer. Right now, we're getting to some exclusive sound this morning from Brock and Salk, their Mike McDonald show, talking to the head coach after a loss in this one. So let's figure out what the head coach had to say about a couple big questions. First, on what he says they need to go forward defensively.
First of all, if you haven't been blocked and you don't make the play, that's kind of a problem. You know, so everybody's accounted for other than like the deep area of the field players. So you have to be able to defeat blocks, and that takes controlling your man and then getting off of that guy and then making the play. So if you're falling forward, it's not from a lack of effort or a lack of toughness or mentality. It's just, guys going full speed at you and you haven't beaten your block yet. So you're not in a very good spot to knock someone backward at that point. So I think you can attribute a lot to that.
People need to play better is what I hear from Mike McDonald in a very tactful way.
Yeah. If you're not being blocked, go ahead and make the play.
Mm-hmm.
And he says the only guys who aren't accounted for, when he says the back end guys, he's talking safeties and maybe a corner if they're running away from the play. But even then, a receiver might be able to block him up. But guys has got to make plays. And it's frustrating because the thing that we saw last year with his defense, some of the things are back, and that's just tackling. I get it was raining yesterday. Guess what? It was raining for the Bills too. And they were still able to make some plays and some tackles. But it comes down to just the fundamentals of football. You play defense, you have to tackle the man.
Mm-hmm.
James Cook looked like he was an all-pro dude last night or yesterday, or I wouldn't say all-pro, pro bowler yesterday. And it's because a lot of guys were in position to make plays and they just didn't make the plays. How do you fix that? It's the hardest part as a coach because your guys are your guys. The deadline is what, the 5th, the 4th, something like that?
Election day.
Election day. It's coming up here fairly quickly. How do you get these guys to be better tacklers, especially in a league where you don't practice tackling the way that they used to back in the day? It's going to be tough. Can they get better? For sure. But it's going to be tough.
Also, you're running out of excuses. Like, you didn't face Derrick Henry, one of the best running backs in the league, on a Baltimore team that has had for years now one of the league's best run defenses. That's not who you faced. You faced James Cook, who is a very good player, to your point, not, though, like some first-team All-Pro. And he had 100 rushing yards in a game, which he had not done at all this season. And then you faced a defense that has been 20th against the run.
Yeah.
And they held you to 3 rushing yards through 3 quarters. That's insane. You had 1 rushing yard in the first half. Net, right? So this is obviously due to yards lost. But you had 1 rushing yard against the 20th ranked run defense in the first half of this game.
Yeah, there's the longer we get into the season and the longer some of the same issues tend to appear, the more I start to think that there is something off with the evaluation process with offensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
I think that you have potential in that offensive line, and obviously you're missing a guy who showed that he can be a baller in this league in Abe Lucas. But when you start looking at week after week, year after year, and some of the same things are popping up, let's switch something up. What's going on with the evaluation when it comes to these O-line guys?
So I initially played a cut about defense and what they need to do, and then we just naturally transitioned to talking about the run game because it was kind of offensively, because it was kind of the story. Let's figure out what Mike McDonald had to say, though, about needing to make Seattle's rushing attack come alive.
I think that we want to go forward, so I think the downhill stuff with the type of linemen that we have, the tight ends that we have, and the backs, we got to make that come alive. Everyone has their change-ups. I mean, there's wide zone and mid zone stuff that I think that we've executed well and just not consistently, but those are good schemes as well. And then the stuff in the gun with the RPOs, those are very hit and miss right now. It's just too kind of feast or famine when we're in the gun as well. So you got to be able to run it in our center. You got to be able to run it in the gun. Otherwise, teams are going to tee off on you when you're in some of those situations. So again, in the run game, we're going to look at it and we're going to attack it. I can promise you that. And but we have to be able to be more effective in the ground game. We got too good of players.
They do have two good players. Ken Walker's a good player. Zach Charbonnet is a good player. They have great wide receivers as well. And when you can't establish the run, the entirety of your playbook is not open to you.
Yeah, the run sets everything up, and the run establishes like a physicality in a game that this offense has been missing. When you don't have DK Metcalf to kind of open up windows and put pressure on the back end of a defense, what's that defense going to do? They're going to drop another player in that box, and they're going to focus on the run a bit more because there's no one on the outside that they see as a real threat to making that big play. It was rough to watch yesterday, man. There should never be a game where Ken Walker has less than like 50 yards rushing.
Where, Gino, you pointed it out earlier, is your leading rusher with 16 yards.
Yeah, but more so, Ken Walker, he should never go a game with at least 50 yards rushing.
Yeah.
And that just speaks to the execution of the offensive line and the rhythm that isn't there with the offense. Hasn't been there. Well, it was there in Atlanta, but it just wasn't there yesterday. But when you think of the Bills of old, you think of them just having a stout defense, and they showed up yesterday.
What was the Seahawks' big issue against the Bills? What was it? You can pick, we all know it's multiple things, but I want you to tell me what in your mind is the biggest issue, the single biggest issue. 866-979-3776. Call now, 866-979-3776.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Are we going to do this up and down reaction each week, each game?
Yes.
They win a game, they're going to go to the playoffs. They lose a game, they're not going to win ever again. Yes. Are we going to continue to overreact either way to these Seahawks?
I think it's going to be much more the former. Because for 14 years, right, you kind of had a picture, you had a DNA. I think Coach McDonald, we're absolutely going to do this because every one of these feels gigantic. What are you and who are you? What do you want to be and how do you want to play?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Breathe easy.
Paid for by government. Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan's Silver Bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan Silver Dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Americans treasure owning silver bars and coins, putting them away for themselves and their loved ones. Call now to secure 1-ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. You'll be glad you did. Hurry, don't miss out on this special deal. Save $10 per silver bar. The more you buy, the more you save. Limit of 25 bars per customer. Call to learn more. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan Silver Dollar. That's a $59.95 value and free shipping. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your 1-ounce Morgan Silver Dollar bars. That's 1-800-222-3967.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs.
Picking up! Oscar!
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Some quick WNBA updates coming this morning. Stephanie White is out as head coach of the Connecticut Sun after 2 seasons, the team announced today. Meanwhile, the Indiana Fever parted ways with Christy Sides despite coming off the team's first playoff berth since 2016.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. What's been the Seahawks' biggest issue? On Sunday, when they were absolutely dominated by the Buffalo Bills? Why? Call in 866-979-3776. I'm seeing a lot of opinions on Twitter and on the Mac and Jack's text line. People really willing to sound off. So I want to know if you guys are willing to call in and actually say what you think. 866-979-3776. Are you up to the challenge? The number one answer I got on X.com posting this was the Seahawks, which was funny. Biggest issue for the Seahawks against the Bills? The Seahawks. Following that, though, in order, I would say, this isn't like an exact counting of the 340 responses, but in order, I would say it's coaching/discipline, offensive line, Geno, and then defense. So I'm very interested to see what you guys say. 866-979-3776. What was the Seahawks' big issue against the Bills? Let's go to Robert in Issaquah. Robert, what was the big issue for the Hawks on Sunday?
I would have to say the run game and a lack of third down conversions. When you're 1 for 7 on your third downs, and another thing, not getting Tyler Lockett the ball only one time. I'm really sorry. Smith, I'm going to probably crucify his name. I'm sorry, but Smith and Jigba, I believe, that guy's going to be a stud, but he's only 2 years. Tyler Lockett is a veteran. He is the one that we should have went to and say, man, we need you this game. We need you. You know, DK's out. We can't rely on a 2-year rookie. And I'm a Husky fan, but I hate saying this. Our offensive coordinator is like a JV coach in junior high. Not running the ball, establishing our third downs are like 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. You know, you guys have already discussed a lot about the offensive line and the defense. That's fine, but our offense is garbage. I'm sorry. I just don't see this team doing anything this year, and we should consider a new offensive coordinator. You know, that's all I got to say. And thank you for giving me this voice. Thank you.
Thank you for the call, Robert. What do you make of Robert's point about this team? I'm going to get to a couple things Robert said, but his strongest point, I felt the fieriest one, was that this team needs a new offensive coordinator at the end of the season.
Robert, appreciate your call. You're absolutely nuts right now. You are absolutely crazy. Are you not looking at this offensive line and seeing the troubles that are happening there? You're asking a 30-something-year-old Tyler Lockett to do something he's never been, which is a number one receiver. You call Jackson Smith and Jigba a second-year rookie. It's there's a lot of stuff wrong with Robert's argument at this point. I think he was right about trying to give Jason some time to figure it out. I believe, that's the right approach. But asking number 16 to be something he's not, I think is crazy. And then saying that you need a new offensive coordinator where you're 8 games into the season, I think is ridiculous as well, because you need the pieces for him to operate his offense. Why was his offense so great at UW? He had a quarterback. He had one of the best offensive lines in the game. I'm not saying he needs the best offensive line in football, but I think he needs better play out the offensive line. What movie was that? Someone said in a movie, war is old men talking and young men dying. That's what football is. The old men are up in the booth and on the sidelines trying to figure these things out. You need the right young men on the field to execute. I'm not giving up on Grubb quite yet. You can't run the football if you can't get on the second level and you can't protect the quarterback. You're not going to be able to throw the rock. Can he call a better game? I'm sure Grubb looks at every game plan and says, yeah, I probably could have done better in some areas. But to want to replace him right now is nuts to me.
Can I ask, like, what sounds like a very dumb question, but it's where I think a lot of people are stumped? How much of not sticking to the run is a coordinator not calling runs?
It's all, I mean, yeah, he has to call it to exit or to have a chance to call the run. But as a coordinator, you look at what your guys are giving you on the field. And if they're not giving you
like good run
execution
blocking,
when it comes to getting the linebackers, getting bodies on bodies, you're not going to call that play. Because then you know what will happen? You'll start calling the runs, run after run after run after run, and it ain't working. They're going to call them crazy. And what has been the most consistent thing on this offense this year?
pass game.
Geno Smith.
Yeah.
Granted, he didn't play his greatest yesterday, but yeah, Robert, I love you, man. But you're a little off on some things.
We do appreciate you calling,
Yes, we
Robert.
do.
I always like introducing spicy takes, and I'll give Robert that he called with a spicy take. He wasn't like, yeah.
He wasn't scared. I appreciate that.
The Bills just played harder. He was like, I'll tell you what you need to do.
Yeah, I like it.
That was a sports take if I've ever heard it. Let's go to Nelson and Kent. Nelson, what was the big issue for the Hawks on Sunday?
Well,
I do want to respond to that run thing that people keep talking about. It's easy to say things. It's easy to just sit on your couch and say run the ball. If I recall in that game when we were on the 1 yard line and before Gino was tripped on 4th down, we tried to run 1 yard 3 straight times to get into the end zone and couldn't do it. It's easy to say it, and I'm not blaming Ken Walker. I think Ken Walker is a very good running back, but it's hard to function in any form when your offensive line blows. And yes, this offensive line absolutely blows. You cannot function as an offense. And then on top of that, you add in the fact that your defense is terrible. Like, look at that game and look how the Bills' offensive line, they looked tough. They were pancaking our defenders. They just looked like the bigger, the badder, the better team. Our guys look soft. They're fighting each other. None of it, like, I'm so sick of people thinking, oh, just go get another quarterback. You know, like, that's going to fix the problem. Why is Joe Burrow 3-5? Because everyone would agree he's a franchise quarterback. He's
been one of the better quarterbacks this year for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Why is he 3-5? Why is Trevor Lawrence 1-6, 2-6, whatever? Like, it's you literally cannot function as an offense if you can't have time. And the other reality that people need to kind of like start realizing is maybe this like core group of offensive players between DK, JSN, Walker, and Lockett, everyone wants to say it's like, oh, the best in the league. No, it's not. And when DK is not there, you really saw the lack of receivers getting open. But even then, like, it didn't really matter that much because there's no time to develop these plays.
Yeah.
So
Nelson, I'm going to interrupt you because I've only got another 20 seconds here. Would you say that just overall there was a lack of toughness?
Yeah, we need to stop looking at this team. Like this, it's going to be frustrating. You can live with it if you had like a young Anthony Richardson or whatever, and you're like, oh, there's going to be mistakes. This team's 2-3 years away. That's part of it. You have players. I feel bad for like Gino and Lockett. Like they're ready to win now. They're 34 years old. Like the offense. One more quick thing. The offense was.
You've got 20 seconds.
8th in football before this game. The offense was. Don't get it twisted over one game against a really good team. The offense is going to look better at times. Hopefully Lucas and Fant come back. Hopefully things get a little bit better, but don't overreact to one game. It's easy to do that in the NFL, but you cannot go. Like, things do not make sense.
All right, Nelson, I got to cut you off because I got to get to other callers, but lots of great points. Thank you for calling in. I don't have all the time to get to everyone, so I'm going to try to really go here. Let's go to Josh in Kirkland. Josh, what was the big issue for the Hawks on Sunday?
Love the show. I think it's just another result of it's the line of scrimmage on both sides. If you watch that game, it was just the physicality on both sides for Buffalo. They were just more physical. I heard an analogy, it's a lot harder to tackle when you're trying to catch guys as opposed to moving downhill. And you just saw it from the onset of that game. Again, it was just physicality in the trenches is just not where it needs to be. And it's not the position players. You got great running back, great receiver, but the line of scrimmage, we're just getting dominated.
Yeah, thank you for the call. I'm going to echo. So both Josh and Nelson, I think probably feel the same way when it comes to Seattle's personnel bump, which is they're like, yeah, the skill position players are fine. Even though Nelson was like, look, people need to stop thinking they have the best skill position players in football. I think both of them would say that the strength of the offense are the skill position players, but that means almost nothing when you don't dominate in the trenches. And so when people say they have a roster problem and someone goes, but Ken Walker's good and DK's good, that's not what these guys are talking about.
Offensive linemen protect the quarterback, allow him to fothrow the football. Offensive linemen create running lanes for the running backs. That's the biggest problem with this team right now. Simple. Can players have better performances at times? Yes, most definitely. Skilled guys have to make big plays and make up for what's going on with this team. But if you don't have the bigs, you ain't getting W's.
866-979-3776. What was the issue for the Seahawks on Sunday? Let's go to JC calling from Kent. JC, what was the issue for the Seahawks against the Bills?
I'm going to echo everyone else on the offensive line, especially when you see Geno getting hit by his own linemen. They're getting pushed back. They're obviously not going to be able to run the ball if they're getting bullied and pushed back into Geno. It's pretty obvious the line was one of the biggest things, and just all the mistakes, like when Derek Hall had that penalty that really changed the game when he hit Josh Allen. It could have been just a 10-3 game going into the half.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
So that's what I believe. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, JC. You know, I'm glad JC pointed out like it could have been a 10-3 game. Mike's all fairly said like, look, does DK count for 21 points in the difference in this game? No. However, there are points attached to that offensive line play that became very obvious. I don't know that you punch it in from the 2, but you have a lot better chance of punching it in from the 2-yard line than you do from 27 yards out or facing, third and 27 or something at that point because of that bad snap and fumble by Connor Williams. I mean, that's 10, 11 points attached to those plays.
Yeah, DK had nothing to do with the goal line stand or the goal line mistakes, I should say, by the Seattle Seahawks. But he can influence a game, and influence can lead to a collection of other plays being made that keep you in the ball game. They could have been in this ball game if they just score on their 2 possessions, score 7 points, their 2 possessions down on the goal line. And then you get those 2 points and you stress the defense out with DK's vertical game, and just the feel of the game is different. DK is not going to win or lose a game all by himself. It is impossible, especially at the wide receiver spot. But the influence can change what a game feels like and what it looks like.
Let's go to Matt calling from Tacoma. Matt, what was the big issue for the Seahawks against the Bills?
Well, pretty much everybody made my point already. So I will point to a secondary problem. And this morning, or maybe it was last night, I heard Mike McDonald say that our guys are going to get to where they're going and they're going to work like hell to get there. And to me, that sounds an awful lot like, I know my guys aren't as good as the other guys, so we're just going to put up as big a fight as we can, and it's going to happen what's going to happen. So, and I don't like to hear that from the leader of men.
Thanks for the call, Matt. Do you think that McDonald is wrong, though? Like, let's say McDonald thinks that. Let's say, Bump, that McDonald thinks, yeah, I don't think my guys are as good as, the opponents or as the best teams in the league. Is he wrong?
For thinking that, or for putting that energy out there for people to, not directly, but indirectly putting the energy out there?
Both. It could be not wrong for thinking it, but wrong for putting it out
Heck no. You know what coaches do? They know what their strengths are and what their weaknesses are. He'd be foolish to watch film and think that every week his guys are better than everyone else. If his guys were better than everyone else, you wouldn't be a 500 ball club right now. I don't care what the coach. You can have not the worst coaching. You can have subpar coaching. If you have personnel, you are going to win some ball games because those guys are going to make the plays. So no, I don't think he's wrong, and I think that that's a way for him to apply pressure too to these guys. Like, look, you got to make the plays. I know you might be outmanned, might be outgunned, but when you're in position to make a play, you have to make a play. He's living in reality, and I appreciate that over someone hopping on the mic and making it seem like they have everything that they need and just have to do better. No, you put it out there. You need some more pieces.
Robert did point to an aspect of coaching, which was your offensive coordinator, but I'm really surprised that no one has said Geno Smith and no one has said the coach. Not because I think either of those things are a problem, but because that is 2 of the most common responses that I was getting.
Or they got to work. Either scared or you got to work.
Maybe both. Maybe they're scared and they're also like, and I got a meeting. You know what I mean? I got to get these reports in. 866-979-3776. I want to know what you think the Seahawks' biggest problem was on Sunday. We have heard play calling and an offensive coordinator issue. We have heard the offensive line. We have heard that the defense just doesn't have the guys. And then we've heard that, and I don't want to hear a head coach talk about how the defense doesn't have the guys. What was the big issue? What is the big issue for the Seahawks? 866-979-3776. Considering that someone on the Mac and Jacks text line was telling me they need to start Sam Howell, yeah, I am surprised to hear no one say Geno. Again, I don't think he's the big problem, but I know some of y'all do, so I'm surprised no one's calling in. Let's go to Scott in Redmond. Scott, what was the big issue for the Seahawks against the Bills?
Oh, it was a pleasure. I'm going to go with some execution. We saw some plays out there. I mean, you had teammates fighting. The center snapping the ball, the quarterback's head, haven't seen that one. Then getting stepped on. I mean, the football gods weren't worth us. But I like what he was saying about the talent level. We're installing in new systems, new coaches, new everything. And I don't understand it, but we were trying to put 4 new offensive linemen in, and then defensive line went down. But the thing is, it really bothers me the most. We've lost 4 of the last 5 games, but we've looked really ugly doing it. That's my concern. We've looked ugly. It wasn't like, look how the Giants game ended. Block field goal return for 6. We were close, but, I don't know because, what we hear, I listened to his show this morning, and like you said, he's not going to say anything. Like you said, every team's got different talent level. Now the question is, how do we get our talent level up to everybody else's level?
Yeah. Thank you for the call, Scott. It kind of reminded me of your tweet, Bump, a little bit.
Yeah. There's a way you lose a game and you tip your cap and you say they were just better than us and they deserve that win. You win the game most of the time, you deserve a win. But my tweet was, there's a way to lose and this ain't it. If you lose and you're getting stopped in the red zone, they're making plays, they're batting the football down, they are just playing better than you, then you say, okay. But when you're in the red zone and you're falling over your center and the ball's over your head and you're dropping passes, the O-line isn't blocking, that's not a way that you lose. There's a way that you lose that gives you hope. And I wouldn't be mad at folks if they lost a little bit of hope yesterday because of the way that they lost.
Not at all. I have a couple other callers before I get to you guys. From the Mac and Jack's text line, I'm going to throw you this question, Bump. It's a big one that's hard to answer, so just know that. Someone said, well, why is the offensive line struggling? If every single person is calling in saying, oh, it's clearly the offensive line might be the biggest issue, well, why?
Talent. It's talent, man. You don't have your guys, and you're young. You're still developing. You're still in the developmental stages at some positions with this offensive line. I think Haynes is going to get better. I think Jarrell's going to get better. LeMaya, I think he was a healthy scratch yesterday, but I think he's going to get better. There's potential there. Potential don't win you ball games. Execution wins you ball games, and they're just not executing. And then you have your most seasoned and supposed to be your most reliable after Lincoln Tomlinson got on the offensive line having a bad couple weeks. It's execution, it's talent.
Let's go to Mike in Langley. Mike, what was the Seahawks' big issue against the Bills?
Hey, good afternoon. I want to say, as far as Nelson and Josh's input, ditto. And so it is lineup quality. And Mike just mentioned it. You have to believe your eyes. You talk about run. I mean, they were goal to go and tried to do, just forward pushes. The line couldn't move anybody. They were 4th and short. Line couldn't move anybody there either. And believe your eyes on the D line. They can't stop the run. They don't have the horses. And this is lineup quality. This is going to vex them the whole year.
Yeah. And
I was going to say, if you want to look at the differences, if anybody who looked at Sunday Night Football versus, San Francisco, third or however you want to count, third or fourth string running back was going bananas. That is an attribute of a team that has a good line. And everybody who's saying they don't run, the Hawks don't run because they can't run. And that's why this year they're going to be a middling team. I hope John Snyder is running all over the country right now looking for, good draft picks and everything like that. But this is a building team, and I'm having a heck of a lot more fun watching this team win, lose, or draw than last year. I just don't expect the Super Bowl this year.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Mike's saying, look, when I watch this team through the lens that they're rebuilding and figuring it out, I have a lot more fun watching. Frankly, they don't have the horses to win this year, and we just all need to start believing that is Mike's point. Do they?
Everyone needs to be like Mike. Mike has a positive. I feel like we've spoken to Mike before, and he's given this positive energy.
We got regulars for sure, and I love when callers know other callers.
Yeah, he's given that energy. What was your question, though?
Do they have the horses to win this year? Mike said this is a rebuild.
No, they don't. The only reason why I'm optimistic about the division is because of what is happening around the division.
Right, everyone else
a few teams at 4-4, and teams are struggling. The Niners got a win last night. So I believe you have 3 teams at 4-4 now, and the Rams are 3-4. They're the only team that had a bye so far. No, expectations have changed simply because of what's going on around them. But no, this is a rebuild. It's a refurnish. It's refurbish. It's all that stuff, man. And it's evident when you play teams like the Bills, because the Bills are we are the favorites to win the division in a hard conference. The Hawks aren't that. They're not favored to win the division.
Mm-hmm.
The conference isn't as tough as the AFC. You do have a few missing pieces. So, yeah, it's you drink the Kool-Aid at 3-0, and then once you lose a few games, someone texted in last night, all the warts have been exposed with this team, and I couldn't agree more.
Let's go to Will in Tacoma. Will, what was the big issue for the Seahawks yesterday?
I think it was really just like the play calling. Like, there's not enough plays under center, and Bump, maybe you probably definitely understand football more than I do, but when you're under center, the play action works better. I feel like when Geno plays better under center, and I know they had the trip yesterday, but like outside of that, like last year, the boots, the play actions, the defense has to like think twice. And I know the offensive line, everybody's saying it's bad, but like Grubb could help them out by being more deceptive with his play calling. And I think there's a lot of like the new coaching and everything, like hopefully they'll figure it out, they'll grow, they'll develop, and into these things. But I think great coaches, they take poor offensive line and they use their play calling and deception and to put pressure on the defense and to mask that.
Thanks for the call, Will. Bump, what do you think?
I love it. Playing under center does influence play action a lot more. You have to establish the run for the play action to work. All these things are connected. I like that call. It makes complete sense. And when you aren't able to be elite at the run game, you have to give the deception of a commitment to the run game. And I think more snaps under center could definitely help, because Charbonnet's a downhill runner. I think Ken Walker can do whatever you want.
Let's go to LG in Buffalo. LG, what was the big issue for the Hawks against the Bills?
First off, let me just say this. Yeah, I know I'm from Buffalo, born and raised. They are killing me right now.
Oh, no.
I need help.
I remember you
They're killing
called
me
in.
right now. They on my neck. So anyway, I am going to recycle what a lot of people are saying. It's the trenches. And Bump, you're totally right. I go into games now totally just on chill mode, saying like, yo, let's see how these guys develop over the course of the season, because they really don't have the horses in the trenches. And my old coach from high school, I just played high school football, so I'm not a pro, but it still rings true. Football about blocking and tackling, as simple and as that sounds. If you can't do any of those, you could have a demigod back there. It doesn't matter at the skill position. You're not going to go anywhere. And I really think over the past 7 or 8 years, this has been a recurring theme. So as much as we love Snyder and his evaluation team, and I know that's changed over the course of years, you got to put the lens on him, because it's like, dude, you got to find the pieces sooner or later. I know they've tried to address it, but they've been picking the wrong dudes, as simple as that sounds.
Thank you to LG for calling in. And thank you to all of our callers today. I am up against the clock. I don't have time to get to more, but I have notes from additional callers. I have questions from the text line, so we're going to move it into our next segment here. So even though we didn't have time to take every single person's calls, I do have every single person's comments. So we'll continue this one, and we'll start with the offensive line, because the problem with the Seahawks' biggest problem is it affects everything else. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
You have to answer 2 questions. What are their strengths and what needs to be fixed?
Weekdays 6 to 10.
What are they best at right now? Well, they're number 1 in the league in passing yards.
Okay.
It's a passing offense. Like they can push the ball. Geno can push the ball down the field. Ryan Grubb, I think, can create some pretty cool concepts.
What needs to be fixed?
Well, you're 29th in rush offense and you're 29th in rush defense.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works, and you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Parango and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com. As the Lennox Premier Partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Get a dependable, energy-efficient new heat pump and save up to $4,000 when you mention the Curly Cash discount. Call the comfort people. HomecomfortAlliance.com.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at EmeraldQueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Looking for quality fencing? Look no further than Contour Fence. Locally owned and operated, serving the Puget Sound since 1984. They specialize in residential and commercial fencing solutions, as well as fence repairs. Visit ContourFence.com to learn more about their services and use the code HAWKS10 for 10% off any repair or replacement. Schedule a free consultation directly on their website. Contour Fence, your trusted partner in fencing solutions. Visit them at ContourFence.com today or call 425-481-7128.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Bills may have been the better team in yesterday's game at Lumen Field, but the Seahawks helped them out quite a bit. They had 2 turnovers, 2 huge mistakes on red zone opportunities, and 11 penalties.
Yeah, I mean, extremely frustrating. I thought we prepared really well this week. I thought the guys were dialed in. I thought we had great energy, and obviously it didn't show up on game day today. Like you said, man, we had too many self-inflicted wounds. That's kind of been our story this season. We got down there in the red zone, twice, had a shot at points, and came away with nothing. So, we got 3 points, but, we want to score touchdowns. So those are things that, again, we got to be better at. Like I said, I'm going to look at myself first and see what I got to do better and take it from there.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You probably noticed the temperature starting to fluctuate, and that gets even more pronounced at night. Is your insulation ready for the upcoming cold season? Let me guess, you haven't checked. You're like me, you don't want to go into your attic or your crawl space. Well, that's why Crawl Pros goes where you don't want to. It's Mike Salk here. They came out to my house for a free inspection and found my insulation wasn't up to snuff. So they showed me pictures of the problem, explained it, and then they got it all fixed. Now, Crawl Pros is partnered with Puget Sound Energy to provide special rebates on insulation work. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Don't wait for the temperatures to drop. Take advantage of these enormous rebates today. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free. Again, if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, what I need to know coming your way in 15. You can get those questions in at any point. Sports, non-sports, doesn't matter. 866-979-3776. The problem with the Hawks' biggest problem is that it affects everything else. We opened up phone lines to start the hour, and we asked you guys, hey, what was the Seahawks' big problem against the Bills? By far, the number one response was the offensive line. And we had some people saying, hey, play calling and establishing the run, and maybe they're looking at, for instance, I wasn't able to get to calls from Jeff or Carter, but they both looked at personnel. Carter was, looking at stuff with John Schneider and personnel, and Jeff was concerned about self-discipline, which is ultimately a player coaching problem as well. But the offensive line is a problem. So I thought, Bump, we would explore that a little bit further. How do you solve the problem? Is there any chance it can get fixed this year? We'll start there. I mean, I guess you hope Abe Lucas comes back after the bye.
Get fixed? Nah. Get better? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're essentially going to have the same guys. I mean, Abe Lucas can help it. George Fant could help it. But for the most part, you have some pieces that are going to need some marinating before you get their true potential out of it. Mm-hmm. And the offensive line is the hardest position in football to evaluate, in my opinion. The offensive line is tough. There's not too many big guys walking around. There is I'm not going to say his name because anyway, there is a big offensive lineman on this team who I feel like if he were not the size that he was, he's probably not on this team. But that's just an example of how hard it is to find offensive linemen walking this God's green earth. It's just tough. So it can get better, but I don't expect this offensive line to figure it out and become one of the best in the game. They would already be that at this point. We're 8 weeks in. Your job now is just to work at what you have and try to take little steps in the right direction.
I completely lost the tweet or text. I'm so sorry to this person, but someone sent in a question earlier, and they said, hey, you guys were saying it's so hard to build an offensive line and that offensive line construction is an issue for many teams around the league. And if it's so hard, how critical should we really be of the Seahawks? Is what they experience normal? That how do you even build a good offensive line? So I wanted to transition to that one, and I'll start with this. The best offensive line in football is still going to have a weakness. What makes building out offensive lines so difficult, in addition to just the difficulty of finding someone who is as big and strong and athletic as you need to be, like Bump pointed to, is that a good unit is 5 good starters that ideally stay healthy. Like few other units in football are going to be like that, where it's so entirely dependent on one another to be great. But some of the best teams in football by virtue of really attacking free agency, really getting good picks in the draft, or making some really good trades, maybe they address 3 of 5. You know what I mean? Maybe they've got a random rookie at left guard, but they've got an all-pro at left tackle. Like they find a way to just get enough insurance that there's room for development, and that development with maybe a guard or a center doesn't end up costing you the way that it does with Seattle.
Yeah, I think Seattle's just had a rough go at finding the type of lineman that they're looking for. It's not for a lack of trying, though. That's the thing, is that people are frustrated with the offensive line, and I think they should be, and it is validated. But it's not for a lack of trying. These guys drafted 2 offensive linemen this year. You brought in Gabe Jackson 1 year. You drafted Damian the other year. You brought in Olawutimi 1 year, or drafted Olawutimi. You drafted Anthony Bradford. Every year they're taking a swing at this thing, and they're just not able to capitalize on it. So I look at the situation here in Seattle with this offensive line, and all you can hope for is for them to get better.
Mm-hmm.
Get good enough that Geno has a little bit more time, that Ken Walker has 1 or 2 more lanes a game that he can expose and have these explosive plays. I talk to Big Ray all the time about O-line play, and it's great listening to him describe what's going on with these guys. And then I look at Big Ray, 6'7", 6'6".
Big Ray is big.
He's the only 6'7", almost 300. He lost some weight. Big us, Big Ray. Almost 300-pounder that I know, that I see throughout. I'll go a whole week walking the streets and doing what I do, and you just don't see that.
Yeah.
You see 5'11s, 200 all day. I mean, that's just how difficult it is to, one, play the position and find guys who can do it. So I commend the Hawks for trying, but at some point you have to do. And if every single year, this is our 3rd season together, you and I have been covering the Hawks for 8. Every single year, it's the same concern.
Mm-hmm.
Something needs to change with how they evaluate these dudes.
Let's figure out where the offensive coordinator plays into this. We know the offensive line is a problem. Should Ryan Grubb be calling plays differently? Like maybe being stubborn with the run or disguising things even then? I ask because I had a texter say this. I know we don't have the horses, but play calling was bad. We need to run the ball. Even if we go nowhere or get 1 yard, we need to. The defense is teeing off knowing we're going to pass. Run the ball. Grubb needs to do better. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't. That take is tired to me. It's a tired take. Just run the ball. Just run the ball. Just run the ball. Even if you're not having success, just run the ball. No, I think that you have to run the ball, yeah, but you also have to try to attack a defense, the weakness of a defense. And if teams are loading up the box, you have to throw the football. If they are not loading up the box, you have to run the ball. That first drive, Geno passes the ball to Noah Fant incomplete. You run the ball to Ken Walker. Now it is 2nd and it's 3rd and 9. You have to throw the football 3rd and 9. First series. Second series, Ken Walker, left side, first down. Ken Walker, left side. Now it's 3rd and 8. You have to throw the football. So people saying, well, you got to come out and be stubborn with the run. All right, we ran 6 plays, and I see 3 runs right there to start the game. Mm-hmm. And what are you doing? When Grubb is calling plays, there's about 15 to 20 coaches in the booth with him, feeding him information. Not all are offensive guys, some are defensive guys, feeding him information. And he has to take that information, and that determines how he's going to call a game. You just saw half run, half pass, and nothing was popping. So because he leans on the pass a little bit more after that, I'm going to go out there and say, look, he looked at the run and get information and saying they are just beating us up on the offensive line. We cannot handle these matchups here, so I got to switch the game plan up.
Last one here, Wally from Snoqualmie. You hear people like Mark Schlereth say that offensive line is a problem around the league. We're now getting back to our first topic. That offensive line is a problem around the league because of the lack of those players to begin with. Changed the college game and lack of quality coaching. And someone else texted right after and said, well, how many legitimately good offensive lines exist in the league? This is the thing. Two things can be true. One, it is difficult to build a great offensive line. Two, the Seahawks have not done enough and it's not good enough.
Yeah.
that they still will have flaws, and the best offensive lines in football are going to have bad games. I think right now the Lions might maybe have the best offensive line in football, or certainly like top 3, and they have had bad games. They have had moments where they've struggled. And you look at it and you go, okay, Penny Sewell, high first-round pick. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't easy. But can you get, like, the Seahawks have question marks at 1, 2, 3, 4 spots right now?
Mm-hmm.
That's a failing grade. You know what I mean? Like, can you get a C? Can you get a C average offensive line? I think that you have enough skill position talent to really make up for the gap there. But you don't have a C.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part of the problem.
You're a D+ student.
You know what I mean? And so some defensive lines, some offensive lines are great offensive line protecting mediocre quarterbacks, and those quarterbacks look better because of it. I think you have a good quarterback. I think you have a good running back. I think you have good wide receivers. Can you get an average offensive line? I think that's good enough.
Yeah, I agree.
But obviously they're not there. 866-979-3776. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
You get a chance to speak to a member of this defense, fresh off his first start for the Seattle Seahawks. Roy Robertson-Harris is with us. How was the first game?
First game was good, man. Being around the guys and everybody just embracing me felt really good. And it's been great since I've been here. I'm truly blessed to be here, man. I got a great locker room that I'm in, and coaches have been great, just helping me with the install and getting all the terminology stuff kind of hashed out. So it's been really good since I've been here.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, this is Stacey Rost, and if you're looking for top-notch service for your plumbing, heating, and air needs, look no further than Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air. For over 25 years, Ben's has been providing 5-star service to our community. Their team of experienced professionals are dedicated to making sure you get the best service possible. That means no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest, reliable work. From routine maintenance to emergency repairs, Ben's has got you covered. And with their no-pressure sales approach, you can rest easy, knowing you're only getting the services you actually need without unnecessary upsells. So whether it's a leaky faucet, a broken heater, or an AC on the fritz, trust the experts with over a quarter century of excellence. Call Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air today at 206-789-5353 or benz.plumbing. Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air, where 5-star service meets no pressure sales.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. DayQuil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
DayQuil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, DayQuil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new DayQuil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
Paid for by government. Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan Silver Bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan Silver Dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Americans treasure owning silver bars and coins, putting them away for themselves and their loved ones. Call now to secure 1-ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. You'll be glad you did. Hurry, don't miss out on this special deal. Save $10 per silver bar. The more you buy, the more you save. Limit of 25 bars per customer. Call to learn more. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan Silver Dollar. That's a $59.95 value and free shipping. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your 1-ounce Morgan Silver Dollar bars. That's 1-800-222-3967.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. The
Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for what I need to know. Any question to the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. Bump, no spoilers, but one listener wants to know what you're thinking of Survivor. You started watching this season for the first time.
Yeah, I'm with it. I like it.
Yeah?
I like it. There's
It's good, right?
This is there's some quirky people on Survivor.
That is correct.
That type of game show, that format, I'm used to MTV The Challenge, where it's more
problematic people.
Meatheads. And, these are more like, quirky little nerds out there. Yeah, I like it though.
Well, you got to outwit.
Yeah.
Outlast and outplay.
Yeah. And the host, that guy's comedy.
Jeff.
You
Jeff
asked for
Probst.
Survivor.
Yeah.
You got Survivor. I'm like,
That's how you do it on Survivor.
Man.
I like it when
he's
he
in great
does-
shape though. He looks good.
Yeah, and I like it when he does play-by-play for challenges, and he goes like, this won't be what he says, but because they have tribe names, but he'll be like, blue team really falling behind. They are not looking like they're going to win this one. I want
And it's
Jeff
within
Probst-
earshot of those people, too.
And he's talking to their face like, uh-oh, Rome really struggling with this puzzle. Rome is 3 feet away. I want Jeff Probst to call a football game. I don't know why he thought that would work. That was a bad idea.
Yeah, originally from around here. I've always wanted the Seahawks to have him as a 12 flag raiser. I think I'd get chills.
What I need to know, why is Lumen filled with other fans?
Because season ticket holders are selling their tickets, trying to make a profit, which I'm not mad at, but I'm mad at the same time.
Yeah.
It's not a good look. It is the home field advantage is gone, man, and it's depressing, honestly.
Yeah, there's an interesting, it's not quite a is it the chicken or is it the egg thing, but someone's saying well, if I, for my family of 4, and I'm a season ticket holder, drop several $100s, including ticket prices, on a visit to the game to see my team get waxed, why would I go? And it's like, okay, fair, However, fans kind of stick through no matter what, but I'm not going to pocket watch. I don't know. The team, ideally, in an ideal world, gives you something to cheer for.
Yeah.
Gives you a reason to show up and spend an astronomical sum on a visit to the game. But it sucks to see those season ticket holder spots filled with opposing fans.
It's sad. I don't know how else to describe it. It's
What
sad.
I need to know, I don't know if you guys have ever thought about this, but I have. If you were a spy, what would you want your code name to be?
Code name? Let's go Logger.
Logger?
Yeah.
Okay.
Logger or Lager?
Lager. Logger.
You know how you said that your misspelled word on a spelling test was eagle? Because you did E-G-L-E. What about eggle?
Oh. I like that.
Yeah.
Actually. I do.
Curtis? Think on it.
Yeah, Wilbur.
Wilbur?
That's Arizona's mascot's name. Like Butch T. Coog and Harry the Husky.
Wilbur. So, but see, then they can connect it to you, bro. You can't
You
have any
guys didn't make the connection.
Well, no, I thought of Wilbur.
See, exactly.
I thought of
It's
Wilbur
perfect.
the pig.
No.
Because Wilbur, isn't there a Wilbur out there who
From
was a
Charlotte's
pig?
Web.
That's who I'm
Yeah.
thinking of. That Wilbur.
Maybe it's that one.
866-979-3776. What I need to know. Do you think, this is a bump question, do you think Grubb needs to be more creative in play calling and route combinations? And do you think his plays take too long to develop?
No. Just execute the dang play. Protect the quarterback. Block the guy in front of you. It's that simple.
When it comes to season ticket holders or fans selling their tickets to opponents, the 206 says, funny, there's a term for those types of fans.
What is it?
He means bandwagon or fair weather
Oh,
fans.
yeah.
Like that the point of being that you can't be mad at being called a bandwagon or fair weather fan if when your team loses you back out.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of the definition
That's
of
what it
being a
is.
fair weather fan.
That's what it is. If
You
these
know?
guys had 2 less losses, it'd be different.
Yeah. If you sell your tickets regularly, at no point do I want to hear you being mad about being called a fair weather fan. Just embrace that that's who you are. And you know what I mean? When they win, you'll show up and you'll have fun. But if they lose, don't get mad if someone says you're a fair weather fan. That's exactly what you're doing.
Yep.
What I need to know. If you could switch places with any living person for one day, who would it be? What do you think Denzel's life is like?
It's probably great.
Yeah, he's probably on a yacht right now somewhere.
I would switch with Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
Go out there and ball. Actually, Lamar Jackson. See, I'm closer to Lamar Jackson than I am Pat Mahomes, personality-wise.
Who would I switch places with? Someone incredibly rich who does nothing with their day. That's what I would want to, like the equivalent of like a fancy feast cat.
You wouldn't want to be Kim Kardashian flying to
Absolutely
Paris
not.
for
But the thing is,
some
she's
pie.
constantly her life seems hectic. Like people will make fun of her and critique her and
day.
say
You
whatever.
think she doesn't
but
have a day where she's just chilling?
I don't.
No.
I really don't think she
Everything
has many
is
of
so
those.
manufactured in her life.
Yeah, I don't want that. I don't
Y'all
want
are
that
crazy.
pressure.
You don't think Kim doesn't have one day in her life where she's just kicking it?
Maybe a couple. Like just the luxury of being rich. You have nannies. You know what I mean? Like you aren't chasing after your kids. But no, I'm thinking more like if there's a 90-year-old billionaire who just sits on a boat and eats. That's what I would like
I
to
changed
do.
my mind.
Jerry Jones.
Jerry.
I'm switching places with Jerry Jones.
I'm going Tiger Woods. I want to know what it feels like to play golf that good.
Oh, that's a great idea too. It's like
Yeah.
switching places with someone who can do something really cool. Okay,
Yeah.
that's better than mine, I guess. Let's see. 866-979-3776. What I need to know. This person says, what amount of peanut butter is too much to put on a peanut butter sandwich? I have a person in my house who thinks having an extremely thin layer is the proper amount, like a millimeter or less.
That's not enough.
That's a bread sandwich is what you
Yeah.
just made. I lay it on pretty thick.
Do you?
Yeah, I like a very peanut buttery sandwich, like lots of filling on a
I
sandwich.
don't like when it's dripping out the sides. That's a little too much, but yeah, it's got to be sturdy.
Uncrustables.
A very, the better choice. A very thin layer is, this person That person's weird, and you shouldn't hang out with them. Just kidding. It's probably a family member that you love very much. All right, you guys, that'll do it for us today. For Michael Bumpus, Curtis Rogers, Matt Nelson, I'm Stacey Ross. Don't forget, you can download the Bump and Stacey podcast on seattlesports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Wyman and Bob coming up next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
I'm a big sudden change guy. There were so many times in 1992, especially. That's when you could never finish an entire Gatorade. Yeah, you would because the offense was so bad. But going out there and taking a shot. And you always talk about, I think anybody that watches the game, especially when your team is at home and you force a turnover, that just that electricity that builds in the building and that feeling of momentum. I mean, that's such a massive play.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. And I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, ma'am, come with me. Let me show you. And then having him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, hey, that's not how we take care of people.